Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Throne of Heaven in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 71, Shift. As she stood before the gate waiting for Urahara to show up, Rukia couldn't help but feel a bit of annoyance. Trying not to show it to Ikeku and Yumichika, who were chatting to each other nearby and didn't seem to mind the wait, she instead passed her time reflecting on her brother, especially the first meeting she'd had with him after Aizen's escape. Even with how much they'd worked together since then, she still wasn't sure she really understood Byakuya fully, and the fact she couldn't decide if he'd been fully honest or not kept the thought always at the forefront of her mind. Rukia had sort of expected for her brother to demand a meeting with her. She'd not expected for him to let her know he was available for one whenever she felt her ready for one, and that he would let her decide the time. It was so unlike him, to hand over power to her, even if only in such a small fashion and on a matter of limited importance like the time for a chat, that it ended up encouraging Rukia to go talk to him pretty soon after Captain Anohana had released them from observation, especially once she heard he'd had a meeting with Yuriyuki already. She'd gone to meet him in his office, and the door opened for her the moment she knocked on it, Byakuya quick to push aside the pile of documents her had been working on to give her his full attention. He also spoke first, and there was a clear trace of gratitude in his riot, so that left her a bit surprised, although not as much as what he went on to say. Rukia, I'm glad you're here. I need to apologize to you, and that wouldn't carry the same weight if too much time had passed from when I wronged you to when I recognized my mistake. Such a direct admission he'd been wrong left Rukia left-footed for a moment, but her brother didn't add anything, giving her time to collect herself. After which, she couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. He'd been ready to let her be executed, he'd fought to see it happen. If Ichigo hadn't had the Hujioku to fight him off, if Momo, Tatsuki and Chad hadn't fought Sasakaiba on her behalf, if Captain Anohana had showed up just a few minutes too late, it was a miracle she was alive, and no thanks to him. That he was willing to admit he'd been wrong once her friends had made it pointless was better than nothing, but that didn't make it acceptable that, had the order to execute her really come from the Central 46 rather than having been faked by Aizen after he murdered them, Byakuya would have stood by it. Thus, it was perhaps with a more chilly tone in her voice than she'd normally use when speaking to him, and a riot so that reflected an absolute emptiness of all emotions, that she answered. You did nothing more than follow the law, brother, as was your duty. Is that all you needed to tell me? He looked at her for a moment, and then, once again subverting her expectations, he deflated, saying in a tired, sad tone that was decidedly out of place on his face. No, clearly not. You're right that I followed the law, but I'd like you to understand why I did that. Byakuya paused, clearly considering how best to go about it, then motioned for one of the chairs. You might want to sit, this will take a bit. And, for what it's worth, you don't need to forgive me afterwards. That's not what I'm looking for. I merely want you to understand why my actions weren't meant to imply I don't value you highly, even if I understand why that's meager consolation to you. Rukia scoffed, crossing her arms. He valued her highly enough to let her die, was what she wanted to say, but she didn't, instead merely taking place on a chair and saying, pity. Let's hear it then. Byakuya nodded, then started, in a serious tone. I might not have spoken with you about this with you before, but I'm not unaware that, growing up in the Rokanga as you did, you believe the way the people who live there are treated is intolerable, and should be changed, no matter how much that might be against our tradition. Isn't that right? Rukia scoffed, wondering why he was even bringing it up. With how much she'd tried to fit in the mold of the traditional role that he himself wanted her to undertake, and how short she'd failed of his expectations, she didn't know why he expected that she would openly discuss how much she disliked the way the ruling families ran things. After all, it wasn't like she could change them, and while she wasn't surprised he'd intuited her true feeling, they shouldn't matter so long as she didn't bring them up publicly. Clearly, she'd been wrong in thinking that, but right now, she didn't feel very forgiving. I've not expressed those views in place where they could be used against you, if that's what you're wondering. It's not. I know you haven't, and I am grateful you held yourself back in such a fashion for the good of the family. Rukia couldn't see where this conversation was going, and it was unnerving. Why does it matter at all? Because, even if, just like you, I would not express such sentiments publicly, I am not blind to the facts, and know that your sentiments reflect truth. Something about Seoul society must be changed. Rukia couldn't hide the surprise from showing plain both in her Ryotsu and in her face, as her eyes widened while she refocused her attention completely on Byakuya. What? But you stick to the protocols to the letter, and demand the same of everybody else. How can you say that things must be changed when every time I didn't perfectly match what you expected, you would look at me with nothing but disappointment? That makes no sense. Rukia collected her breath, recovering from her tirade, and she saw that her brother looked genuinely surprised by it. Then he said, in a murmur, I did not realize that you were feeling under such pressure. Did you think I wasn't proud of you whenever you didn't measure up? You said yourself that you expected better from me, that you knew I was capable of it and I couldn't falter when the eyes of the whole family and all the noble clans of Seoul society was on me. What, was I supposed to think that those words weren't motivated by disappointment? Byakuya put a hand to his forehead, and there was a light sense of defeat and guilt seeping into his Ryotsu that left Rukia even more confused, although not as much as she heard him murmuring to himself, I'm sorry, Hisuna, that I keep failing to be the man you'd want me to be, his voice so low that, if Rukia hadn't already had her eyes locked on her brother's face, she would have missed it. As it was, her sister's name brought a pall of silence over the two of them, and it was Byakuya who broke it first, his tone almost pained as he said, in a sad tone. The fault is mine in any case, as I clearly didn't let you understand the reason behind my actions. We ought to have had this conversation years ago. I wasn't disappointed at your failures, I was worried at the danger it would put you into if somebody else noticed. Scared. The words you used weren't those of a man motivated by fear, but by pride. I imagine you're correct. I do not really have a measure of what would be a proper way to show fear without others picking up on such a weakness and pouncing on it to hurt us. He looked genuinely lost, which wasn't something Rukia had ever expected her brother to be. Still, after a brief moment he went on to say, in a tired tone. Well, I suppose that makes as easy a point to move from as any. You never met my father, but he too realized that things weren't right with how we've been treating the least fortunate of the souls that inhabit our soul society. He sought to change that, which is why he apprenticed me to Yoryuki Shihoin. Their family has always been the one to more notably champion the necessity of ensuring that our traditions be used to protect the weak, as much as the Hyosub have been champions for the opposite idea, that any change to our traditions would weaken their ability to hold soul society together. Byakuya sighed, as if the mere discussion of the matter was something that provoked him physical pain. Even so, Rukia wondered if that was really enough justification for him to never bring up such matter of politics with her before. She might not have any big interest in it, but if it played such a big role in every action Byakuya thought, he really ought to have told her more than just to always follow the traditions to the latter in public and never bring shame upon the family. As a family, most of the power of the Kukaki comes from acting as mediators in these two opposite pushes on the proper way to interpret our traditions and decide on which laws should be passed. The Kukaki is the oldest family, with the larger amount of retainers among the lesser nobility, and many of the 46 families would be left destitute if they went against our wishes, which granted us decisive power, and forced the other two factions to court ours. However, the last few generations had grown closer to the Hyosub, with Lord Ichibe personally training many of our most prominent members, including grandfather. Many members of the family thinks that things as they currently are don't need to be changed, that the suffering of those in the Rokanga is a sad but necessary thing that cannot be changed. Byakuya's hand rapped the table, in a clear sign of annoyance, as his expression turned darker and his Ryotsu got tinged with the barest hints of rage. Father saw that this was wrong, and Yoryuki showed me why, and how. But grandfather never forgave father for disobeying him and showing favor to the Shihoin. When Yoryuki was exiled, it was seen as proof that father had been wrong, and that those who clamored for changing our traditions were just rebels who wanted to subvert soul society. Father got more reckless then, and it wasn't long before he rushed in against an hollow too strong for him and was killed. Guilt grew into Byakuya's Ryotsu, overtaking the anger, and he hesitated a moment before continuing. And I was left unsure. If I had judged Yoryuki's character so wrongly, then what else had I been wrong about? It ate at me, and I sought refuge in the simplicity of following our tradition, using them as a shield to help me hide my feelings from everybody. I even denounced Yoryuki's actions and officially cut ties with the Shihoin, which was enough for grandfather to believe I saw things like him, and finally retire to let me have the rank of captain. But inside myself, I still doubted, and I took to wandering the Rukanga, hoping that, by exposing myself to what went down there, I could find some form of balance. And that's when I met Hisuna. A fond smile appeared on Byakuya's lips even as sadness filled his Ryotsu, and Rukia couldn't help herself at mirroring it. She missed her sister as much as her brother missed his wife. It was rare for the two of them to bring her up, and not just because of the pain, but because, when she'd still been with them, Hisuna had been the one thing they had in common, the person that mediated between their personality and gave them a way to come together as a family. It wasn't just that a hole had been opened in their family, it was also that the most important link in the chain that tied them to each other had gone missing, and neither of the two of them knew how to go about filling the gap. Rukia managed to collect herself first, so it was her who asked, in a whisper. And she helped you see sense. That was what Hisuna had always been best at. Byakuya coughed lightly, then nodded and went on. She did. She made me realize that, even if Yoryuki had betrayed me, even if that meant that some of the people who wanted change might resort to such dark tactics to achieve it, that didn't make the change a wrong thing to strive for. It just meant that I had to find a way to bring the change about that wouldn't conflict with the values, rights, and traditions I believed into. Hisuna said that I could only be the best me if I followed my heart to the fullest, and my heart wanted me to remain a proud member of the Kukaki at the same time as it wanted me to bring about the change that would bring happiness to those who needed it. As he spoke, Byakuya seemed to regain some of his usual composure, but when he turned his gaze on Rukia, she could see the sadness still there. And the only way to achieve that was to follow as much of the traditions as I could, as closely as I could, and to coach the suggestions for every change I pushed for in a manner that made it clear I wanted no more than to upheld our traditions to their truest spirit. It's not the fastest way to make things better, but it is working. I am still looked upon as the symbol of what the head of a noble family should be, and that makes it easier to push other families to follow me even if my suggestions are occasionally a bit controversial. He smiled then, and Rukia was taken aback at the genuine pride in it as he added. Which you helped a lot with. I didn't understood how much you were struggling, because you did amazingly well at showing yourself worthy of the Kukaki name. People spoke of you with respect and admiration, a rising star in the Godei 13 who brought new glory to the family, and conducted herself like a proper noble despite humble origins. The mere fact I could point at you as an example of how much I valued our traditions, how I hold them so highly that even somebody who didn't grew with them learned from me to the point she knew them better than most actual nobles, it helped more than you can know. You did amazing, Rukia, and I'm sorry I failed to acknowledge you for it. You deserved a better brother than me, and are a better sister than I could have ever hoped for. Rukia was left floored by that. For so long, she'd waited for her brother to be proud of her, for it to turn out that he had been proud all along, and just completely failed to demonstrate it properly, was something she very much hadn't expected. It took her a moment to really accept this. However, once she did, she realized that, in the end, it didn't really matter that much, did it? She looked straight at her brother and said, letting her disappointment in him, something she would have never thought in the past she could feel, show clearly as she said, in a cold tone. Is that why you were ready to let me die then? The words clearly hit Byakuya with the power of a straight punch, and he deflated again. Then he said, in a sad tone. I was wrong to think so, but I believed at the time that would be what you, at your best, would have wanted. Rukia was left speechless at that for a moment, unsure how to clearly explain how much nonsense those words were, but Byakuya seemed to take that as reason enough to continue his explanation. After Yoryuki's betrayal, I reached the thought that the desire for change can push people to do things that they normally wouldn't, things that can be wrong or evil, when the desire for change becomes so big. And when you were accused, and condemned, I thought you might have been persuaded into something like that. But I also thought that, if you hold yourself properly throughout, then I could be able to leverage that even to more easily achieve greater change, the change you would have wanted. I thought that, if you had fallen so far as to resort to joining hands with Yoryuki to achieve those changes, that surely you would then have been just as willing to die to achieve those changes instead. He looked genuinely broken up after saying all that, but Rukia didn't let herself be impressed by that. Instead she said, in a harsh tone. Really, is that your excuse, that you thought you were acting for the greater good, and I was the necessary sacrifice for a better tomorrow? That's the very same thing Aizen used to justify his actions. I know, and I realize now that I was wrong, that's why I'm apologizing. Rukia refused to accept that, getting to her feet and almost shouting. Only because it was an illegal order. That's all you care about. Of all the possible reactions to that, Rukia had not expected Byakuya to simply blink and shook his head. No, that's not the reason at all. I realized my mistake before I even knew Aizen had anything to do with the accusation. It was when your friend, Kurosaki, revealed the Hujioku to me. Ichigo. Her brother nodded, and he clearly saw the confusion on her face as he elaborated. Until then, I hadn't really realized that you already had the weapon that I had thought was the whole reason for the clash, that I thought Yoriyuki had betrayed us to get. Realizing that the fight wasn't at all about retrieving the weapon, that it was about saving you, and that your faction was even willing to risk losing the weapon to do it, which in fact then happened, made me realize I had misunderstood everything that was going on. I believed a comfortable lie I'd built up in my mind to make me feel like I wasn't doing anything wrong, and used that to justify letting you be executed, but having the truth revealed to me like that made me realize that you were innocent, and letting you die would be wrong. Byakuya looked down at his own hands, and she could feel the self-loathing as he concluded. Of course, at that point there wasn't really much I could do, other than not getting in the way of your friends saving you. And I realized that recognizing my mistake doesn't cancel it. I knew you weren't the type of person that would do what you were accused of, yet I failed to trust you, and I can never forgive myself for that. Her brother stopped then, clearly looking like this whole confession had taken a lot out of him, and Rukia couldn't deny it had taken a lot out of her, too. She didn't feel that it was right to forgive her brother for how he'd acted, no matter what he'd believed at the time. It really didn't justify the way he'd treated her. On the other hand, she wasn't sure there was much that hating him after he'd recognized that he'd been wrong would do to help, and it was somewhat reassuring for her self-esteem to realize that her normally aloof brother, who always seemed like he had all the answers, was actually only pretending to, apparently for the goal of achieving the very changes to Seoul society she thought he'd never have considered. Pushing the decision over whether she wanted to actually forgive him or not to the side, there was a question that was foremost on her mind and she could focus on to ground herself a bit. Why are you telling me all this? She paused before he could answer, hurriedly adding, I know you want me to understand your decisions, and I guess I do now, but, why is it that important? Her brother had given her a lot of expression she'd never expected already throughout the conversation, but she hadn't expected hopeful would be the next one. It was tinted with confusion, but it was clear that this was something Byakuya considered extremely important. Because I needed you to understand where I was coming from, if we are to work together now. From now on, I'm going to trust you, as I should have from the beginning. Attempting to achieve on my own a change that we both wanted was arrogant of me, and I realize now, by refusing to trust you with helping me do it, I robbed you of the chance to help steering the change in the right direction. This matters to you far more than it does to me, so you should have a say in what should be changed, and how. He paused for a moment, then added, almost looking abashed. That is, assuming you want to. As I said, this only makes sense if you have a voice, and that means you also should have the chance to decide if you want to help me with this or not. The decision is yours, and if you don't want to be involved with it, I'll just try the best I can to achieve what I can without help. Rukia wasn't sure what to say to that, and so she tried to postpone the decision by saying, I don't really understand much about how politics work, only for Byakuya to smile confidently. It's not as difficult as it looks from outside, I can teach you, and I know you're brilliant enough you'll get it quickly. Captain Anohana already asked me for a favor that I think I can leverage into getting some serious concessions, and I discussed the possibilities with Yoriyuki, and she had a few good suggestions and seemed excited at getting to have you along for planning as well. That wasn't something Rukia had expected to hear, and as she digested it, she realized that she had to do it. She might not be sure she wanted to forgive her brother, but Yoriyuki apparently had, and this was about more than her own feelings, it was about helping the people in the Rukanga. It might have been a while since she'd spent any serious time there, but she did remember what it was like there, and how getting help and making the best of things was always the best option. Thus, she found herself nodding and saying, determination growing in her tone. All right. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but if you want my help, I'm not going to deny it. Byakuya had looked genuinely relieved at that, and then he'd managed to regain his composure, and they had spent the next week and a half working on a plan for the future. Rukia had been surprised to find out that, just as Yoriyuki and Byakuya had expected, she had a knack for the planning. Her brother had said that her approach was a bit too direct, but on the other hand, Yoriyuki thought that she wasn't direct enough, which probably meant she was fine. Even with how much they'd worked together, how much he'd taught to her, and how much potential for positive change she realized her brother's plans might yield, she still didn't know if she wanted to forgive him or not. He'd treated her as a pawn in pursuing his own agenda, and the fact that his agenda was close enough to what hers would have been if she had won was not enough to justify that, let alone that he'd decided on her behalf that she'd be willing to die for it. That he'd understood his mistake and was making a genuine effort to change his behavior was good, and enough for her to willingly help him do it, but whether it was enough for him to deserve forgiveness, she was less sure about. It wasn't an easy call to make, and her feelings didn't seem willing to give her a push one way or the other. Which was, probably, why the discussion kept coming back to her mind, especially when she was waiting idly for a man who probably enjoyed being late and testing people's patience. She glanced around, to see if Urahara was anywhere in sight, and let out a long, annoyed huff when he appeared, a big grin on his face as he ran over, a hand ensuring his hat was pushed on his head and didn't slip away due to the wind. Rukia frowned at him and asked, in a tired tone, "Why are you so late?" Urahara grinned, completely unrepentant, as he came to a stop next to the door. "Just double-checking that a nice little trap for Aizen I helped the 12th install will work properly when he shows up." There was a sharp, cruel twist to Urahara's smile for a moment there, and Rukia sighed. None of them had taken Aizen's betrayal well. Momo spent some time crying every day, and while Rukia and the rest of her friend had managed to help her overcome it some, she still had a long way to go to full recover. Rukia, herself, was furious about how he'd used her, and wanted to make him regret it. However, Urahara's reaction, while clearly the result of him feeling just as hurt as the rest of them, had been very different. Publicly, he pretended like nothing was wrong, but whenever the matter of Aizen came up in conversation, his tone and ideas became far more vicious, in a manner that was honestly scary. But bringing up the matter with him never helped, as he seemed determined to keep his fury to himself and pretend like it wasn't there. Rukia had no idea how to help him deal with it, and with how occupied she'd been with her brother, she had not yet had the time to come up with a solution to that problem. Before she could bring it up, the two seated officers of the 11th, who had moved closer, asked in a restless tone, "So we're going then?" Urahara nodded, as he briskly headed for the commands and inserted the coordinates. "We are. Have you been to the mortal realm recently?" Ikeku shook his head, while Yumichika nodded vaguely as he said, sounding unsure. "I think I went about 30, maybe 40 years ago or so." Urahara chuckled to himself. "Then you might want to brace for a bit of surprise. Things have been progressing at surprising speed in the mortal realm this last century. It's become a really interesting place." Before they could reply, the gate activated, and Rukia stepped in it first. As she emerged in the familiar basement of Urahara's mortal realm shop, she was a bit surprised to see how much the place had been renovated. The 6th Division really seemed to have made the place their own and, as typical of her brother's Shinigami, they were running it with astounding precision. Then her thoughts were wrenched away from her as she was ambushed by Orium's hug, and she laughed as she turned to meet her friends. Renji was looking particularly relaxed, to which Rukia raised an eyebrow, feeling curious. "Enjoying running the day-to-day operations here? I thought you'd find them boring." "Nah, I was able to work a bit of sparring into my everyday routine, so it's not that much of a bother." He gestured toward Tatsuki and Ichigo in explanation, then pointed to a pair of green sunglasses that he was wearing in place of his bandana and added, "Plus, I was able to add a few new glasses to my collection." Tatsuki suggested this pair. "I think it's a good fit, don't you?" Rukia nodded vaguely. Other than ensuring her clothing matched Byakuya's specifications for what was proper, she didn't go to any big length to ensure she had a style of her own or anything. She glanced at the others, and Tatsuki was the one who stepped out to say, her tone more serious than usual, "Now that you're here, I think we should head to the meeting place. I don't want to keep them waiting. Hiyori is likely to do something rash if we do." "You did know the details, right?" Rukia nodded and confirmed, in a practical tone. Yes, it's going to be me and Renji, Ikeku, and Yumi Chika, and you 5. Tatsuki nodded, so Rukia turned to Urahara, who was already speaking with a brown-haired and bespectacled girl Rukia recognized as one of her brother's seated officers, and confirmed with him, "You're sure you wouldn't rather go in place of me or Renji?" The scientist shook his head. "I don't think the Vizard would be happy to see me. I might not have been involved in their current plight, but they thought I was for the last 100 years, and that kind of bad blood isn't easy to forget." "That's fair, but I'm the one who stole the Hujioka from them, and am at least partially responsible for their leader being kidnapped by the Hollows. That's a much fresher wound they might be reasonably annoyed about." Urahara seemed to consider this seriously, then shook his head and answered, waving his hand in a dismissive fashion. "Nah, you're still the better choice. I work best with preparation time, while you're better at improvisation." Then he grinned. "Plus, your friends are gonna need your leadership, aren't they? When your Yuaki trusted me to lead them, we got separated almost immediately, ran around like headless chickens, and almost everybody ended up captured or grievously wounded. You're better for the task, so go, have fun." Rukia wasn't sure what to answer to that. She couldn't really deny the truth of what Urahara had said of his own performance, and while she still didn't think she was that good a leader, she had to admit that, when it was just a small group of her friends that she knew she could trust to have her back, she did feel more confident in calling the shots now. It was why she'd accepted Captain Yukate's promotion. He'd made the argument that, if she was capable of leading small teams she trusted, he would not ask her to do more than that until she felt ready, and that by doing it she would be learning on the job, in a manner of speaking. It was a path forward, and with how confusing things had become, she had grabbed it eagerly. It was nice, amidst all of this chaos, to have something simple to look forward to. With that in mind, she turned toward the others, clapping her hands as she said, in a decisive tone, "All right then, let's get going." As they headed toward the meeting place, Rukia saw that Tatsuki and Renji seemed to be discussing some technique or other, a discussion which Ikeku and Yumi Chika didn't take long to join. Chad and Orium still seemed like their usual selves, respectively quiet and overflowing with energy, so Rukia focused instead on the other two members of the group, both of whom seemed a bit out of sort, Ichigo unusually thoughtful, and Uriah somewhat more tired and less well put together than usual, although to his credit, that would be very hard to notice for somebody who hadn't spent the entire last week mostly in the company of her brother. "So, how are you two doing?" "Everything fine." Ichigo was the first to answer, Rukia's words apparently bringing him out of whatever he had been thinking about, and he answered with a grin. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just, thinking about what to do next, training and stuff. Things have gotten more complicated than usual, recently." Rukia nodded. She could emphasize with that, seeing the kinds of turns her life had taken as of late. She glanced at Uriah, and the Quincy let out a long breath. "Just tired. I've been helping with a lot of guests that have been showing up lately. It's taken up a lot of my time, and having to always be on guard so as not to offend anybody is much more stressing than I expected it to be." He frowned, as if an unpleasant memory had just resurfaced. "In fact, I'll need to rush to the airport after the meeting's over, as there's a new group that's arriving later today." That sounded quite interesting to Rukia. "Is this related to my mention that we could craft Ausweilen for your people to be armed with?" Bigwigs coming in to discuss the possibility. Rukia really was looking forward to that idea. Even if the current model had to have its faults fixed, the chance of it both ending the war with the Quincy definitively and, potentially, bringing in some allies against Aizen was too big a thing for her to have forgotten it. Uriah seemed surprised when she brought it up, as if he'd forgotten, considering that the offer was how Rukia had gotten Uriah to work with them in the first place. She couldn't help but feel both surprised and a bit proud at his reaction. No matter how tired he might be, she would bet that, if the offer had been the only reason Uriah had risked his life to save her, he wouldn't have forgotten it, which meant at least a bit of him showing up with the others was because he did thought of her as a friend. After his initial surprise, Uriah's expression grew more serious as he asked, "I thought you said that one was Aizen's personal project, and that you only had the one prototype, which didn't even work right. Would you even be able to produce more?" Rukia shrugged. "It might have been his work, but all the data about the research should still be in the archives of the 12th Division. We'd just need to retrieve it, use the date Ichigo collected using it, and I'm sure it wouldn't take long to make a new, perfected version. It might take a little bit, but surely just the offer is valuable in itself. Uriah let out a long breath, then answered, in a tired tone. I'm not at liberty to discuss anything relating to the position of the Quincy at this time, Rukia. I'm sorry. She could see he really was, so she waved it off. Don't worry, I understand OPSEC very well. I did spend a lot of time working with your Yuaki, you know. That got a chuckle out of all of them, and then Uriah added, sounding genuinely grateful. But I'll certainly keep the offer in mind, Rukia, and if things change, I'll let you know. You have my thanks for it, in any case. She smiled, but then Ichigo motioned that they'd reached their destination, and they landed in the same park where they'd fought against the Vizard the first time. The group of 5 was standing there, with Hiyori Saragaki at the front. The young girl look that her blonde pigtail gave her accentuated by the fact she seemed to be blowing a chewing gum bubble, and contrasted obnoxiously by the released Zanpakuto over her shoulder, the blade almost as long and large as she herself was. She waited until everybody landed, her eyes narrowing as she recognized Rukia, before she focused on the 2 11th Division Shinigami and said, in a harsh tone. Ikeku, how about you prove that's you there? The bald Shinigami immediately stepped forward, eyebrows narrowed, before saying. Why should I prove anything to you, Hiyori? If anything, as a former member of my platoon, you should be thanking me for showing up on your say-so. Which I only did so I can give you a proper trashing for your arrogance, you little punk. The blonde girl seemed genuinely ticked at that, as she countered in a loud tone. What, you think I'm going to take orders from you? I bet I could crush you with a hand tied behind my back now that I'm a Vizard. Have you even learned Bankai, or are you still failing to master every weapon in the world? Never tired of letting your Zanpakuto down? Ikeku's hand went to the handle of his sword as he growled, in a dark tone. Gaining Bankai without having worked for it would make it pointless to have the ability, and as for how satisfied Hojikamaru is with me, how about we show you in Kubikari Orakai where you stand when compared to us? Rukia was about to interrupt then, when Hiyori popped the bubble and nodded to herself, before saying, this time addressing the group as a whole. All right, he's the real deal, you were able to stick to that much. Now, who is the redhead? I don't remember ever meeting him before. Renji Abarai, lieutenant of the 6th Division. Hiyori raised an eyebrow at that, then glanced at Rukia and said, in a petulant tone. I see you've wanted to keep this in the family, Kukaki. Renji bristled at the implied insult, but Rukia placed a hand on his shoulder, keeping him from snapping at the woman, who grinned, a clear sign she was provoking them on purpose. Rukia, however, didn't let herself be baited, instead asking, in as polite a tone as she could manage. As you can see, we followed the terms you'd established exactly. Can we move to discuss the actual meat of the matter now? Before Hiyori could answer, the man with a pink mustache at the back of the group coughed slightly, and when he had the attention of the group, he told Rukia, in a chiding tone. Our deal asked that no captain be present, but aren't you a Kido Grandmaster, Miss Kukaki? She shrugged, trying to ignore as Ikeku and Yumi Chika focused on her with greater attention than before. While she had technically been recognized as one in private, the matter wasn't public yet. Still, it wasn't like she could deny it when she'd bragged to Hachigen herself. She really needed to learn not to do that, and countered, showing herself to be fully at ease. I'm still only the lieutenant of the 13th Division, you said you wanted no captains, and I'm not one. One of the girls in the Vizard group, the tall one with hairs divided into 2 different colors, which Rukia seemed to remember was Gabrielle Burness, scoffed at that and said, in an angry tone. Weaseling their way around the spirit of terms already, before we've even started speaking, and they want us to trust them. A murmur seemed to go through the rest of the Vizard, and Rukia's eyes narrowed at that. She could allow them to simply leave, gaining their cooperation against Aizen was too important. So, she took a step forward instead and spoke in as loud and clear a tone as she could. Are you all afraid of me? Is that the sort of you warriors you are, that meeting a skilled magician is enough to send you fleeing in terror? As Rukia had hoped, Hiyori bristled at that and countered, in an angry tone. As if. We're not going to flee from fear, but since you're the ones who wanted this meeting, you better start talking, or I'll start a fight just to stave off boredom. That was about as antagonistic as she'd expected, but Rukia was confident that, soon enough, it wouldn't matter. In the end, the Vizard had plenty of reason to hate Aizen and want to be readmitted into Soul Society, and not very many to not want to do so. Thus, she was quickly to say, in a calm tone. That's why we're here. Tatsuki told you that Aizen revealed himself guilty for what happened to you all, right? Yeah, I heard. He stole the Hujioku and got away to marshal his hollow army. Why should I believe that changes anything about the way we're gonna be treated by you lot? Don't you think that knowing we need your help would give you a sufficient bargaining chip? Hiyori scoffed. Please. Even if I were to believe that you lot think the 5 of us useful against 3 traitorous captains, that'd only hold until you've wiped out Aizen and his lot. After that's done, there's nothing to ensure we won't be incinerated on the spot without a word of thanks. Rukia was surprised at such a strong reaction, and countered, in her most reasonable tone. You don't know that that's what'll happen. You were a Shinigami once, surely some of you, at least, would want to be one again. She cast her eyes over the rest of the group, and saw that Hachigen, Burnus, and the tall man, Jerome, seemed to have some longing for that. Hiyori, however, didn't seem at all persuaded, and the green-haired one, Mashiro Kuna, shook her head and said, in a serious tone. It's not a matter of what we would want. When we were transformed, Soul Society was ready to execute us, any value we had before was lost to us. The Godai has already proved we're not important enough to warrant that much consideration. If you help in the fight, your strength will prove that you are important enough. In fact, if you weren't important enough already, would I even be here, treating with you? That, Rukia thought, seemed to strike a chord with some of the Vizard, but Hiyori was clearly not at all persuaded by it, as her glare made clear. I might know that my strength is more than worth it, but no Shinigami would ever say that. Heck, I imagine most would say my strength isn't even truly mine, since part of it comes from my hollow. Who would say something like that to be worth bending rules over? I would. Rukia turned, surprised, as did Hiyori, her eyebrow raised, toward Ikeku. The bald Shinigami went on, his tone solemn. Ichigo was able to use that hollow power to defeat me, and both him and Tatsuki were able to give the captain one of the best fights he's had in years, according to him. And both of them weren't even trained Shinigami when they got their hollow. I'm willing to bet an 11th Division member with the boost is gonna be a great addition to our ranks. And also Yumi Chika said, stepping next to Ikeku, we were willing to fight the rest of the Godai to save an innocent who wasn't even any friend of ours. You think we'd not do the same if it was to defend one of our own? Hiyori looked genuinely surprised by that, clearly not having expected it. Then, after a moment, she frowned and asked. Wait, I thought Tatsuki and the others fought you to save their friend. Yumi Chika nodded, and clarified. They did. Then, when the captain was about to strike Tatsuki down, she told him he could get a better fight if he helped her, and so we changed sides. She did she? Hiyori eyed Tatsuki in a considering manner, and Rukia had to wonder whether there was more than she knew, to Tatsuki having been the one to treat with the Vizard. Maybe she'd built some connection with them while she was their prisoner? Regardless, Rukia knew she could use this. Friendship had proven itself, time and time again, to be the one thing she could count on when everything else failed. She could stomach leveraging it to get the Vizard to work with them. So she said, in a clear tone. If it matter at all, I was the friend of Tatsuki that they were saving. That seemed to catch the Vizard completely unaware, so Rukia went on to explain. Aizen framed me for a crime, and he was planning to use my death as a stepping stone in his plans. When my friends foiled him, he had to fall back on his backup plan, which was stealing the Hujioku from us, and he revealed his guilt in his association with Jin as a result. With that, we were able to prove that Jin and Aizen had been responsible for what happened to us. None of that would have been possible without my friend's help, and Tatsuki in particular owes the power she used to help me to you all. Rukia placed a fist over her heart, and went on, her tone solemn. As far as I'm concerned, that means I owe my life to you all as much as I owe it to them. For that, I can promise you I'll put the full weight of power of the Kukaki to ensure you're treated fairly, and not punished for things that were in no way your fault. Rukia could see that her words had struck a chord with the Vizard, as they were looking to each other, muttering in low tones, their Ryotsu indicating sign of surprise, disbelief, and doubt, but also, bigger and more noticeable than all the rest, hope. However, Hiyori's Ryotsu was quickly flooded with pure cynicism, almost as if she was refusing to accept the possibility of this situation having an easy resolution on purpose. So, you're on our side. Cool. Does that mean you're willing to swear to me, on your honor and that of your family, that you fully believe it impossible for the authorities of Seoul society to judge us guilty regardless of our involvement in the whole incident a century ago having been unwilling and accidental? After all, and here Hiyori pinned Rukia with a deep glare, they were ready to do that to a member of one of the most important noble families, and on accusation that, from what I gather, were even more empty than those we were subjected to. Rukia grimaced. She couldn't deny the truth of Hiyori's words, but that didn't mean she was going to let herself be dismissed too totally. I can't make promises for other people, but I can promise I'll do all in my power to stop it from happening, and I have many powerful friends who will back me up if needed. And after what they did to me once, they'll be hesitant to throw empty accusation my way again. Maybe you would, at that. If you really are Tatsuki's friend she went to such length to save, I can believe you're being honest, at least. Rukia felt herself relax at that. It seemed she'd managed to reach the other girl, after all. So you'll work with us to stop Aizen, then? Hiyori glanced at the rest of the group, who looked uncertain and hesitant, but mostly seemed at least willing to entertain the idea, and then the blonde sighed, an apologetic but firm expression on her face as she turned and said, "You're not considering the full picture here." Rukia wasn't sure what Hiyori meant, and she clearly wasn't the only one, as a number of her friends were perplexed by the comment, and Ichigo commented, a note of annoyance. Rukia just said we're going to help you if the Shinigami try to go back on their deal, what more do you need? Hiyori glanced at Ichigo at his words, and then took a moment longer to look at Tatsuki, before returning her full attention to Rukia. Have you considered the possibility that Aizen would be able to use the Hujioku to take control of one of us in the middle of a fight? He would totally do that, if he thought he could get away with it. Heck, he might even make it look like we turned coat on our own, somehow, I don't know how, but he did manage to trick people in thinking we were rampaging, he's bound to be able to do that again. That was, actually a far more valid point than Hiyori thought, given what Rukia knew of Aizen's powers, which Hiyori yet didn't. For a moment, she considered withholding the information, but she quickly dismissed the idea. She wanted the Visored to trust them, and there could be no trust if they kept secrets from each other, especially ones involving their enemies. So Rukia said, her tone heavy. It's his Bankai. He can create illusions, fooling all of the senses of his targets to make it seem like something happened, when it didn't. Hiyori stopped pacing, staring at Rukia for a long moment, before kicking a stone on the ground in anger. Damn. That means this whole conversation could be an illusion, couldn't it? How do we even tell? Captain Anohana seemed to think there must be some limits, as he couldn't target the captain commander without lifting the illusion he had her under, or stop her from revealing what she knew to us who were watching. But that's goddamn vague, yeah? The two of them went silent, and then Yumi Chika spoke up, adding, Tsukishima is working with him, as well, which caused Hiyori to let out a long, pained groan. The blonde ran a hand over her face, clearly trying to collect herself, then went on to say. Right. So not only is there the risk of him turning us against you mid-battle, but he could make it look like we betrayed you intentionally. And I imagine all your powerful friends would be pissed off and ready to ask for our heads if it was specifically you, Kukaki, that he had us kill, wouldn't they? Rukia could see where this was going, and she was quick to protest. I'm going to warn them of the possibility as soon as this meeting is over. They wouldn't hold it against you if they know it was Aizen's plan, but Hiyori scoffed and countered with, they'd still be suspicious, unable to stop themselves from wondering if we really were guilty after all, and that'd be like a shadow chasing after us wherever we went. Rukia grimaced. That was a valid point. Knowing something wasn't true wasn't always sufficient for a person to actually accept it, especially when the truth wasn't pleasant. She liked to think that her friends were better than that, but from Hiyori's perspective, that was a huge risk to take. Still, Rukia rallied, if she left this fall through, then it would be like Aizen had won without even having to swing his sword, and she refused to surrender to him so easily. So she said, letting her determination fill her Ryotsu and give strength to her voice. That's a big risk, I don't deny it, but we'll be there to help you mitigate it, and it's your best shot at being free from the life on the run he's forced you into for so many years. Surely that's something worth the risk. Something worth fighting for. Hiyori chuckled at that, and commented in an amused tone. I like the way you think, Kukaki, but as I said, you're missing the whole picture. See, if those hollows that captured Shinji really were working with Aizen, then that means the biggest risk is that, if we fight, Aizen will be sending him after us. Do you think any of us would want to be on the other side of that fight? What if he sent him to die against Captain Kenpei? Would we be supposed to just let him be killed? That wasn't something she had considered, and from the way Hiyori looked at her, the other girl knew it as well, as she let out a long breath. Not wanting to end the conversation there, Rukia hurried to add, letting her worry show. Even if you decide to just lie low, Aizen might do that anyway. Wouldn't you rather be with us, be able to steer people away and be there to help make sure Hiriko is captured rather than killed, be better than just hiding away from the fight and hoping for the best? Hiyori smiled at that, but it was a sad smile. Make the future we want with our own hands, Have you been speaking with Yasutara and Tatsuki about me, Kukaki? Rukia was left perplexed at that, merely shaking her head, which caused Hiyori to sigh. I suppose you just know how to hit a weak spot. She glanced to the others, and as Rukia followed her gaze, she could see that now they all looked a lot more conflicted than they had before. Before she could figure out something else to say, Hiyori spoke up again, sounding tired. Look, I'm willing to accept you're honest about wanting to work with us, not screw us over, but this isn't an easy situation. We need to discuss all the pro and con between ourselves now that we know you're not just bullshitting us, especially about what else Aizen could potentially do against us. So, how about we meet up again in a week, here again, same rules as today? You can see about getting something more concrete than promises from the rest of the Godai, and we can figure out how this all works. Rukia wasn't happy with the result, but it was at least better than nothing, honestly. Having hoped to hammer down a working agreement of cooperation on the first meeting had been a bit too optimistic. Before she could nod in agreement, however, Ichigo spoke up. Does it has to be in a week? Hiyori frowned and said, a hint of annoyance entering into her tone. I said I wasn't going to do any negotiating bullshittery, why does that matter at all? Ichigo looked taken aback for a moment, but then scowled and answered, in a neutral tone. It's just that I am occupied that day, and won't be able to be here. Hiyori frowned, clearly not wanting to show herself willing to accept conditions but also not wanting to look like she specifically wanted to exclude Ichigo, so Rukia stepped up and said, in a conciliatory tone. That's fine, Ichigo, I think we're all in agreement that they don't plan to spring a trap on us, we don't need to show up here in full force. Ichigo was left puzzled at that, but Rukia's goal had been to get a raise out of Hiyori, and she did, as the other girl chuckled and said, in an amused tone. What, are you saying that leaving him home would be a show of goodwill? Rukia crossed her arms and answered, in a smug tone. Well, he is the strongest out of all of us here after all, since he defeated my brother in a duel. Hiyori was left surprised by that, and visibly couldn't stop herself from asking he did, to which Rukia couldn't help but let herself feel even more smug as she answered he did, yes. Of course, Tatsuki and Chad together defeated Lieutenant Sasaki, Orium and Uriah survived fighting the Captain Commander, and Renji has Bankai, so it's not like we don't have enough firepower anyway. Every single one of the visored eyed the group with apprehension now, even Hiyori looking impressed despite herself, but Rukia didn't let them say anything, instead inclining her head in a respectful manner as she continued, in a conciliatory tone. A week from now is fine, I'm not here to force you into anything, I really want us to work together to ensure the best future for all of us. You said you trusted me, I hope that means you can believe I'm being honest about this, as well. And you have my thanks for the time you've given us, I understand that you have good reason not to trust the Godai, so I appreciate you were willing to at least hear us out. And with that, without waiting for an answer, she directed the group to leave. They'd gotten some distance away before Orium asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. Rukia, why did you do all that bragging at the end? Isn't bragging supposed to be done by the heroes when they met, to scare them into not fighting? Rukia chuckled, and answered the orange-haired girl, with a smile. That's because I was sending a different message, but letting them know how strong we are. I showed that we could have just captured them all if we wanted to, and forced them to do things our way. But we didn't, and that's going to give more weight to our argument that we're doing this to help them and truly want them to cooperate of their own free will, and that hurting them isn't one of our goal. Rukia could only hope that it would work. Orium, meanwhile, was thinking the explanation over, before eventually asking. But I thought you had already convinced them you were honest before that point? Hiyori said so, didn't she? I think I did, too, but I also thought that it was better to be sure. That seemed to satisfy Orium, so Rukia glanced at Ichigo, her curiosity having been piqued by his comment. You said you won't be able to be at the next meeting, how comes? Ichigo looked sad at that, but answered anyway. It's the anniversary to my mother's funeral, so I'll be going to visit her grave with my family. I don't want to miss it, it's important to me. Orium moved next to Ichigo, placing her arm around his shoulders to console him. Rukia merely nodded and didn't pry any further, as she knew very well the pain of losing a loved one. Still, even aside from that, Rukia felt positive that the meeting had gone well. They might not have persuaded the Vizard to work with them yet, but they'd established some baseline trust, and that could go a long way. She started to think over the points Hiyori had raised in her mind, and the best way they could go to counter Aizen if he tried something like that. It was a genuine risk, but Rukia wasn't scared. Aizen had tried to kill her once already, and failed. She would make sure he would not get a second chance. Chapter 72, Overtures. Despite the meeting with the Vizard not having gone on for as long as it might have, Uriah still found himself reaching the airport after the last group of newcomers had already disembarked. They were being led by Kangdu and Hashwal to the minivans their master had rented to transport them all to the hotel the other Quincy groups were already staying at. Uriah headed for Hashwal first, and the older student was, as usual, very polite, greeting Uriah with a nod and then asking, in a conversational tone, "Any interesting developments?" Uriah shook his head and answered, trying to sound as neutral as possible. "Nothing worth mentioning." That caused one of the newly arrived Quincy to suddenly lean in. The man swung an arm around Hashwal's shoulder in a way that suggested a great deal of familiarity and asked, apparently addressing the question to them both, if the direct way he stared at Uriah as he spoke was anything to go by. "Who is this, Hashwal, another friend of yours? What was he doing that was so interesting it made him show up late?" Uriah took in the look of the young man, perhaps a year or two older than Hashwal himself, with red hairs styled into a mohawk, annoyingly asymmetrical earrings, 2 metal nuts on the upper portion of the right ear, a bold on the bottom of the left one, and a sleeveless gray duster coat over a white t-shirt and black jeans that had been cropped to only reach just over his half-leg length military combat boots. He also was wearing black gloves, and black armbands with a skull and cross motif over his biceps. Overall, the ensemble was very much not what Uriah would have considered appropriate for a Quincy, but then, the way the man was managing to somehow lean into both Hashwal and Uriah's own personal spaces at once was already a perfect indication of the obnoxiousness of his character. Hashwal, at least, didn't seem to mind, addressing him in the same polite manner he used for everybody, as he made the introductions. "This is Uriah Ishida, one of my grandfather's other top disciples. Uriah, this is Buzz Black, one of our brethren from the United States and among the 2 top student of Quincy Master Acutron." That caused Uriah's eyes to widen. He hadn't realized the man they were here to receive today was the foremost master of Jinto construction among all Quincy. Sure enough, he saw the man, recognizable from his brown mustache and thin-framed, rectangular glasses, wearing a white suit and tie over a light blue shirt, speaking with Kangdu as they helped what looked like about a dozen students take their place in one of the 3 cars. Uriah looked for a Cotroni's weapon, wanting to get at least a glimpse of it, then scolded himself when he realized that it wasn't visible because, obviously, the man would not have been able to carry it on a plane. He probably had it stored in pieces in some of his baggage. Still, Uriah couldn't help but be curious about it. Acutron was known for having been able to craft a gun that could fire Jinto capsules as if they were projectiles, which gave him unmatched flexibility in combat. It wasn't something Master Haiwan would have allowed Uriah to try himself, as it was very much against the traditional ways of Quincy, but even if he wasn't allowed to use such a device, merely seeing it in action was bound to provide him some insight he could use to perfect his own skills in crafting Jinto. Unconventionality was sort of the mark of the North American Quincy clans, which made it surprising his master had invited any of them at all. But if there was one thing Uriah had learned from his interactions with Kurosaki, it was that unconventional solutions could, sometimes, prove themselves life-saving. Of course, unconventionality could also prove to be very annoying, and an example of that was the way Black poked Uriah to force his attention back to himself. Uriah snatched the offending finger before it could reach his nose, but that made it no less annoying, and from the smirk on Black's face, he clearly knew it. Satisfied Uriah was looking at him again, Black said, once again addressing them both. "That's all well and good, but the way you approached him, it seemed like you were hoping he had some dirt on somebody. How about sharing that?" Hashwal shrugged, and then, to Uriah's utter surprise, answered in his usual polite tone. He was spying on the local Shinigami. He said there were no news worth reporting. Black whistled at that, glancing at Uriah with a certain amusement. "Oh, a spy, are you? Does that means I should be careful not to trust you?" Uriah ignored the jab and countered, addressing his fellow student directly. "Hashwal, is it wise to disclose this kind of information to any random person who asks?" That caused Black's green eyes to narrow in what was clearly anger, and he said, suddenly sounding quite threatening. "I'll have you know, Ishida, that me and Hashwal became great friends when he spent a year studying under my master. He knows he can trust me, so why don't you bugger off?" "Gladly." Uriah quickly left, even as Black shouted at him a parting comment, his tone mocking. "And watch your mouth, little spy, or I'm going to teach you how to keep it shut in front of your betters." He didn't answer the threat, instead moving for the third car, and helping the few other students take their place within, before moving to follow them. Only once he was inside and they were moving did he realize it was mostly girls, who were looking at him like a strange curiosity, at least until the oldest one of the group clapped her hands and said, in a commanding tone, "Scram, you lot, you're crowding our hosts." That encouraged the girls to take seats at the back or further down the couch Uriah was sitting on. He nodded in thanks to the girl, who had black hairs so long they reached her waist, and was wearing a white baseball cap with golden trimmings, a white button-up short coat, and a white skirt that reached a bit past her knees, with a red belt with a heart-shaped buckle adding some color to her figure. She seemed relaxed enough as she said, in a neutral tone, "Don't let yourself be bothered, they've just never met any Quincy from outside the clan before, other than Hashwal. And speaking of him, don't let Buzz bother you, either, he's that annoying with everyone." "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. I'm Uriah Ishida." He offered his hand, which she clasped solidly and briefly while introducing herself as Bambietta Basterbine. She clearly noticed Uriah raising an eyebrow in surprise at that and added, in the long-suffering tone of one who had explained the same things many times before, "Yes, I have the same initials as Buzz. It's annoying, but there's really not much I can do about it." "I see." In truth, Uriah didn't, not really, but he still offered some commiseration and reassurance as he continued. "Well, you won't need to worry about any mockery coming your way over the matter. Master Haiwan doesn't tolerate such attitudes from his disciples." The woman seemed surprised at the comment for a moment, then a confident smile formed on her lips. "Oh, don't worry, nobody goes around mocking me. For this or any other reason, it doesn't take me long to make it clear to people why I'm owed some respect." Uriah noticed that a few of the other girls in the car seemed to be shivering at the comment, which made him wonder if all of the North American Quincy were as abrasive as the two top students, but he didn't let that show on his face, merely nodding along as he commented, "I am glad to hear so. I'm sure nobody would want to see these meetings ruined by bad behavior." Her eyes seemed to glint in satisfaction at that. "Oh, don't worry, they won't be. While I'm often loud when making my displeasure known, I'm just as able to keep it quiet when it's required." Uriah didn't feel like answering to that. The last thing he wanted was to antagonize any of these new Quincy, who could potentially influence their respective masters' decision on what to do about Aizen. Basterbine seemed to pick up on Uriah's unwillingness to be confrontational, as she leaned back on the car's couch and added, sounding smug, "See? You, too, have already picked up how bad of an idea it would be to antagonize me. I think, Uriah Ishida, that we'll get along just fine." He nodded politely and answered, in a tone as neutral as he could manage, I can't see any reason why we shouldn't. Luckily for Urayu, the journey was too short for much more to be said, and as the car arrived to its destination, he got out first, holding the door open for the other passengers, causing a few of the girls to giggle and Basterbine to nod at him as if he was some sort of servant. He ignored it, letting Hashwal take the lead in directing the group to the rooms they'd reserved for them, while he stood at the rear of the group, ensuring none of them got lost. He had half a mind to try and contact Accutrone, see if he was willing to discuss his creation and share some tips, but before he could, he saw the man quickly order his students to take care of the group of younger Quincy apprentices before leaving, clearly intending to meet with some of the other leaders. Urayu sighed, and turned to leave. He had no idea how long that kind of meeting would take, and he doubted the man would be in the mood to talk once he was done anyway, especially with the tiredness of the journey on top of it. However, as he moved toward the stairs, the door opened to reveal the figure of a tall man in the traditional white Quincy uniform, with an additional half-cape that reached just to his waist worn over it. He had a very long face and a square jaw, with his head fully shaved except for the crop of black hairs at the top, and was wearing round spectacles with red lenses that hid his eyes, making his expression difficult to decipher. Overall, the experience was eerie. While Urayu himself wore the Quincy traditional clothing when hunting hollows, and in fact he'd even sewn his own himself, there was something wrong in wearing the uniform in his day-to-day life. It felt like meeting somebody wearing full plate armor at a high society dinner, which made the man look creepy and dangerous. That had been Urayu's first impression upon first meeting the man, before he'd actually learned anything about his personality, and it was a difficult one to shake. It didn't help that, with knowledge, that first impression had turned out not to be particularly misleading, either. Quilljopi was the leader of the largest Quincy clan in the world, hailing from Germany. Before meeting him, all Urayu had known of the man was that he was renowned as perhaps the most capable combatant of any still surviving Quincy. Of course, that was likely because he was by far the most active. Master Haiwan was the oldest living Quincy, but he hadn't been on the battlefield once in the last 30 years, so naturally his great feats weren't very well known among most people these days. If nothing else, Urayu had thought the man to be commendable for how many hollows he personally disposed of every year. That, however, had been before they'd met. It wasn't just Opie himself who stuck to the traditional attire in his day-to-day life, every single one of his students did so as well. And he had brought all of them, almost a full 100, which was on par with half of the students of all other masters combined, and they all seemed to follow his every words to the letter, which uncomfortably reminded Urayu of an army, each individual a cog in an unfeeling machine. And it wasn't difficult to understand why his students were so obedient, either. The 2 times some of them had failed to follow a command as promptly and precisely as the man wanted, while still, in Urayu's private opinion, carrying it out correctly and with efficiency. Within Urayu's sight, Opie had struck them, a single backhand with what, Urayu was almost certain, had been blood-reinforced hands, leaving visible bruises behind. And then the man had proceeded to act as if nothing of particular significance had happened, and the gesture was perfectly normal, with his students clearly acting as if receiving such punishment was routine for them. Overall, Urayu wasn't at all happy his master had invited such a man to the meeting. He expected he would support the most bloody solution available. Which was made worse by the fact that Opie had immediately took an interest in Urayu upon learning his name. And indeed, upon seeing him now, the man smiled, something that might have looked friendly without the glasses, but looked downright fearsome with them, and said in a satisfied tone, "Ah, Harishida. I'm glad we happened to find each other." Urayu bowed as little as propriety allowed, answering in a neutral tone by saying, "Master Opie," and nothing more. The other man didn't let that faze him, instead moving toward Urayu and saying, in a polite tone, "I see our North American brethren have arrived. That is good, word of their skill precedes them. Theirs would be the last group we were waiting for, unless I'm mistaken." "You are correct, Master Opie." The man nodded in satisfaction, apparently having expected nothing else. "Excellent. However, Harishida, I noticed that you are still the only member of your family currently here. Have your elders designed you as their representative then, or shall I have the pleasure to meet them in person soon?" Urayu had already deflected the question both times the man had asked him before, but it seemed Opie would keep inquiring about the matter until he had something definite. Thus, with a long breath, Urayu said, trying to keep his tone firmly polite and neutral. My grandfather died 8 years ago, Master Opie, he's not going to show up. The German man nodded sadly, placing a hand on Uriah's shoulder that was perhaps meant to be reassuring, but made him feel as if he'd just been caught in the grasp of a dangerous predator. I was obviously aware of that, Harishida. The loss of Soken Ishida was a grievous blow to the strength of Quincy worldwide. Then, the man raised his other hand, his long, thin finger pointing upwards in a lecturing manner. But he was not the last Ishida. Your clan was once renowned as one of the greatest Quincy families in Japan. Surely another member of your older generation took the reins of your family training once your grandfather no longer could do so himself. Uriah grit his teeth, having to hold back from snapping at the man. Nothing good would come from that, and even if he wasn't the man's student, Uriah was not so certain that would be enough to keep Opie from trying to punish him for the disrespect. Which would then cause a fight, because Uriah wasn't going to let himself be treated like that, respected Quincy master or not. Still, he managed to keep his emotions under control and answer in a neutral tone. After my grandfather's death, it was decided that the clan would no longer undergo mandatory Quincy training, and a deal was made that allowed those who desired it still to be taught under Master Haiwan. That's why I am here. Opie frowned, his lips turning down in disappointment, and Uriah could feel the grip on his shoulder growing a bit tighter, just on the edge of becoming painful as the tone of the other man's voice went lower. I see. There was a pause, then the grip on Uriah's shoulder relaxed as Opie went on. But maybe that could be changed, If you are held in such high esteem by Master Haiwan as to be made one of his personal students, Harishida, then you would perhaps be able to take over training of your family members, and restore the Ishida to their former glory. Uriah had no idea how to answer that. Luckily, he was saved from having to do so as Hashwal appeared and said, his tone polite even as he nodded respectfully. Master Opie, Master Navarre was hoping to have a chance to speak with you. Askin Navarre was the leader of a small group of French Quincy, and he was the youngest Quincy to have gained leadership of a clan in the last century. He was also incredibly lazy and annoying, which Uriah had trouble making sense of when considering the man's reputed skill. How one could become a leader when they didn't have the will to work for it. Opie's lips curled down in distaste, then he let go of Uriah's shoulder. It seems my time has been required elsewhere, Harishida. I shall seek you to continue this discussion at a later time. And with that, the man left, and Uriah couldn't help but frown to himself. He didn't want to continue the discussion later on, or in fact, ever. Still, he pushed the thought away for later, and nodded toward Hashwal. Thank you for interceding. The blonde Quincy shrugged. No need for thanking me, I was but delivering a message. Instead, it's me that should apologize for how Buzz Black treated you. He can be abrasive. Uriah let out a long breath, letting a bit of his tiredness at the situation show on his face, then answered. That's hardly your fault. I understand why Master Haiwan needed to consult with the other Quincy leaders to make a decision, but I feel like the matter could have been solved without the need for each master bringing their entire entourage along. You know it would be insulting to send invites that limited the ability of a respected master to bring a honor guard with them, and with the knowledge people have of Aminos Grande showing up here in Karakura so recently, it is only normal they would not want to take risks. After all, if somebody were to strike at the meeting and take out all the masters at once due to a lack of security, that would be a terrible hit for Quincy worldwide. It is only prudent to allow for each master to bring as many followers as they deem safe. Uriah wasn't at all satisfied with Hashwal's justification. Personally, he believed that the various Quincy leaders were just attempting to show off each other in some petty attempts to establish their superiority. He had little patience for such political considerations when all this posturing was delaying the decision that might determine the future of the Quincy, but he knew that wouldn't be a persuasive argument to Hashwal, who just wanted everybody to do nothing anyway. So, Uriah merely let out a tired nod. Perhaps you are correct, I would rather go before Opie corners me again. Before that, I was wondering if, now that it's just us, you could go into more detail over what happened with the Shinigami. Uriah looked up at the polite curiosity on his fellow student's face with a certain confusion. What do you mean? I told you already that nothing relevant happened. The other student offered a doubtful look. You were late, despite your love for punctuality. I don't imagine that was without reason. Urayu shrugged, then explained. The Shinigami made contact with a group of exiles who they are trying to fold back into their ranks to be better prepared for the confrontation with Aizen, but the group asked for a further week to discuss the matter among themselves before reaching a decision. I see, then, as you rightly said, nothing really important actually happened. Urayu nodded, and Hashwal offered a polite bow in return, saying, then I shall leave you to your rest, before leaving. Urayu did as well, and headed home immediately, hoping to be able to get a bit of rest, so he'd be able to resume his training afterward with a clear head. Sadly, he'd just entered when a voice stopped him. Urayu, we need to talk. He looked up at the staircase his father was descending from, with a frown on his face. For a moment, Urayu considered just saying he was in need of rest, but he knew his father wouldn't let him. The demanding tone in the way he'd called on him made that clear. So, Urayu waited for the man to get close to instead ask, in as polite a tone as he could manage when he wanted nothing more than not to need to be there at all. How can I help you? By confirming if the rumor I have heard, of several prominent Quincy leaders arriving in town, is true or not. Urayu sighed. He wondered where, exactly, his father had found this information, when he insisted on having fully removed himself from interacting with the spiritual world, and how little he stated to care about the traditional Quincy duties. Still, it was useless to try and hide the truth when asked about it so directly, so he nodded and elaborated. Master Haiwan came in possess of some information that might influence the future of all Quincy, and summoned a conference to discuss the matter. His father's eyes narrowed at that, and he asked in a pointed tone. And would these information have anything to do with the week-long training trip you recently took? Urayu didn't let himself be intimidated. His father's disagreement with his choice of continuing to train as a Quincy after his grandfather's death wasn't anything new to him, and he certainly wasn't about to let the man know he'd gone to Soul Society to rescue a friend by fighting their Shinigami and even the commander of the Godai 13. I am but a student. I have no role to play in matters of such importance. Is that so? Then you would have no objection to suspending your training with Jugram for the next few months, or at least until these people leave Japan. Urayu stiffened at that, and countered in a hard tone. Are you saying that you are going back on your word and forbidding me from training as a Quincy? You know I disapprove of that training. Taking care of hollows is a Shinigami's job, and the treaty with them limits the amount of hollows Quincy are authorized to hunt yearly anyway. Quincy are a relic of the past that would be best left forgotten. Urayu kept his poker face, even if he could feel a familiar anger forming in his soul as he answered. So we are to leave people to die, when we could save them. If you care so much about saving people, becoming a doctor like I did would be a better use of your time than training in obsolete arts that will only put your life in danger. Urayu was about to reply, then stopped, forcing calm upon himself. His father's deflection had almost gotten him to snap, and distracted him from his main point. Once he was back in control, he spoke, back to a cold, controlled tone. You well know that I am keeping up my school scores, as we agreed. Are you going back on your promise that I'd be allowed to spend my free time however I desired as long as I didn't let it get in the way of securing my future? Ryukin Ishida's expression wasn't at all happy at that reminder. Still, his tone of voice didn't raise. I allowed it on the basis that it would be no different from taking a self-defense course, which is a reasonable way to improve your living situation. That changes when you let yourself be embroiled in the archaic politics of Quincy clans. I did much to ensure that future Ishida would not be involved in those machinations anymore. What the Ishida need is to focus on making a living like normal people, whereas everything that waits on the path of Quincy is death, as your grandfather found out. Urayu stiffened, and he had to stop himself from collecting Reishi and using it to strike at his father right then. While Ryukin had never made a secret of his dislike for Soken's refusal to leave the Quincy path and his efforts in teaching it to Urayu, he rarely insulted grandfather so directly. That, more than anything else, persuaded Urayu that his father was trying to bait a reaction out of him, so Urayu controlled himself once again, then said, in the same cold tone as before. That still doesn't change that I have been keeping up with my obligations, and that you promised I would have freedom to spend the time left after I'd seen to my studies as I pleased, so long as I did that. Have you decided to go back on your word, or not? Ryukin didn't answer for a few long minutes, studying Urayu with an intensity he wasn't used to, It was almost like being put under a microscope, and unlike when he was training with Master Haiwan, this wasn't a spiritual examination. His father was just staring at him in silence. In the past, that might have been enough to make Uriah fidget, but after the many times he'd found himself on the edge of death in Soul Society, Uriah found that the examination didn't unnerve him anymore. It wasn't pleasant, but he could withstand the silence for however long his father wanted to keep it up. He wasn't scared by it anymore. Perhaps something of his determination showed to his father, or perhaps the man just found whatever he was looking for in Uriah's firm posture and hard glare, as eventually Ryakan nodded and said, in the same tone. "Very well, then I will not interfere, but I want you to be aware that I will not let you drag the Ishida back into the pit of Quincy politics. Do anything that might risk such a thing happening, and I will consider it the same as a breach of your obligations, and ban you from ever doing anything related to Quincy training again." Uriah merely nodded back, and that seemed enough for Ryakan, as the man turned to leave. Only when he had did Uriah let out a long breath, before finally heading to his room to rest. Even as he did, however, he steeled himself. He wasn't going to let even his father stop him from getting his revenge on Aizen for what had happened to his grandfather, and if he needed to play the game of Quincy politics to achieve it, then he would, regardless of what Ryakan thought of it. Ichigo couldn't help the annoyance growing in his soul as he glared at his hollowified body. He flexed the muscles of his arm, trying to achieve a partially transformed state only on it and, instead, finding his whole body reverting to that state, leaving him with only the thin coat of Ryutsu and his mask. He growled, the sound almost inhuman due to the hollow Ryutsu in his body, before he finally conceded, despite himself. "It's not working." Tatsuki, who was currently looking human, frowned and asked, in a thoughtful tone. "You sure your hollow isn't sabotaging you? Tell that Nat that if she insults me again like that, I'll rip her throat out. I'd want this body to be as powerful as possible when I finally usurp control of it from you. Not doing my part here would be the same as sabotaging myself." Ichigo ignored the threat, and tried to not think about how, without the Hujioku, his control over Shiro was more tenuous than it ever had been before. Zanjutsu offered the mental equivalent of a reassuring pat over his shoulder, but even knowing his Zanpakuto had his back wasn't enough to make him feel safe. Still, he could worry about that later. Presently, he just shook his head and answered his best friend, in a tired tone. "He says he isn't, and given what I know of him, I'm inclined to believe it." "Damn, that's a shame. If we could replicate this trick you spoke of on our own, it'd have been useful." She sat down next to him, and Ichigo nodded, before letting out a long breath and saying, "It'd be more than just useful, it's the only thing we have that compares to a captain's power." Tatsuki raised a disbelieving eyebrow at that. "Come on now, you sure you're not overselling it? I know it'd be nice to be able to tailor your power output to match the situation, and with what you said about reaction times going down as strength goes up, I can see how being able to mix and match would be a general upgrade, but from there to saying you can't take a captain without it is silly. I faced 2, 3 if you count the ice kid who was promoted before we left, and survived it just fine. We can do it." Ichigo would have liked to share Tatsuki's confidence, but he just couldn't. "I don't think it counts if you didn't defeat them. The only reason I was able to take down Byakuya, or was able to stop Jin from killing Rukia, was because of the ability to combine Getsuga Tensho with Zero, and I can't do that anymore. I'm so much weaker now, and Aizen has taken the power that made me stronger for himself." Tatsuki seemed to think this over, then punched him in the shoulder, hard. Ichigo stumbled, and looked up to his friend, who was glaring now. "Are you saying you give up? Just because you've hit a stumbling block in your training?" "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" Ichigo trailed off, then let out a long breath as he said, "Tired, I'm just tired, I guess. I accepted these powers to help keep the people I cared about safe, but now I have more people I care about than I ever did before, and the threat to them is so big I don't know what to do to stop it." She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, in a comforting tone, "Well, first of all, you don't need to do anything to stop it, on your own, we'll do it, together, as a team. That's what friends are for, isn't it?" "She is correct, my boy. I accepted to be your Zanpakuto to help you achieve your goals. You won't be left alone to fight the threat ahead." Ichigo couldn't help but feel a bit encouraged after hearing that, so he let out a long breath and straightened, nodding. You're right, I just want to be able to pull my portion of the weight. I know I can rely on you all, I just want you to be able to rely on me as well, you know. Tatsuki grinned and answered. Well, then just to focus on other types of training, just because you can't access these partially transformed states, it doesn't mean you can't get creative in other ways, right? Like what? Well, work with your hollow power, for example. Tatsuki clearly saw on his face that he had no idea what she was talking about, so she explained. It's one of the advantages of being a wizard. See, when you're in the partially transformed state, your hollow power isn't working at its full potential. For example, when I am in fully transformed state, I have a lot more control over the fire, and can manipulate it at much greater distances. However, according to Hiyori, I can learn how to use it without the hollow's help, and if I do, then in the fully transformed state I should be able to access a sort of next-level form of the power. I'm not sure what that would look like yet, but I did manage to boost the fire control some in my last battle, so I feel like I'm getting closer to a breakthrough. And of course, that's in addition to my other trick. I've learned how to apply Hakuda to the flames my hollow generates, and that makes them a lot more useful and deadly. Ichigo listened attentively. That did seem like a possible avenue of power he hadn't considered. However, after a moment of thought, he shook his head and said, annoyed. I don't think that's gonna work for me. Why not? Because my hollow power, as far as I managed to understand it, is to fire Zero more efficiently. That's not something I can apply Hakuda to, since the point of Zero is to purify the Ryotsu of all emotions affecting it. And I don't think there's any real way to improve it, either. What's the upgraded version of a beam that cannot be stopped by anything? Tatsuki nodded. Yeah, that does sounds like a prickle. Still, maybe just try to use Zero more? My hollow isn't really strong enough to use it, but Hiyori did say it can be a great card to play when the enemy thinks to have you cornered. Ichigo conceded the point, but wasn't sure what else to add. Tatsuki had scrunched eyebrows as she considered the matter, then she shrugged. Well, if you can't go down that route, just perfect your other abilities, right? Like, how's your Sonido going? I got a lot of use out of that in my fights against the Shinigami. What about you? Ichigo grimaced, waving his hand halfway. I only used it a little bit. It's handy, don't get me wrong, since it's much faster than both Shunpo and the Quincy sliding platforms, but the lack of control isn't ideal. And managing the correct power output isn't always easy in the middle of combat. Tatsuki blinked. Really? I never had any problems with it. Are you sure your hollow isn't sabotaging you? I'm not. Tell this useless pest that it's the result of your incapacity. My Ryotsu is purer than most hollows, which is what allows me to so easily use Zero, but it also makes it flow more quickly, and your pathetic human abilities can't keep up with the quickness of its responsiveness. Ichigo frowned, then shook his head and explained, for Tatsuki's benefit. The way he puts it, his Ryotsu flows faster than your hollows, like a door with lubricated hinges, so it's just inherently harder to move it precisely. I imagine I just need to train more with it. She pointed a finger at him and said, in an imperious tone. Then do that and get on my level, you scrub. They both laughed afterwards, then Tatsuki said, in a more sedate tone. Alright, so that's one thing you can work on, what of Bala? Ichigo frowned. He was pretty sure that just meant sphere in Spanish, which suggested it was another visored trick, since it seemed like most of their abilities were named in that language. He wondered if Renji had Spanish origins. He sure didn't look like it, or had just picked it out of a hat, before shaking his head and refocusing his attention on Tatsuki as he told her he had no idea what she was speaking of. That caused his friend to blink in surprise, then chuckle. I guess I only had time to show you Sonido the last time we trained, sorry about that. Here, watch. She entered her partially released state, the sharp and pointed beak of her mask making her look more like a strange bird than a lizard like the full form did, and then raised her hand, her eyes narrowing as she concentrated. Slowly, what looked like a slight marble formed over the tip of her index finger. Ichigo quickly flickered from his Shinigami perception to the Quincy one, throwing in a quick, minimal full-bringer pulse as well, and got a clear idea of what Tatsuki was doing, forcing the thin film of Ryotsu around her body to stretch and wrapping it in Reishi, until she had what looked like a solid, if empty, marble stuck to the tip of her finger. Then she aimed it down, and released a sudden, minuscule sonido pulse from the tip, sending the sphere smashing into the ground at the speed of a bullet, leaving a smoking hole with cracked edges on the impact point, while her arm recoiled back from the Ryotsu push. Tatsuki turned to him, and while he couldn't see her lips, there was no doubting the smile in her tone as she explained. "That's a Bala, bullet-fast attack. If you fill it with Ryotsu, it explodes, and although Hiyori said it was too hard, I think if we work on it, we might be able to mix Hakuda into it to give the explosion a bit more of a punch." Ichigo nodded. It was an interesting ability, and even with the limited benefits of speed in spiritual combat, there were a lot of uses for an attack so fast it was almost impossible to avoid, even if the damage from it was very little. Of course, the true usefulness depended on how well the attack matched up to the usual Shinigami defenses like hardened Hakuda or partially discorporating Ho-Ho, which Aizen, Jin and Tuan were sure to be quite skilled with. So, how well did this match up to the defenses of the Shinigami captains you faced, to give me an idea of what baseline we're working with? Tatsuki blinked in surprise at that, then scratched the back of her head in embarrassment, before answering. See, I don't actually know. She wrung her hands together, then elaborated. I've never actually used it in combat, for two big reasons. The first is that, well, I'm not that fast at creating them. That one I just used was perhaps the fastest I've ever done it, and it was without any of the distractions I'd be facing in combat. Ichigo nodded in understanding. It had taken her almost 3 seconds to fully form the projectile, and that much of a wind-up time completely ruined the advantage from the attack itself being very fast. And the second? Well, I'm not actually good at giving them cohesion. The acceleration causes the Bala to break apart before it hits 9 times out of 10, and that's when I formed them properly, rather than the patch job I end up with when I'm in a hurry. She demonstrated, pointing her finger to the wall on the opposite side of the park, and shooting another sphere. With his senses fully extended, Ichigo could see it fragmenting in midair long before it reached its target, and what did reach it were minute shards that had no more effect on the bricks than a handful of crumbs would have had. He nodded and said, in an understanding tone. So, you haven't brought them up to combat speed yet? Tatsuki shook her head. No, not really. Then she perked up, raising a finger. But with all the training I've been doing with Renji in hand-to-hand recently, I figured a way I might get around it and make them useful until I'm actually fast enough to shoot them. Watch this. She got up and turned toward the waist-height wall they were sitting on, then punched it. Just as the attack was about to hit, Ichigo saw that a handful of marbles had formed across Tatsuki's knuckles, and she released them with Sonido just as she struck. Her punch rebounded backwards, while the Bala smashed into the fence just a fraction of a second before fragmenting, which they did while they were already partially inside of it, shredding a chunk of masonry as if it had been hit by a bomb. That's impressive. It's like you're punching a grenade straight inside your target, isn't it? Yeah, hurts like it, too. Ichigo turned, and saw that Tatsuki's knuckles had been left a mess by the attack, despite the fact that the Sonido rebound had moved the hand out of the explosion's area of effect for the most part. Luckily, her hollow's regeneration was already taking care of it, and after a moment, she shook a fully healed hand. She dismissed her mask, then said, sounding eager. So, ready for some serious training? He grinned back and nodded. It might not be comparable to what the Hujioku had made him capable of, but any road that led to improvement was one he was fine with taking. They spent the following several hours training in both Sonido and Bala, alternating between the two, both in practicing getting faster and more precise in using the abilities themselves, and trying to figure out more creative applications for either. Ichigo couldn't say he was very proud of the results. They'd come up with some ideas, and a few theories they didn't yet have the technical skill required to try out, but overall the progress had been very little. Still, a little was better than nothing, and having a new path to strengthening himself helped to somewhat reduce the feeling of uselessness he'd been feeling lately. As they finally headed back, with the sun setting behind them, Tatsuki commented, stretching her arms over her head. Well, that was fun. Ichigo agreed. While they butted heads a lot, that helped in coming up with new ideas for new techniques in a way that mere discussion didn't, and the motivation from having somebody to measure up to, and which would mock you mercilessly if you didn't, wasn't something to discount. either. It was. We should do it more often, although I don't know if you'll have the time, with how much you've been training with Orium recently. Tatsuki smirked. In truth, I'm surprised you didn't go to her today as well. You've wanted her to get some training for so long, I thought you'd jump at the chance to see it done. She had to meet her grandmother, she's the one that pays for Orium's apartment, and since she wanted to visit her today, I felt it was best if I didn't bother them. And I'm not sure I'd want to be introduced to what's left of Orium's family right now, when things are so confusing. Confusing? What do you mean? Tatsuki's frown made it clear she had no idea why Ichigo might be troubled on the matter. He found himself surprised that Orium had not told her, but then decided she'd probably not wanted to involve their mutual friend so that Ichigo didn't feel pressured in making a decision quickly. However, on impulse, Ichigo decided that he actually needed Tatsuki's help in this, as the one person that knew the two of them best. She was the one person he could actually ask advice from, since he wasn't about to consider the possibility his father might have anything useful to say. Orium told me the other day that she's in love with me. Oh. Tatsuki went silent, but Ichigo didn't hurry her, letting his friend consider the matter. Eventually, she seemed to have recovered from the surprise enough to speak up again. I've known for a long time she had sort of a crush on you, but I didn't think anything would come of it. She changes her mind on stuff so often, I didn't consider the possibility this might be one of those things she was serious about. Ichigo let out a long breath, that made some amount of sense, although hearing that Orium might have been feeling like this for a long time wasn't something that made any of this easier. She seemed very serious when she spoke to me about it. I think I know her well enough to be sure this isn't something that she'll forget in a couple days. Tatsuki nodded, looking serious and thoughtful. Once again, Ichigo gave her the time she needed, and it didn't take her long before she asked, sounding very serious. Did you ask her for time, or something? The way you're speaking, you haven't answered to her yet. She said me to take all the time I needed, and that it wouldn't change anything even if I said I didn't feel the same as her. But the truth is, I've no idea how I feel about it. It's not like I don't like her as a person, I wouldn't have been her friend for so long if I didn't, but deciding whether I like her enough to want more than that is, how do I even figure it out? Tatsuki looked at him with a confused expression. Any reason you're asking me that? I don't know what you're feeling any better than you yourself do. No, but you know both me and Orium much better than anybody else I could ask to. I was hoping you could help me put things into perspective, somehow. Tatsuki chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, this really isn't my area of expertise. If you need somebody punched, I'm good for that, but emotions and feelings aren't the kind of mess I can help with. Ichigo sighed, he'd feared that. I guessed, but I had to try anyway, it's not like there's anybody with actual experience I could ask. Tatsuki seemed to consider the matter, then said, slowly. Tomorrow you're going to see Miss Masake, right? Ichigo was left surprised at the sudden change in argument, but nodded nevertheless. Each anniversary of his mother's death, he, his father and his sisters always went to visit her grave. They would spend the whole day there, with Yuzu even preparing a picnic for them to eat. It was their most important family tradition, and one of the rare days when Ishine actually bothered to be serious for more than a sentence at a time. As that thought popped into his mind, Ichigo realized what Tatsuki was going to say next and immediately added, quickly. No, I'm not going to ask my father. Forget it, that'd just be embarrassing and would help nothing. She raised her hands in a surrender position and said, in a hurried tone. Wait, hear me out first, and if you don't like it, I'll try to think of something else. Ichigo wasn't very inclined to agree, but after a moment, he grudgingly did. He had decided to ask for Tatsuki's help, it'd be just rude to not even hear what her idea was. If it was stupid, he could just shut it down after she'd explained it. All right, let's hear it. Well, you told me in the past that when you go there, you tell each other stories about her, right? Ichigo nodded. Telling each other tales of his mother was the best way they could think of to honor her, and it helped to keep her memory alive in their hearts as the energetic woman she was in life, rather than as an empty symbol of all the things that her death had robbed them from experiencing with her. Tatsuki easily saw that he wasn't in a condition to say anything more, so she quickly continued. Then, ask your father to tell you the story of how he fell in love with her. He might be an idiot, but we both know he really, truly loved your mother. He knows what it's like, in a way the two of us don't, and he should be honest enough for you to be able to use his experience as a guide, right?" Ichigo frowned. He wasn't sure he could fathom the idea of using his father as a role model for anything, but it was at least a plan. He didn't think Ishine would do anything especially stupid, not if it would ruin their little ritual, so at the very worst it'd be a bit of time wasted uselessly. It might be worth a try. Even with that resolve, it took Ichigo a moment to find his voice and say, "Gruff. I suppose it's better than nothing, but I want you to know you're really crappy at this." Tatsuki chuckled and countered, amused. "Never said I wasn't." Then her expression turned softer as she added, "And don't worry too much. I'm sure you'll figure out the right thing to do, you usually do." Ichigo wasn't sure how to take that, but luckily Tatsuki didn't let the silence grow awkward as she added, smashing her fists together. "And now I'm going to punch your head in, to get all of this mushy feeling away from me before I'm infected." He laughed, dodging the two slow follow-up punches from her before she let out and started to laugh on her own. Ichigo couldn't help but relax a bit after that. The discussion might not have solved much, but just like their training, it had given him something to work on, and that was better than nothing. And, Ichigo added to himself, maybe he would try and talk to his mother's tomb as well. Once he was there, she might not be able to answer him, but perhaps sharing his doubts with her would help him figure out what she would have said to clear them out. It might not work, but just like trying to have Ishine be useful for once, it was something worth trying that, even in the worst case, wouldn't cost him much. If nothing else, it would be a day of peace to try and reflect on things, and put his life in a semblance of order, and that was what he currently needed most. It was almost dawn in Karakura when a large tear formed in the sky and a man stepped out of it, standing on the air of the mortal world with only the barest thought, the skill honed by long practice. He took in the rising sun, before letting his eyes roam over the city. From this high up, it was not possible to sense any of the inhabitants, but he knew that every one of their targets was down there, either hiding or waiting for them to show up. "So, are we going then? I haven't been to the mortal realm in ages. I'd really like to finally get some exercise in." Tsukishima turned toward the group at his back, the sense of anticipation coming from all of them bar one hitting him like a wave, as they simply didn't care to hide their ryotsu. It was a large group, over 20 in number, but most of them he didn't care about, as the two groups of underlings would each follow what their two respective leaders ordered them to do. Only those leaders, and the two others who had no underlings at all, actually mattered. He focused on the figure who had spoken, a tall man wearing black slacks and boots, with two white belts, to one of which was secured a katana with a blue handle in a white sheath, and an open jacket, white on the outside but black on the inside, over a fully bare chest that included a round hollow hole just under his sternum. Yet, he looked like a man, not an hollow. His face had a chiseled jawline, wild and spiky blue hairs that matched his blue eyes, and the only other weird feature was that his left cheek was covered with a plate of white bone that seemed shaped like a pair of closed jaws with sharp teeth within. Knowing the man would only get more obnoxious if he was ignored, Tsukishima said to him, in a placating tone, "You'll be able to get as much of it as you want soon, Grimmjow, don't worry." "Awesome." The man flexed his arms, the air slightly warping and tearing around him as he let a sliver of his power loose. Tsukishima ignored it, instead focusing on the group as a whole. "Do you all remember your tasks?" Grimmjow once again spoke first, his grin growing more feral. "Yeah, I and my guys will go and give the Shinigami a bad day, make a mess of them." He closes his fist as he did so, the air near his fingers cracking and twisting as he added eagerly, "That's going to be fun." Tsukishima frowned slightly. Grimmjow was the only reason he was making them repeat their tasks to him. He knew none of the other would forget their commands, but singling him out would just create more headaches, so he found it important to stress, in a warning tone. "Don't forget, while reducing their strength is meaningful, the primary objective is to make a show of force and drive proper terror for the Espada into their hearts. I know." He waved his hand in a dismissive manner, causing the air around it to flicker as it was shredded by his movement. "I'll ensure there's at least one witness left to deliver the message, don't worry about it." Tsukishima found that he was worrying anyway, but decided to push the idea aside, looking for the other three Espada. The next one to speak was the woman with curly purple hairs marked by a spiked bone hairpin on their left side, and purple teardrop-shaped marks under her equally purple eyes, who was wearing a frilly dress with large, poofy sleeves that cut off at the shoulder, elbow-length fingerless gloves, and leg warmers attached to garters at her thighs, covering knee-high boots. She grinned and said, in a relaxed tone, "I'm to meet our new allies, to explain Lord Aizen's conditions and deliver the bribe." She gestured vaguely to the large box that two of the girl behind her were carrying. Tsukishima nodded, glanced at Grimjo, then to her again as he asked, "And if they ask why it's not myself meeting with them? Let them know you'll pass by later to confirm, and that the timetable doesn't require them to act until you've actually done so." "Good. I'm sure I don't need to remind you how important it is that they cooperate, but should they have changed their minds on that, you know what to do." She scoffed, her answer delivered in a cocky tone. "Take out as many as possible, and capture at least one at all costs, more if feasible, before retreating." Tsukishima nodded, then turned to the third individual, a tall one wearing a long coat that made it difficult to determine if they were a man or woman at first glance, especially because his face was covered by a elongated, cylindrical white porcelain mask sporting 8 holes in 2 vertical columns of 4. "Aaron." The voice coming from within the mask chuckled, echoing strangely as it said, in a strident tone, "I am to use my knowledge of the city to lead these 2 idiots to their destination, of course, before helping you in disposing of the local rabble that has given us so much trouble recently, Tsukishima." The insult caused Grimjo to turn toward the taller Espada with a glare, barking in an angry tone as the air around him started to vibrate slightly. "Watch your words, freak, or I'm going to make you swallow them all until you can't speak anymore." The purple-haired woman also looked angry, but she chose to say, her tone annoyed, "And cut it with the voice, it's creepy." Tsukishima raised his hand before it could devolve into a spat, then asked, in a serious tone, "What if Sairachi isn't able to secure the collaboration we need and ends up killing everybody?" A sigh came from the tall, masked figure as it said, in a echoing, growling voice that somehow managed to sound tired, "I shall make sure to avoid killing the spares should an emergency situation arise, and let you to deal with them instead." Tsukishima nodded. He didn't even need to turn to the last member of the team, as the neutral voice, devoid of emotion or inflection, spoke up without prompting. "And I shall ensure everything needed to carry out the first step of Lord Aizen's grand plan is put into place." The man nodded to the short, black-haired, and green-eyed man who sported what looked like half a horned helmet over the top left side of his head and teal lines descending from the corner of his eyes all the way to his jaw, which would have made him look like he was crying if his expression wasn't always very much emotionless. But then, Tsukishima supposed that was just Ulquiorra's way. Tsukishima nodded, not having any warning to deliver to the 4th Espada, and instead said, to the group at large, "Then, if you're all ready, no need to waste any more time, let us get going." It was time to set Lord Aizen's plans into motions, and Tsukishima could admit to himself that he was looking forward to it. It was time for the world to be changed, and as he looked at the rising sun once more, he couldn't help but smile to himself at the idea that it wouldn't be long before it raised on the perfect world Lord Aizen would create for them all. Chapter 73, Memories. "Ah, you didn't sleep in. Good." Ichigo eyed the bucket of water in his sister's hand before glaring at Karen's deadpan expression. "Let me guess, you were planning on waking me up yourself if I wasn't." Karen nodded, completely unfazed, and then added, in a warning tone, "We need to be out the door in 10 minutes, so you should get ready fast and come down." Ichigo let out a long breath once his sister was gone, before moving to finish changing so he could head out. Still, even as he did, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to get this whole talk over with, and having the chance to spend some time remembering his mom was something he cared about. On the other hand, a part of that memory was knowing how she'd died, how her killer was still at large, probably working with Aizen, and while intellectually he didn't think he or his father were directly responsible for that, emotionally it was another matter, and he knew that asking about how the two of them had figured out they were right for each other was going to bring that sense of guilt back to the forefront of his mind. "We have faced greater adversity than this together, Ichigo. Settling your emotions is important, I understand that, but I think you're giving this more weight in your mind than it deserves." Ichigo was surprised by Zanjitsu's words, but as he considered them, he decided there was merit to the suggestion. If nothing else, it gave him hope that, regardless of the certain awkwardness, it might not be as painful as he feared. On instinct, he reached for Zanjutsu and, after finishing to put on his jacket, he slung the sword over his shoulder, deciding to bring it along. The advice might be useful. He grabbed Getsuga Tensho as well, since the only reason to leave the weapons behind, not being questioned about why he was carrying them, no longer mattered if he already was bringing one sword along anyway. And sure enough, when he reached his family on the ground floor, his father looked at him perplexedly and asked, pointing at the swords, "Are you expecting trouble, or something?" Ichigo shrugged, not wanting to actually explain why he was carrying his swords around, so instead he gestured to the first aid kit that his father was carrying slung over his shoulder. "I could say the same to you. Do you expect one of us to get hurt while taking a walk?" Ishine straightened himself to make himself look more impressive, although all he managed to achieve was to look more ridiculous instead, and answered in a lecturing tone. "I am the assigned chief medical officer of this expedition, of course I have to bring along the necessary supplies." Ichigo blinked, with Yuzu nodding along as she raised the picnic basket in her hands and added, with an amused smile, "I'm the head of the lunch staff. And I'm the staff director, which gets to decide what everybody does. You're the luggage carrier, so pick the rest up already." Ichigo turned toward Karen, who was pointing to the backpack with the blanket, as well as an umbrella and a number of other things he wasn't sure were entirely necessarily for a picnic. He took in his sister's deadpan stare, and considered disagreeing for a moment, before shaking his head and picking the stuff up as he asked, "When was this decided, anyway?" Ishine grinned and answered, in a smug tone, "We had a meeting yesterday night to establish everybody's role, but you came home after your curfew, again. So the decision was made when you weren't present. Maybe this will teach you to respect your poor old father's commands next time, and be home in time." Ichigo sighed, and didn't answer, instead focusing on collecting the stuff and moving out. Luckily, it was a relatively sunny day, and while it was a bit uncomfortable to be carrying the backpack at the same time as his swords, the fact the spiritual weapons were invisible to those who couldn't see spirits meant he didn't attract any particular glances from passers-by as they headed toward the graveyard. He took the time to focus and relax a bit, or would have, if Karen hadn't moved next to him. When Ichigo raised an eyebrow in confusion at her seeking his company, she gestured to where, in front of them, Ishine was encouraging Yuzo, who was complaining about the steep ascent of the hill road they were on, in his usual overbearing manner, and then she added, deadpan, "Dad's being a pain again, and he'd be more of one if I went ahead on my own." Ichigo nodded, that made sense enough. However, as they continued to walk, Ichigo noticed that Karen was not as calm as she appeared at first glance. That left him confused until he realized that, after the many fights he'd went through in Soul Society, fighting against people who had great skill in hiding their feelings so as not to telegraph their attacks, and how much effort he had put in reading them anyway, he now unconsciously kept a level of awareness to the emotions of those around him that was much greater than he'd ever had before. He wondered for a moment how many other small, minor changes he'd underwent without even noticing, but then pushed the thought away, since focusing on his sister was more important right now. It was very apparent to him, thanks to his accidental observation of her soul, that Karen's confidence was like a layer she was putting up over her actual inner emotional turmoil, which seemed to primarily consist of a mix of self-doubt, fear and determination, the latter clearly aimed to the former. It was something he'd never have expected from Karen, and whatever it was that was troubling his little sister, he felt like he had to at least try and help. "So," he asked, in a thoughtful tone, "I was wondering, is there a specific reason you try to look so cool all the time?" Karen frowned at the question and answered, in an annoyed tone, "I'm not trying to be cool, I am cool. Of course. But you are also working hard to make yourself cooler, aren't you?" Karen snorted, then glanced up at him. "What brought this about?" Ichigo wasn't sure how to explain, until he realized that, aside from his heightened perception, there was another genuine reason he wanted to speak of this stuff, as a way to solve the doubts he was having about the whole Orium situation. "A lot of stuff has been going on that left me thinking about how to tell what somebody really is feeling, and, well, because of what day today is, I guess." He nodded at the graveyard's gate ahead of them, and added, feeling a sense of nostalgia. I just felt like Mom would have wanted me to make sure about you being well. Karen looked surprised by the comment, then seemingly thought the matter over, before hesitatingly admitting. I guess I can see that. She always said that if I ever had fear of the dark, she would be there. When Yuzu had a bad dream, Mom was always there to comfort her. She was strong, and cool, and safe. She trailed off, then said, her confident tone reasserting itself. So, you see, I'm just as cool as her, naturally. However, without her around, I need to put the effort in to be cool for too. Yuzu wouldn't be able to, anyway, she always cries when she's scared. And perhaps, Ichigo thought, because by pretending to be strong for Yuzu, Karen would have been feeling like their mom was still with them. He supposed it was better than his own feelings of misguided guilt had been, if nothing else. Still, he glanced at Ishine in front of them pumping his arms up and down as he pretended to run in place to encourage Yuzu, and Karen, following Ichigo's gaze, added. And anybody can see that Dad being cool is just impossible. Ichigo couldn't find it in himself to argue, so he asked instead, mostly out of curiosity to hear what she would say. What of me? Is your older brother not cool at all? Karen glanced back up at him at that, and while it wasn't the disappointed look she'd reserved to their father, she didn't look very impressed either, as she answered. You're fine, but in more of a boring manner. I don't think anybody would actually ever think you are cool. Ichigo couldn't help but feel a bit amused at that, and countered with, I'll have you know I've had people say to me I'm quite cool, but Karen shrugged, apparently not surprised and also otherwise unimpressed as she answered, Orium doesn't count, she's had a huge crush on you for ages. Ichigo hadn't expected that, and his steps slowed as he considered if he really was that oblivious, or if Karen was just more perceptive than he was. Which, he realized frowning, really clashed with how he'd just noticed he had become a lot more perceptive recently. Had he just been selectively unobservant? As they reached the wall with the gravestone, the thought gave way to more somber ones, as Ichigo remembered his mother's face, the way the last thing he'd seen of her had been her smiling at him, telling him everything would be fine. He wondered what she'd felt like in those last few moments, how hard it had to have been to know she was not going to see the afterlife, whether she'd been proud that she'd managed to bait the hollow far enough away from Ichigo that he'd not been eaten, or disappointed that she had lost. He wondered if the certainty of having at least saved him had given her any solace at all. He also considered the determination he'd felt when he'd gone to save Rukia, the will to win and the readiness to risk everything. At the time, he'd not considered it, but now he couldn't help but ask himself if his mom had felt the same as he had, and if she'd have been proud of what he'd done. He had the sense she would have been, although that might just be his hope coloring his thoughts. Ichigo glanced at the rest of their family. Yuzu was kneeling in front of the tomb and crying, while Karen was recounting the last year in a general way, assuring their mom that herself, Ichigo and Yuzu were all fine, while conspicuously leaving their father out of that, and instead saying he was still a never-ending embarrassment. Ishine himself was as silent as Ichigo, but he was also smoking, a cigarette in his hand that would be the single one he would smoke in the entire year, in what Ichigo knew was a ritual of his. He'd never found it in himself to ask why, but considering how he was planning to ask a far more personal question later, Ichigo impulsively just went ahead with it. Why do you always smoke when we come here? You know it's bad for you. In fact, you taught me that. You're the doctor here. Ishine didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the gravestone, but he did answer, in a soft, serious tone that Ichigo only rarely got to hear from him. Masaka liked how I looked when I did, and I like to remember her compliments while I'm here. That made as much sense as anything, Ichigo allowed. It was also something he'd never considered his father would do. He liked to do a lot of stupid things, but doing something that hurt him, even if only slightly, for the sake of someone else, was not something Ichigo had a memory of happening often. He turned back to his sisters as he thought the matter over, and found that Karen had finished with her recounting of their activities, and was now telling to Yuzu, with a long-suffering tone. Come on, you shouldn't cry this much, we're 11 now, we're too old for it. Ishine spoke up at that, in a bombastic tone, as he countered. But as the chief medical officer, I have to remark that tears are of great physiological importance. It's perfectly fine and healthy to release as many as possible when one is feeling overwhelmed. Karen turned back to glare at Ishine as she countered, hands over her waist. You're only saying that because you're an old man with no idea of how somebody should act. Ichigo left them to their squabbles, instead kneeling next to Yuzu and saying to her, in a tone low enough that only she would hear. It's fine to miss her, I do too. But, you know she'll want you to be happy, right? Yuzu nodded slowly, her tears slowing down a bit, so Ichigo went on to add, putting a hand around her shoulder. And she would want you to eat, as well. I remember her always telling you not to leave anything in your plate. Didn't she? That caused Yuzu to nod a bit more securely, a tiny smile appearing on her lips as she added. She did. She always said that seeing us all well fed made her happy. I've told you, I've been learning how to cook from her books, right? She hadn't, actually, but Ichigo nodded anyway, and then added, this time loud enough for Karen and Ishine both to hear. So, Miss Head of the lunch staff, have you decided if it's time for us all to eat? Yuzu giggled at that, then nodded, decisively this time, and grabbed Ichigo's arm to slowly get up and say, in a tone that was a bit happier than before. We should go now. And then, story time. That caused Ishine to let out a whoop, after which they quickly left the graveyard to move to the small grassy hill just outside of it, which had a small copse of trees on the opposite side, keeping the place nicely isolated, so that it almost felt like they were out of Karakura entirely. And the breeze whistling through the trees brought the scent of the pines over the area, just light enough to be felt without being overpowering, which added something to the experience. Once they were done eating, Ishine grinned, and asked, in a happy tone, who wants to go first, which prompted Ichigo to seize the moment. He'd never been one to hesitate much anyway, and the sooner he got it out of the way, the more time he would have to figure out whether his father's answer was actually of any use. Thus, he asked, serious. I was wondering if you would be up to telling us how you figured out you were in love with Mom. That caused a look of surprise to appear on everybody's face. Ishine reacted first, looking genuinely baffled at the question. That's not the sort of question I would have expected from you, Ichigo. Ishine's words seemed to be enough to shook Karen from her surprise, as she shrugged and said, in a nonchalant tone. Well, he sort of is at about that age, you know. Yuzu glanced at her twin in puzzlement. No? I don't know. What age? Ichigo ignored Karen's exasperated scoff at that, instead keeping his gaze firmly on his father. If you don't want to say, or it'd be too much of a bother, that's fine. I was just curious, that's all. Ishine seemed to study him for a few long minutes, then shrugged in a careless manner and answered. It's not that complicated, truly. I and Masaka were out together, and she was criticizing my friends of the time, as she often did. You mean Jinjo's crew? Ishine blinked at Ichigo's interruption, then scratched his head in a bit of embarrassment. Right, I had forgotten you'd met him. Anyway, yeah, them. Ichigo nodded, and Ishine went on. So, she went on to say that, by being nothing more than Jinjo's combat medic, I was wasting my potential. That she thought abilities like mine shouldn't be used to help a madman go on a wasteful crusade who'd benefit nobody, but instead shared with everybody, used to give people a hand in making their life that little bit better. Ishine was looking into the distance now, as if recalling the conversation as he spoke of it, while he went on. At that time, I was finishing my internship, and I didn't have any lofty ambitions. I'd gone into medicine because I thought it would pay well and it might be useful in helping Jinjo achieve his goals, but I didn't really care all that much about it. Ichigo couldn't hide his surprise at that, and he could sense his sisters were equally confused at the idea. Their father's one-person clinic was really not a good way to make money, and Ichigo knew for a fact that, very often, Ishine had reduced or waived fees of people who couldn't afford them, and that many people went to him specifically because he didn't make them jump through as many hoops as others would. That was not the behavior of somebody who didn't care about his patient, and upon seeing their expression, Ishine chuckled, clearly amused by the reaction. Yeah, I know, but see, that's kind of the point of the story. He leaned forward, and went on. Hearing Masaka spoke of it like that, with such conviction, was eye-opening. She saw me in a way I'd never seen myself, but just by listening at her, things I'd never consider and which, if I had considered them, I would have dismissed as impossible, suddenly seemed so very real, almost within my grasp. That's when I realized I loved her, because after all, that's the difference between friendship and love, isn't it? Friends are people who enjoy your company and whose company you enjoy, but the people you love are those who make you want to be better, not by manipulating you, but just for yourself, because they help you see what you could be. Ishain shrugged, and leaned back on the blanket, concluding. Or that's what I think, at any rate, not like there's a fixed rule for it or anything like that. Ichigo nodded, considering the answer. It was better than he'd expected. To be honest, he probably ought to thank Tatsuki at some point, seeing as her idea had proved not to be so stupid after all. He wasn't sure how much his father's words would apply to his situation, if at all, but it was at least a point of view he wouldn't have thought about on his own. Before he could think much about it right then, however, Ishain went on, with a sly smile on his lips. And then, after that, that's enough, thank you, no need to add anything more. Ichigo waved his hands, not wanting to give the old man time to start talking about embarrassing things, and Karen nodded decisively and added, in a tone that promised retribution if he did say anything more. There's children around here, you know. Their father let out a long huff and deflated, answering. Well, it was just getting to the best part, but if you don't want to hear the rest, then I'll end the story there, I guess. Oh no, please, keep going, I'd like to hear the rest. Ichigo's eyes widened as he turned in the direction the words had come from, almost disbelieving he had really heard it, especially after the tale they'd just witnessed. What he saw was a tall figure with their head covered by an elongated, cylindrical white porcelain mask with 8 eye holes, and wearing a long white coat that made it difficult to determine if they were a man or woman at first glance, although the voice was feminine and achingly familiar. So? Why did you stop? Ichigo could see Yuzu and Karen next to him frozen in shock, while the look on Ishain's face as he asked, "What's going on?" was openly disbelieving. The figure shook their head and said, in a sad tone. "Do you not recognize me? I suppose it's the helmet, give me a moment." Then, with a smooth movement, the tall figure removed the helmet, revealing wavy, rust-colored hair and warm brown eyes in the familiar face of a woman in her early 30s that Ichigo recognized immediately. And he wasn't the only one, as he could feel Karen gasp of surprise and Yuzu's whispered "Mom," which then was followed by his little sister getting up and shouting "Mom." As she went to rush and throw herself in her arm, Ichigo barely managed to stop her, grabbing her from the shoulder and dragging her back, clutching his sister to his chest. Because, as much as he wanted to believe it was her, he knew of something else that could look like their mother, and the last thing he was going to risk was letting his sister fall in the hands of the very same Hollow who had already taken a member of his family from them. When Yuzu looked at him with confusion as to why he was holding her back, Ichigo shook his head to keep her from doing anything and said instead, "Prove your identity then." He tried his best to keep his tone hard and unyielding, but doing it while looking in his mother's face, in her warm eyes, especially as disappointment and sadness appeared within them, was hard. She seemed genuinely hurt by his words as she spoke. You don't trust me? What's happened to make you so suspicious, Ichigo?" She sighed sadly, then went on, first looking at Ishain who was gripping his first aid kit with whitened knuckles. "I could finish the story myself, if you want. Would that help?" Then she glanced at Karen, a reassuring smile on her lips, and added, "Are you still afraid of the dark, my dear?" which caused Ichigo's tomboy's sister to shake her head hesitantly, looking like she at least was believing it. And Ichigo wasn't sure. Grand Fisher had proved that he could remember some things from the lives of those he ate, even if not everything, and Ichigo had no way to know what the right question to ask would be. He might try to attack, but he didn't want to do that in front of his sisters, not until he was sure this really was an enemy he was facing, and not, by some miracle, their mother returned. That was when Shiro's voice made itself heard, his tone smug. "I can help you here." Ichigo was left puzzled by the declaration for a moment, so his inner hollow continued, in a very condescending tone. "I've worked with the Grand Fisher for a long time, and know many of his secrets. Give me control and keep watch to how the woman reacts to my questions, knowing that I'll be speaking of things your mother would have no knowledge of, but which would draw out very strong reactions from the Grand Fisher." Ichigo nodded, then let Shiro take over, although with Zanjutsu keeping a tight grasp on the hollow so he could be yanked back immediately if he tried anything, while Ichigo himself focused his full attention onto the reaction the woman that he really hoped was his mother, and yet very much feared would not be. Then, with control of Ichigo's mouth, Shiro spoke, his tone mocking. You know, I was wondering, why didn't you tell the Shinigami that you had the potential to be turned into another Hujioka when I escaped, if you truly are that committed to their cause? Would have sped things up by a lot, wouldn't it? And, even if it only lasted a moment, Ichigo saw the glint of outraged hatred in the woman's eyes, something he'd never seen his mother look at him with, and when her expression switched to absolute surprise and confusion and she said, Ichigo, that makes no sense, what are you talking about? He immediately interrupted, taking control of his body from Shiro to say. Dad, that's not Mom. It's Grand Fisher. He turned toward his father, who nodded grimly and said, in an angry tone. I know of it, and what it can do. The hollow in front of them grimaced, looking genuinely annoyed. This is so very annoying, you know? I went to so much effort to make this work, but that bastard had to go and ruin my game. It would have been a ton of fun to string you all by the nose for a while. Yuzu had frozen in fear and disbelief at that, while behind him, Ichigo could feel Karen shaking in anger, her fist clenched in frustration. What's going on? He gently moved Yuzu next to Karen, to which she switched to cling immediately, and, making sure to keep the fake Masaka within his field of view, he half glanced back to Karen and explained. That's not Mom, it's a monster who stole her looks, nothing more. You know, if you'd just let yourself be fooled, this would have been a lot easier on you all. Ichigo returned his full attention to the hollow, who had secured its helmet to its obi with what looked like a latch made specifically for it, and was now stretching its arms above Masaka's head as it continued to speak, still in their mother's voice. Oh well, at least this way I'll get to eat the kids, so that's gotta be fun, right? At that, Ichigo didn't let the monster act first, instead having his soul dash out of his body, which he absorbed in Rukia's storing device with one hand while the other drew Zanjutsu, letting it grow huge in size as he swung. He had to keep the pressure up to stop the hollow from using his power to create an army of enemies. The combination of the sudden growth with the fast swing was far above anything Ichigo had ever used against the Grand Fisher before, and he couldn't help but feel some satisfaction to himself that, even without the Hujioku, he'd still become far stronger through his ordeal in Soul Society. Thus, he was left surprised when, without even any movement, the hollow darted upwards, avoiding the attack. Ichigo realized a moment later that it hadn't dodged by jumping, but rather with a release of Ryutsu from its body granting a sudden acceleration, that was to say, it had used Sonido. Except that, from what Ichigo understood, that should have been impossible. Sonido depended on the fact the hollow's Ryutsu was contained in the shell formed over the host's body, as it was that shell which allowed the Ryutsu to build up and thus have the explosive push when released. A normal hollow didn't have any sort of shell, instead being a mass of roiling Ryutsu kept together by the mask, so one using Sonido should have been impossible. Clearly, the hollow saw the surprise on Ichigo's face, because it smirked cruelly, an expression that was completely out of place on the face it was currently wearing, and explained as it landed. I guess you weren't expecting that? You see, using the Hujioku, Lord Aizen was able to help us seal away most of our power in an item, while keeping a nearly empty shell of Reishi, fashioned out of our mask. It's the same process by which Vizard are made, except we don't need any sort of host, as we use the shell as our own body. It opened its arms wide, as if to show itself off, and continued, smugly. Thanks to being sealed in this manner, we no longer need to feed to survive, and we keep the full power of every creature we devour, making growing in power much easier. We're the next level in Hollow Evolution, Lord Aizen's greatest achievement. You may call us Aaron Cars. It placed a hand over its chest as it said so, before concluding. And, of course, any technique Vizard can use, we have access to as well, and having a Vizard with a century of experience to interrogate made learning how to use them considerably easier. Ichigo understood what was about to happen as Grand Fisher's fingers flicked, but with the attack already in motion, it was too fast to avoid, and a barrage of 5 tiny white marbles exploded out of the Aaron Car's hand and pierced straight through Ichigo's chest, causing him to fall to his knees while Karen screamed his name and Yuzu went still in shock. Luckily, the very speed of the attack meant the projectiles had gone all the way through, and just summoning his mask for a moment was enough to quickly regenerate the wounds away. However, it would have not been enough to stop their enemy from attacking Karen and Yuzu if Ishine hadn't let Ara roar and swiped at the hollow with what, to Ichigo's eyes, looked like a long thread attached to suturing needles, but to his spiritual sense clearly resonated with Ryotsu, like a full-bringer awakened item would. Except, as he glanced at Ishine, he found that it wasn't just the thread and needles, as he had a scalpel in the other hand that was glowing softly, and it looked like the entire first aid pack was awakened. Before Ichigo could think over whether that meant his father had awakened every single piece of the kit, or whether the kit itself had been awakened as a single item somehow despite having many pieces, Ishine roared, furious in a way Ichigo had never heard him be before. "I won't let you take any other member of my family from me, Grand Fisher." The Arrancar used a lateral Sonido to dodge, the movement smoother than it had ever been for Ichigo, because, he realized with a mix of surprise and dread, if its body was actually only an empty shell, it didn't have any broken bones or torn muscles to regenerate after the effort. Which made the ability all the more dangerous in the creature's hand than it had ever been in those of any Vizard. In fact, not only did the creature was left unbothered by the effort and easily able to dodge Ishine's follow-up whipping strike, it was outright chuckling as it said, once again deforming the face it was wearing into an expression of evil glee that had no place on it. "I guess I'll take you down first then. Also, please don't use that name for me anymore. After I evolved to this new form, I decided that a change of name would only be fitting. I go by Eren Nero Rule now." The creature chuckled to itself and added, with some mirth, "I always did found humans' habit of having multiple names amusing." Ishine looked, if anything, even more furious as he growled back. "Once you're dead, nobody will care what you want to be called, Grand Fisher." The glare that formed on the face the Arrancar had stolen was scarier than anything Ichigo had ever seen, if only because of who that face had once belonged to, and then it hissed. "Maybe they'll remember after I've carved it on your skull." This time, Ichigo knew to expect the attack, so he was moving the moment their opponent started speaking, enlarging his sword so it was big enough to offer cover to both himself and Ishine a moment before the bala were fired, so that they smashed into the blade's flat side, and were deflected. His father looked at Ichigo in surprise, then confusion as he asked, "What's that thing on your face?" But Ichigo waved the question away, dismissing the mask as he said, "Not now, we need to keep the pressure up or that monster will drown us in bodies," while he used his spiritual sense to locate the Arrancar, who seemed to have already backed away, and was using the small copse of trees at the edge of the hill for cover as he planned his next attack. Ishine nodded, then his eyes suddenly widened as he asked, scared, "Wait, if you're here, who's keeping your sisters safe?" Ichigo's own eyes widened in return, and then the mask was on his face again and he was moving, using Sonido of his own even as he called, "Learn, Zanjutsu," the blade changing form while Ichigo flew like a missile above his sisters, just in time to have his Zanpakuto stop the barrage of bala Eren had shot from right above them. They were too small to inflict any serious damage, but Zanjutsu absorbed the speed they each had moved at, and Ichigo immediately released it to deliver 5 strikes with the same quickness in an heartbeat. The fast-paced combo caught the Arrancar by surprise and blasted it back, but Ichigo could see that, despite the gouges the attack had opened in its chest, it wasn't bleeding, and the shell quickly patched itself up, returning it to a perfectly pristine look. Still, the surprise hit was enough for Ishine to strike, the scalpel in his hand glowing, and while Eren managed to dodge it, it left a deep furrow in the ground, as if the blade had been far larger and longer than it looked like. However, that had only been a distraction, as with his other hand, Ishine had speared his needle through the Arrancar feet and, Ichigo realized, tied it to the ground so that it couldn't move, the thread disappearing and fusing itself with both the feet and the ground the moment Ishine was done using it. Even before hearing Ishine's shout of, "Hit him, he can't escape," Ichigo was already charging ahead, but before he could strike, Eren grinned, and a miniature bow of Reishi appeared in its hand, barely larger than it, so that it only needed one thumb to draw back and shoot. The Reishi arrow aimed straight at the foot that had been sewn to the ground, destroying it with an explosion that also helped Eren blast himself backwards and away from Ichigo's Zanpakuto. The Arrancar landed in a crouched pose, using its hands for support while the damaged foot reformed. Ichigo glanced at his father to see what he was going to do and coordinate their next attack, but instead found that Ishine was standing stock still, as if disbelieving, as he murmured, "That's one of Masaka's abilities, how?" Eren chuckled, and answered in a mocking tone, "Why, your son didn't tell you anything about Vizard. Another thing that happens thanks to the separation and condensation of their Ryotsu in a single sealed container is that its power is intensified, making the Hollow's abilities more powerful. And in my case, that means now I have full recollection of everything anybody I ever ate was capable of, including their combat techniques. And, as it slammed the reformed foot on the ground, the Aaron car straightened, and a Quincy bow formed into its hands. Ishai's eyes widened at that and he immediately shouted, even as he darted to the side. Ichigo, keep moving, or you're going to get pinned. Ichigo immediately jumped, using Shunpo to take to the air just in time to avoid a Reishi arrow that hit straight where he'd been standing, and then he had to release a large amount of repulsive Ryotsu to push himself away as, instead of dissipating or remaining stuck in the ground, the arrow suddenly reshaped itself into a set of chains that struck upwards toward the sky, barely failing to ensnare him. A glance told him that, while he dodged, Eren had let out another large arrow at Ishai, and while his father had managed to dodge backwards, the arrow had reshaped itself into a large lattice work that made it impossible for him to whip his thread around as he had before, while still leaving his position clearly visible to the Eren car. And, a moment later, as the larger bow disappeared and two smaller ones formed in its hands and it started shooting with those, Ichigo also realized that the setup let the smaller arrows plenty of space to go through, and each which got close enough to Ishai immediately reshaped itself into a net or manacle of sort, clearly trying to capture him and forcing him to dodge. Ichigo drew Getsuga Tensho and let out a wave of cutting black Ryotsu, but Eren reacted immediately, turning one of his handheld bows in his direction and having the arrow strike the attack and deflect it, while the one in the other hand continued to be fired at high speed at Ishai. Ichigo wasn't sure how exactly the Eren car was reshaping his arrows in midair, but it was clear this was a tactic meant to allow a single person to take on and trap a large number of enemies, and Ichigo couldn't help but wonder if the monster had perhaps experienced it firsthand, from the other side, when his mom had tried to fight it off. Once again, he pushed the thought away, as it was liable to distract him, and instead took note of the big weakness this combat style had: it forced the Eren car to stand still. Right now, that was to its advantage. When Ishai tried to maneuver around the lattice work, it merely enlarged one of the bows and used it to extend the barrier, while firing over its shoulder with the smaller one to force Ichigo to dodge again, and then it switched to two smaller versions to continue the fast-paced barrage. But if something managed to get close enough to disrupt the rhythm of the fired arrows, Ichigo was confident they could put enough pressure on it to stop the offensive and counter-attack. So, all he needed was to get close in a fashion too fast to dodge, which he could easily do. Without my powers, you'd be completely useless, human. It's pathetic. Ichigo ignored Shiro's taunts, instead focusing on the goal as he called upon his mask, and swung Getsuga Tensho twice, sending two cutting Ryotsu blades straight at the Eren car even as he moved to the side. Then, while Eren intercepted those attacks, he launched himself forward with Sonido, Zanjutsu straight in front of him, ignoring the pain as his body suffered the acceleration and then as his hollow power regenerated the wounds, instead completely focused on impaling the monster with the fastest attack he could deliver. However, just as he was about to hit, Eren erupted forward once again, and even as Zanjutsu absorbed the sheer power of the impact, the Eren car, who was standing on a Reishi platform just above Ichigo's head, mocked him in an amused tone. You realize I already knew how to overcome this kind of attack, right? And unlike the previous owner, I'm in Hollow, which gives me options she didn't have. As he finished to speak, he waved his hand and Ichigo felt the barrage of dozen of Bala striking him. Then, as soon as they had finished going through him, at no other command than a glint in Eren's eyes, the Bala suddenly dissolved to turn into a set of chains around him. Which, he realized, made perfect sense. The Bala were made of Reishi as much as a Quincy arrow would be, rather than Ryotsu as most hollow attacks would be, so whatever trick Eren had been borrowing from his mom's memories to reshape the arrows, it could apply to the Bala as well. However, if nothing else, Ichigo's attack had distracted Eren from keeping up his offensive, and Ishai was already taking advantage, bouncing from a patch of elastic air to another in a riskier but faster-paced use of the Fullbringer ability than Ichigo had expected of him. However, Eren was ready, as he was already turning and letting out a new barrage of Bala aimed at Ishai. But the projectiles slowed down to a crawl almost immediately, as if the air itself was fighting them off, before falling to the ground, as if gravity had seized them in particular and dragged them down. Meanwhile, Ishin had just vaulted above them and was striking down at Eren with his whipping thread, but the Arrancar grabbed the thread, ignoring how it bit deep into the palm of its hand, and used it to imbalance Ishin and tug him closer with suddenness, and a strength that, Ichigo knew from experience, most people would be unable to match. However, he realized as he saw the way his father's fist was wielding something in a reverse grip, Ishin had expected something like this to happen, as when he was close enough, he went to use it to stab downward. But, a moment before the thin needle could hit the Arrancar's skin, it was stopped by a thick round bar of reishi, as Eren had created a bow without a string in his empty hand, and used it to stop the syringe from hitting its body, before it quickly reformed into a hoop, wrapping itself around Ishin's chest and pinning one of his arms to it as well. The Arrancar glanced at the syringe while shaking its head with a clucking sound, and then moved to watch Ishin as it commented. Was that some form of Fullbringer-empowered anesthetic? I'd expected better. Then, it narrowed its eyes, and went on. Now, I wonder if you'll be as resilient as your son if I use Sonito while holding onto your body. Before Eren could put that threat into practice, Ishin's other hand moved suddenly, causing the thread to wrap around the Arrancar's hand, while the syringe was suddenly replaced by the scalpel, and just a thin movement of that was enough to cut the reishi platform both of them were standing upon in half, causing the half underneath Eren, but not, Ichigo noticed, the half under Ishin's own feet, to crumble. The expression of surprise on the Arrancar's face was painfully familiar to Ichigo, but it also meant the creature hadn't expected to suddenly lose its footing like that, and in that split second, when it had no solid ground to leverage its superior strength and hadn't had time to figure out another maneuver, Ishin heaved with all of his strength as he twisted the arm that was holding the thread, sending the Arrancar flying into the trees. Before he'd even finished the movement, Ishin jumped down next to Ichigo, and a single slice with his scalpel was enough to cut through the chains. In a sense, it wasn't really necessary, as the chains were thin enough. Ichigo was convinced he could have broken them if he'd gone to his fully transformed form. Still, that would tire him out, and when their opponent hadn't even started to use his full power, he wasn't sure that would have been the best choice. He'd barely gotten back to his feet, however, when Ishin barked, eyes fixed on the tree line. Ichigo, take your sisters and go, I'll handle this bastard here. He stared at his father in disbelief, then glared as he raised both of his sword in a guard position and declared, angry. Forget it. I'm not going anywhere. Ishin turned to stare at him, disbelief written in his every feature. You think this is the time for your disrespect? This isn't about dash. Ichigo stopped him by pointing Getsuga in his direction and saying, in his more determined tone, I said forget it. I know what it's like to feel guilty because one of your parent died protecting you, no way I'm letting Yuzu and Karen go through that. Besides, and he put on his most confident grin, I've barely started to fight, and it looks like you're not too bad yourself, old man. I'm sure that, together, we can take him. Ichigo wasn't sure what the expression on his father's face actually meant, but before he could figure out, a very familiar female voice spoke, in the mocking tone that he was already starting to hate, something which made him even angrier with their opponent. Is that so? Mighty confident indeed, boy. I wonder if you'll still think you can take me if you have to constantly keep an eye out for the kids. He was moving before the sentence was even finished, using Sonito to send himself barreling forward, and barely managing to slam in front of Karen and Yuzu and stopping the Bala with his swords, absently noticing that Getsuga hadn't just stopped them, but actually fully absorbed the projectiles, while Zanjutsu had collected the speed of the attacks. Ichigo grinned as he realized that, combined with the sheer strength of the impact he'd absorbed after missing Eren in his latest attack, he now had a seriously powerful attack that could hit faster than he normally would be able to move. All he needed was an opening. Of course, he would first have to find their enemy, and draw it out to where it could be hit. Their father was rushing to reach them, so Ichigo let his gaze roam over the trees, and saw a blue glow the moment Eren summoned a bow, clearly having decided that the arrow had a better shot of harming Ishin than the Bala he had so easily neutralized before. Ichigo trusted his father to handle that attack, and instead swung Getsuga Tensho, curious to see what absorbing the Bala would do to his normal attack, only to be disappointed to find that the wave of cutting Black Ryotsu was neither faster nor otherwise modified by it. The Getsuga didn't normally absorb anything other than Ryotsu, so having it do that here was strange. Still, he pushed the thought away, he would figure out if there was something more to it later. Right now, the cut had, more by chance than any planning on Ichigo's part, almost collapsed the tree on top of Eren, and the Eren car had reacted by dashing out of the woods. Meanwhile, Ishine had struck the arrow by throwing his needle and then used the thread attached to it to redirect the arrow to the side, with a quickness that made it seem almost like he'd practiced that very same maneuver many times before. Eren laughed, and Ichigo grimaced at the memories the sound brought up, but still kept his eyes on the Eren car as it started to dart around them, using one hand to keep sending arrows at them while the others sent a barrage of bala, forcing Ichigo and Ishine to circle around an angry Karen and a trembling Yuzo to keep them from being hit. Ichigo kept an enlarged Zanjutsu in front of himself to stop the small bullets while he used Getsuga to strike the arrows out of the sky, while Ishine used his full bringer powers on the air and ground against the bala and his needle and thread for the arrows, their combined defenses slowly growing more coordinated, making stopping the attacks easier. Ichigo grinned, then told his father, in a low tone that would hopefully not be caught by the Eren car. "I've got something that could really hurt it, if you can find me an opening." Ishine raised an eyebrow, probably in disbelief, if Ichigo's experience with him was anything to go by, but then he nodded and said, "Kurt. All right, be ready." Ichigo prepared himself, and when Eren's next Sonido caused the Eren car to land in a batch of what looked like mere wet mud but, upon stepping on it, revealed itself as quicksand, he darted forward with Sonido, mask on his face and Zanjutsu over his shoulder. The moment he found himself in front of the Eren car, he swung, releasing his Zanpakuto's power to strike at extreme speed. The blade hit at the trapped enemy with enough strength to cause the ground around to explode, the sheer power of it causing Ichigo himself to be blasted back. However, when he got back on his feet as the cloud of dust began to fade, he saw that a white-clothed, battered and badly cracked body was standing in the crater his attack had left behind. It was a familiar body, which sapped the enthusiasm from the victory, but he still felt a bit of satisfaction at having finally defeated an enemy who'd been haunting him for so long. That was when Zanjutsu moved, on his own, and it was only because of his trust in his Zanpakuto being as strong as it was that Ichigo had no instinct to stop it, instead letting his arm be carried by the movement of the sword. Only because of that did the blade found itself able to block the punch of the white figure which erupted out of the ground, and even so, the sheer strength of the attack was so powerful Ichigo was sent rolling backwards, landing into the crater where, up close, he noticed that what looked like a tentacle had extended from the body into a hole in the ground, that the corpse itself had hidden from view from on high. Ichigo rushed out of the crater and dashed to where Eren had apparently just knocked Ishine to the ground with a single punch, leaving the girls unprotected, although Karen was standing in front of Yuzo with her fists raised in a guard position that vaguely resembled something he thought Tatsuki had shown her once. Ichigo didn't hesitate to swing, Zanjutsu growing in size in an instant to reach in time while Ichigo imbued the blade with the desire to cut, severing the Eren car's arm bare moments before it could reach either of them. Eren took a step back, looking at his regenerating arm, before he jumped way backwards when Ichigo swung Zanjutsu horizontally in a strike that, had it hit, would have cleaved the monster in two. As he stood in front of his sisters to guard them, Ichigo took notice that Eren was looking different, with dark skin, black hair tied up in a ponytail that ended in a waterfall of a dozen tiny braid, and otherwise a very human head, except for the band of bone that covered his eyes like a visor, sporting the same deep holes with glowing red eyes within he had as a hollow, and the small holes underneath them he knew hid more tentacles. The Eren car also had a tattoo with the number 9 above its right eyebrow, or rather where the eyebrow would have been, had the bone visor not been there. The Eren car chuckled, and now its voice was echoing weirdly, strident in a manner that was painful to listen to. "You really thought that was enough to take me down? I'm disappointed, boy, you should have known better." Ichigo grimaced, or he would have, had he not been wearing his hollow mask, because, truthfully, his enemy was correct. He had known that Eren had the power to create copies of itself, and use them as decoys, and he had only hit with a direct strike, not destroyed the mask, which meant the hollow was not destroyed, obviously. And yet, the satisfaction of finally being rid of this monster, of having avenged his mom's death once and for all, had blinded him to that. Was he so emotional he'd even forgotten the basics of fighting and hollow? Although, Ichigo realized after a moment, did that even apply to an Eren car? All that was left of the original's mask was a thin visor in front of Eren's eyes, and what's more, He even knew from Shiro that the mask the Grand Fisher had shown to the world was as much a decoy as its puppet clones, and to really kill it he had to find the real one, the hidden core. Where could that be? The Arrancar grinned, as if seeing the doubt in Ichigo despite the mask that was hiding its features, and then said, stepping forward. You realize that, with my increased power, I have the knowledge on how to use the power of hundreds of different Shinigami, right? You sure you and your daddy can take that, boy? And then, before Ichigo could answer, suddenly Erin's looks changed again, to a woman with long black hairs, and a single swiping gesture of her hand sent toward them a dozen of beams of golden light in a corkscrewing pattern, and when Ichigo immediately swung Getsuga to deflect them, the beams turned on themselves to dodge the black riot soot, almost as if sentient. Ichigo paled, knowing he wouldn't be able to stop every single one of those attacks from reaching his sisters behind him if they were capable of altering their path in response to his strikes, but before he could figure out a solution, a black-robed figure with a balaclava hiding his face landed right in front of him. The man was clearly in a hurry, as the tip of his sword slightly nicked Ichigo's shoulder as he landed, but even so, his arrival was welcome as, with a clap of his hands, he created a dozen of floating balls of golden light that lured all of the beams to themselves, absorbing them without harm. Eren glared as the Shinigami straightened himself and said, in a confident tone. And what if they had support of a Shinigami who knows all of your tricks? The Arrancar scoffed, and answered, in an annoyed tone. In that case, I guess I'll take my leave, but this isn't the last any of you has seen of me, remember that. And then, before anybody could react, the Arrancar used Sonido to run away. For a moment, Ichigo contemplated trying to follow, but then dismissed the idea. The Arrancar would be able to keep using the ability without pause or tiring itself, which Ichigo couldn't do, and even if he managed to catch up, in such a situation he might be too tired to win a fight against so strong an enemy without support. Still, he turned to the figure of their savior, the tall man sheathing his sword, even as he waved his free hand to dismiss the Keydolers he had called up, and then pulled the balaclava from his head, revealing a face with long, wavy black hairs and a small scar next to his left eye, smiling friendly. Ichigo smiled back, relaxing as his suspicions were confirmed, before turning back to his hind when his father asked, perplexed. Ichigo, who is this? He smiled, putting away his own swords as he answered, in a more relaxed tone. Dad, this is my friend, Shukuro Tsukishima. He's infiltrated our enemy's forces and is keeping tabs on them. Although I'm not sure why he's here now, even as I appreciate the save there. Ichigo glanced at Tsukishima, so that he could explain, but the Shinigami chuckled and said, in an apologetic tone. I think it's better if we get the girls home first. Staying outside here isn't safe, Eren Nero might come back with reinforcements. Ichigo nodded, and helped his father carry a frightened Yuzuru, before going to work to coax Karen into coming along. However, he couldn't help but relax a little. If there was one thing that he'd learned from his adventure in Soul Society, even as it had put his own strength in doubt, it was that he could count on his friends. He was confident they'd manage to solve whatever trouble was going on without difficulty, as long as he had at least one of them at his side. Chapter 74, Espada. That worked. All of the emergency communication systems with the primary headquarters are online now, it seems. Thank you so much, Mr. Urahara, that'd have taken twice as long to set up without your help. Kisuke smiled, mostly to encourage the girl, Shiro Gain, in not giving him the lieutenant title. It had taken the whole week to get the group to stop giving him a title that the current captain of the 12th had no intention of handing him back, nor had he even tried to reclaim. After all, how could somebody who'd been so completely and utterly fooled as he had been ever pretend to deserve a role that belonged to the smartest Shinigami around? The more he thought about it, the more Kisuke reached the inescapable conclusion that he should have seen Aizen's treason coming. He'd known the whole time, of course, that Aizen was a visionary, a man who thought that having a singular leader with a strong vision in charge was the best way to achieve important goals. But this was not how Kisuke wanted things to change. The goal was to help the people of Soul Society, make things better for everybody, and no matter how good a command over his army of Hollows Aizen might think he had, Kisuke knew there was no way for this not to turn into a bloodbath. He just couldn't understand what Aizen thought he was going to accomplish. Even if he were to win, he was going to have only an empty wasteland left to reign over. Did he want to rule so much that he didn't care he'd be king of the ashes? But the thing that made Kisuk feel worse wasn't even that. It was the fact that he'd invested so much of his hopes in Aizen helping bring about the change he wanted, and yet Aizen had chosen to squander it all. That smarted Kisuk the most. If he had doubts or reservations, why couldn't he have discussed them with him? Why discard him so thoughtlessly, instead of at least try and ask for a second opinion? No matter how many times he thought about it, in the end there was only one conclusion Kisuk could reach. Aizen didn't trust him to be smart enough to help find a better solution, a safest and less brutal path than the one he'd chosen. Which meant that, in a sense, the fact this was happening at all was Kisuk's fault, for having been unable to prove himself enough to Aizen to be a person the former captain of the 12th would come to for advice, instead of being somebody he considered only a pawn. Mr. Urahara? Are you feeling fine? He blinked, then scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, yes, don't worry, I just got distracted thinking of how we could increase the security around the shop. Shirogane looked clearly surprised at the command. Really? I thought you already had some traps set up. Yes, but it's only a small handful. If this is to be your division's base of operation, don't you think it should be a bit better defended? But it already has more defenses than the 6th Division's official Mortal Realm headquarters. Surely that's enough. Kisuk raised a finger in a lecturing manner and countered easily, his voice full of faked enthusiasm. There is no such thing as too many traps, young lady. The young woman laughed, which meant she didn't question Kisuk any further. The truth, however, was more complex than he'd told her. In addition to truly believing that there was no such thing as too many traps, Kisuk also had to find a way to prove Aizen wrong for dismissing him. And using his traps to stop any attack Aizen thought to mount against them was one of the best ways to do it. Which was why he found himself annoyed when Dordoni moved closer and said, in a dismissive tone, "Traps are no real substitute for actual capable fighters. It's a good thing I am here to cover that role while Lieutenant Abarai and Lieutenant Kukaki are at their meeting." Kisuk turned toward the Shinigami who he had, during the last week, taken a deep dislike for. Considering the personality of Rukia's friend Renji, who had selected this group, Kisuk wasn't surprised that most of them were simple meatheads, but Alessandro Dordoni in particular was especially annoying in how he seemed to think that fighting was the only thing he considered worthy of appreciation. Kisuk frowned at him, and countered his comment in an annoyed tone. "That's an easy claim to make, when those traps are going to make it so we won't actually need you to prove it." Kisuk felt particularly smug at the expression of annoyance the remark caused to appear on the other Shinigami's face. Before the man could say anything, however, the roof of the room they were staying in suddenly caved in, as a large figure crashed straight through it. If Kisuk had believed in gods or karma, he would have entertained the thought that he'd provoked the universe into proving him wrong. As it was, however, he instead immediately darted for the monitor controlling the external traps, because this was clearly an attack, and it shouldn't have been possible for anything to get past the external layer of traps. Before he could reach it, however, the answer to how bypassing the traps could have been possible was answered as the air in front of him exploded in a thunderclap, as if a lot of it had been displaced at once. The sheer speed the displaced winds moved at left light cuts on Kisuk's arms, and then he found himself standing in front of a tall man with a patch of bone attached to the left side of his face, spiky blue hairs, and an open jacket, white on the outside but black on the inside, over a fully bare chest that included a round hollow hole just under his sternum. It took a moment for Kisuk to realize that what he was seeing had to be some creation of Aizen, some sort, or new hollow or possibly a visored variant, and in that brief interval of time, the man had cast his eyes around until they'd widened in glee as he'd visualized the doorway to Soul Society, raised a hand in that direction, and left a dark beam fly from his open hand that seemed very much like a Zero, except it was glowing with green light rather than red, and the moment it hit the gate, instead of pulverizing the portion it had hit and continuing past it, unstoppable, the beam somehow disintegrated the gate in its entirety, and didn't damage anything else. While Kisuk tried to make sense of what he was seeing, the ceiling collapsed 4 more times, and as he looked around, he saw that the people who had come through were already attacking, moving with a speed that the surrounding Shinigami couldn't match, and hitting with enough power that their targets were being sent flying around like ragdolls in a storm. The one who'd attacked first, a fat man with half his face covered by a bone mask, seemed to have some form of enlarging power, as he'd grown to be as taller as the room and killed a Shinigami by squashing him under his large feet, while one of the newcomers had his fist wrapped in flames so hot that, when he punched a Shinigami girl with blonde hairs whose leg had been pinned to the ground by some of the collapsed masonry, the attack burned her to cinder in a heartbeat. Kisuk darted backwards, flicking his hand to send a Kido grenade at the blue-haired man. He'd hoped that might either hurt or at least distract him, so he was caught completely off guard when the golden sphere exploded on the man's chest and left not even a scratch on it. In fact, the man didn't even seem to notice, as he was continuing to look around and striking, although only with his fists this time rather than any beam, at specific things, almost, Kisuk realized, as if he knew what to target. As if Aizen had informed him of what to expect, and what objectives to remove first to ensure as much of Kisuk's equipment was destroyed as possible. While Kisuk had changed some things and improved others, especially where the defenses were concerned, most of that had gone in the outer perimeter. He hadn't started modifying the traps inside the shop yet. Hoping that Aizen had missed something wasn't a gamble he wanted to make. He would much prefer to face these enemies outside, where he would have traps the enemies didn't know the effect of as backup while he fought. After all, it was clear this attack's primary goal was denying them their equipment, and only secondarily to hurt the people here. Of the 6 attackers, only 3 were attacking the Shinigami. The other 3, especially the blue-haired one, seemed much more focused on taking the building apart. Thus, Kisuk moved to grab Shirogane, right next to him, pulling the girl out of the way of a bone spike that would have impaled her from behind otherwise, even as he shouted, loudly. "Everybody, let's retreat outside, we can't fight them properly in these tight quarters." That was a consideration as well. The Shinigami were grouped very close to each other, which allowed for the enemies, which were undeniably much faster, and in fact, seemed to Kisuk to be using Sonido, to just smash into those groups and tear them apart at will. However, even as he retreated toward the stairs leading outside, an enemy used Sonido to put himself on the steps, blocking the way forward. He had a bone helmet that looked somewhat like a hammer shark head, whose entire left half was wrapped in teal-colored bandages that also covered his right eye, and was grinning, showing off sharp, triangular teeth. "You think we're gonna let you?" Before he could finish, Dordoni's kick slammed straight into his face, sending him smashing straight into a wall. Even standing on a single foot at the end of what had been a very well-executed pirouette, the man didn't seem in any way unbalanced, and when one of the other enemies, the same who had almost hit Shirogane before, struck with what looked like extendable, sharp nails, the first seed deftly redirected the attack into the ground with his Zanpakuto, and then leveraged that into a kick that he used Ho-Ho to extend slightly, the tip of his foot hitting the enemy in his chest, also sending him flying back, while still standing in perfect equilibrium. When he shouted, "Everybody, do as Kisuk said and retreat to outside," he was much louder than Kisuk, and every Shinigami who had failed to hear him quickly moved to try and follow at that point. The man with flaming fists, who was the second largest of the attackers and by far the one with more visible muscles, charged after them, but Dordoni stopped the man's burning direct with his Zanpakuto, the flames failing to find purchase on the blade, and then kneed him in the belly strongly enough to leave him doubled over, the feet going to the ground to let him deliver a quick follow-up with the other leg that smashed the enemy into the nearby wall. Dordoni glanced to the group of escaping Shinigami, seeing that several of them had stopped to watch, and bellowed in anger. "Keep going, I'm going to cover the retreat and follow." And, much to Kisuk's surprise, Dordoni did just that. The next attack had the man with the burning fists and the one with the stretching nails attack at once, but the first seed pirouetted out the way of the former, letting his first strike hit the ground with enough power to leave a crater of burned concrete behind, used the flat of his blade to catch all 10 of the spikes aimed at him by the latter, and then kicked one into the other, sending them both crashing into the shelves as the group continued to hurry toward the exit. The follow-up attack saw the man with the wrapped helmet straight up throw a shelf at Dordoni, only for the man to cut it in two with his sword and use one of his kicks to send half of it back at the enemy, while he speared the other half on his sword and then maneuvered it to cause the lengthening nail attack to be caught in the wood, which he then continued to move to the right, using the enemy's own attack to leverage him into being smashed into the wall. That seemed to leave the Shinigami open to the fire first one, who was charging from the middle, but Dordoni reached for the ground with his free hand and used it as support to deliver a rising kick with his other feet, sending the enemy crashing into the ceiling. Then they were outside. Kisuk had taken advantage of their quick dash through the shop to release Benihime and wrap a number of scarves of slowed time around the blade, so that, as soon as they all were through the door, with Dordoni exiting last, he swung, sending the newly formed net to cover the door, catching another thrown projectile. This time, Kisuk saw, it was the shop's counter, and slow its progression to a crawl, handily ensuring the door was fully blocked. He grinned as if that had been the plan all along, then tapped the brim of his hat with the handle of Benihime in a gesture of respect as he told the first seat. "Thanks for following my advice, and for guarding our back down there." The dark-haired man puffed his chest, as if considering the praise only to be expected, and then said, in a lofty tone, "Not to worry, such things are but a trifle for me." Then he turned toward the building and added, in a more serious tone than Kisuk had ever heard out of him, "Besides, I also fight better in a more open space. Whirl, Giralda." Kisuk saw that, while the sword the man had raised in front of his face hadn't changed its shape, remaining a standard katana with a purple hilt in a long, downward curved crossguard, the steel now had taken a light green sheen, and it seemed to have a slight haze effect around it. Knowing they didn't have long, Kisuk turned to Shirogane, who had immediately moved to patch up the Shinigami who had followed them. None of them seemed in fighting condition to Kisuk, but at least none of them looked in danger of dying soon either. Which was good, because, now that he had the time to do a head count, he realized with dread that, of the 4 squads Renji had brought along, a total of 40 people, less than a dozen individuals were left. If he wanted to keep them safe, he was going to need help, so he glanced at Shirogane and asked, in a hurried tone, "Do you know any Bakudo large enough to cover all of us here?" She seemed surprised, but then quickly nodded and answered, "I do, but I can't cast it at battle speed yet." "That's not a problem, I'll need to modify the trap anyway, head there, everybody." He pointed toward a place where he'd set up a trap that, with some modification and the help of Benihime's power, might just be able to stand up to what he expected the blue-haired enemy to be capable of. However, before he could start to explain, one wall of the shop exploded, and the 3 enemies that had been chasing them charged out of it with Sonido, barely stopping so they could change direction as they chained 2 Sonido in sequence, something Kisuk hadn't thought to be possible, to head straight at them. Before they could strike, however, a cyclone of winds, glowing green with power, erupted from Dordoni's sword, in a pillar far taller than any of the surrounding buildings, and as the man swung, the pillar followed the path of his sword, capturing the 3 enemies and sending them back into the already damaged shop, the spinning winds turning their own speed against them as they got caught into and pushed along by them. Kisuk took advantage of the moment of reprieve to activate the device that would warn Rukia they were under attack, then reached for the one assigned to controlling the traps and quickly modified one of them before saying to Shirogane, "Start casting right away, then call us a second before the barrier goes up so we can hide inside it. We'll buy time." Dordoni scoffed at the comment and countered, amused, "I could take these 3 buffoons on my own, Urahara. Sure you want to help?" He countered, easily keeping up the affectation of a carefree tone that he defaulted to in most tense situations. "What, and fail to prove the superiority of my traps? My professional pride couldn't take that." As expected, the 3 enemies had gotten back up, and the bandaged one said, in an outraged tone, "Who do you think you are, to take us lightly like that? We'll show you the power of the Arrancar." Kisuk filed the name away, then answered, conversationally, "Was it Aizen who gave you that name, or did you pick it up for yourselves? Because I don't think it's a very good one, to be honest." That particular Arrancar, looking genuinely angry, immediately charged forward, but the other 2 instead turned toward Dordoni, clearly preparing to attack him the moment he tried to intervene in defense of Kisuk. This caused Kisuk himself to smirk, and trigger a traps that caused a blast of acid to erupt straight into the attacker's path. The Arrancar screamed in pain and surprise, stumbling and rolling straight into a nearby wall that released a blast of kinetic energy from another of Kisuk's traps, sending him straight at the Fire Fist guy, hitting him in the belly and bowling him over. The third Arrancar, the only one still standing, shook his head in clear disappointment, and took a step forward. Now that he could see him better, Kisuk was able to notice that he was tall and thin, with black hairs collected into a thin braid that fell behind his left shoulder. Also, the upper left half of his face, including one eye, was covered with bone, continuing into a half-head of sort that sported a long spike. The man raised his hands, pointing them both at them, and Dordoni openly scoffed as he raised Giralda, the cyclone of green winds increasing the speed of its rotation, as he said, "You think that's going to work any better now than it did before?" "Yes." And then, the man's fingers grew to absurd lengths, at the same time as hundreds of spikes erupted from all over his entire body, aimed at both of them at once. Kisuk hurriedly swung Benihime while creating as many whips as he could manage, even as he grimaced, knowing it would be enough to stop that many attacks at once. The limit to Benihime's power was that each swing allowed him to generate a construct the same size as the blade itself, which allowed for very complex creations when he had the time for multiple swings, especially when he created thin ribbons that, thanks to a much more limited thickness, could be folded into the blade many times over and thus were much longer when fully extended, but even with that, there was a limit to how much area he could cover with a single swing. And he knew it wouldn't be enough against an offensive that covered so wide an area at once. Dordoni, however, grinned, and then a number of lesser cyclones erupted from the body of the bigger one, each capped with what looked like a bird's skull, except made of steel. These seemed to have a mind of their own, each heading for a group of the incoming spikes, and managed to push away, deflect or, in the cases where the bird beaks managed to close over them, outright shatter the spikes. Kisuk's effort ensured that none of the stragglers managed to reach him, but the majority had been deflected by the first seat's Shikai. Kisuk glanced in his direction, genuinely impressed, only to see in shock that the larger of the three enemies had taken advantage of the distraction caused by the spike assault to maneuver himself to the side of Dordoni and was positioned to charge at him. Urahara immediately activated the nearest trap as he shouted a warning, but the Arrancar used Sonido to attack faster than the Shinigami would be able to react, and the barrage of water balls turned to steam the moment his burning fists touched them. Dordoni barely managed to turn in time to dodge a direct hit from the fist, but was still hit right in his sternum by the man's large shoulder and bull rushed backwards, although he managed not to let himself be bowled over, instead remaining on his feet. Then he struck, his foot kicking upwards into the enemy's chin and pushing him backwards slightly, before that same foot in its descending arc smacked the enemy in the back of the head with its heel, sending him crashing into the ground. A moment later, a strip of pavement lifted itself from the ground, much like a snake or one of Kisuk's own ribbons. Kisuk used a large whip of his own to intercept it, but even if the portion he'd hit was slowed down, the tip wasn't, instead curving around Kisuk's defense to slap Dordoni with enough power to send him rolling backward. Despite the hit, however, the Shinigami managed to counter by sending several of his mini-cyclones to strike the Arrancar with the wrapped helmet, who had been kneeling at the point of origin of the pavement whip and clearly hadn't expected the attack, as the three bird heads drilled straight through his abdomen, causing his body to fall to the ground in two pieces. Kisuk could see the slight loss of Ryotsu from the wound, vastly inferior to what he'd have expected from a Shinigami or plus of any sort, and when the Arrancar reached with his hands for his severed bottom half, dragging it closer until the two portions started to sew themselves together, Kisuk moved next to Dordoni and said, in a low tone, "Unless the small guy has some truly astounding regeneration, I think it's safe to assume our opponents are some form of hollow, despite their looks." The first seed chuckled as he got back to his feet, using the back of his hand to clean a rivulet of blood from his mouth, then said, eyeing them, "So, I should aim for the mask. You think those helmets and bone coverings are it?" Kisuk glanced at the group, uncertain. The guy with the fire fists, who was slowly getting back to his feet while massaging the back of his head, was dark-skinned, with half his hairs kept short and colored black, while the other half were long and red, but he didn't seem to have any mask at all, other than a small strip of bone along his nose. Of course, it wasn't unheard of for hollows to have non-conventionally placed masks, so it was hard to say, but something about the whole situation struck Kisuk as wrong. Before he could voice his concern to Dordoni, however, another wall of the shop collapsed, and the other three Arrancar emerged from the smoke and rubble. The fat one with the mask covering half of his face was walking alongside a taller blonde one with a sharp chin, coffee-colored skin, and long blonde hairs with what looked like a flat bone cap with two antennae on top of them. The blue-haired one with the open jacket was walking in front, hand in his pockets, a satisfied smile on his lips. He took in the situation with a glance and then asked, looking at the tall and thin one first, who was surrounded by the remains of many shattered bone spikes, "Shalong, what's going on here?" He then glanced at the one with the fire fists, who had barely finished getting up, and raised an eyebrow. "You're not really going to tell me you're having difficulty when you're 3 against 2, are you, Adrid?" The last of the 3, which still hadn't fully recovered from being torn in two, still managed to speak and say, in a tone that sounded halfway between angry and annoyed. "The tallest of the 2, with the wind sword, he's no pushover, King." Kisuk frowned at the appellation, especially since the blue-haired Arrancar didn't seem to react with surprise to it, as if it was a familiar one. Instead, he merely raised an eyebrow in doubt. "If you say so, Roy." That comment seemed to annoy Dordoni, as the first seat of the 6th Division took a step forward and said, with a lot of arrogance in his tone, "He's just saying the truth. He's seen for himself that I could take out all of you at once and still easily win." At being addressed directly, the clear leader of the group turned toward Dordoni, a interested look making his blue eyes glint. Then he snapped his fingers and said, his tone commanding, "Eelford, help Roy get himself together out of the way, then everybody move at the back next to Nakim. I'm going to handle this fight on my own." The blonde Arrancar nodded and then hurried to drag back his still regenerating companion, while the 2 who had been identified as Idrid and Shalong moved to stand next to the fat black-haired one, while the blue-haired king slowly started to move forward. Dordoni paid careful attention to him, and Kisuk could see something changing in the first seat's expression, a certain wariness appearing in his posture, his legs moving slightly to take a more defensive stance as he asked, the arrogance in his tone sounding clearly faked to Kisuk's ears. "And who do you think you are, that you believe you can take on the first seat of the 6th Division, Alessandro Dordoni, without need for help?" Upon hearing his opponent identify himself, the Arrancar chuckled, and then, as he continued to advance, he started to walk up in the air, as if ascending an invisible stairway. Kisuk watched in surprise, because that should have been impossible for an hollow. They couldn't use Shunpo, and none of the abilities Kisuk had learned Vizard to have when he was helping Ichigo train suggested the possibility of such an ability. He wondered what Aizen could possibly have done to these hollows, but then, as he kept watching the Arrancar move forward, Kisuk also realized the enemy was slowly moving closer to being within the area of effect of the most powerful trap among those he had managed to install in this area in the last week. Thus, he focused carefully on watching his steps, even as their blue-haired opponent answered Dordoni's question. "You want to know who I am? For starters, my name is Grimjo Jaeger Jacquez." He gestured to the other 5 Arrancar. "I am the leader of this pack. They choose me as their ruler and king, because since we first met they recognized I was stronger than them all together, and knew that by following me, they'd be lead to greatness." Dordoni interrupted then in a mocking tone. "And instead you lead them to be the servants of the traitor Aizen. And they follow you still." The blue man looked annoyed at that, and took 3 quick steps further while clearly preparing himself to answer with some scathing comment, but that was when Kisuk triggered his trap. The ground underneath glowing golden before crystal erupted from it in a pillar that encased their opponent, immediately followed by a set of purple whips erupting from the ground all around it and wrapping the crystal in multiple glowing spirals that secured his duration. Kisuk grinned and said, letting his own smugness show a bit. "Sorry, I guess we'll need to wait until the crystal breaks tomorrow to learn what you had to say, but don't worry, you're going to get a front seat view to your subordinates being defeated." Seeing the Arrancar glare impotently, a clear mark of how Aizen's creation had just failed to his trap, gave Kisuk a sense of satisfaction. Except that then he saw the image slowly deform before his eyes, and he suddenly realized what was about to happen as the golden crystal seemed to twist upon himself while the image of their enemy became more and more distorted, almost fractally so, and the crystal pillar seemed to bend in a U-shape for a moment. Then, inexorably, with an explosion of cutting winds, Grimjo was standing outside the crystal cage, which itself was back to being a perfect pillar with the purple whips wrapped around it, just an empty one. The expression on their enemy's face as he stood outside the cage morphed from a glare to a triumphant smirk as he said, his tone mocking and dismissive. "You didn't truly believe something like that could hold me prisoner, did you?" It pained Kisuk to have lost his best trap in such a manner, but at least now he had undeniable confirmation of Grimjo's power, so he told Dordoni, quickly. His power, it allows him to warp the air around himself, bending and twisting it to create openings and passages where there shouldn't be any. It can only be stopped by something fully airtight. Dordoni nodded, but before he could answer, Shirogana's voice suddenly shouted, hurried. Mr. Urahara, it's almost done. He glanced back at the group of survivors, and could see that Shirogane was right. The ground underneath their feet was glowing as the Kido she had cast was interacting with the trap to create the dome barrier that would shield them from further harm. Although, now that he knew about Grimjo's power, he would need to also add Benihim's power to the shell to make it truly impossible for the Arrancar to break. Still, it meant he could save them at least, but in calling him, Shirogane had also caught the attention of their enemy, who looked at the group of wounded Shinigami with a slowly growing grin before he turned to tell Kisuke. So, watching while my subordinates got killed, that was your plan, right? I wonder how you'd feel on the other side of it. Kisuke readied himself to interfere, his full attention on Grimjo, so when Benihim's warning come, it was too late to let him stop the kick that hit him straight in the belly. The hit sent him rolling backwards, until he came to a stop in front of Shirogane, right as the barrier closed around them, and looking outside, he saw that Dordoni's attack on Kisuke hadn't caught only him by surprise, but Grimjo as well, keeping the Arrancar from striking at the people inside the barrier before it was ready. Dordoni looked at Kisuke with a smile of satisfied superiority before saying, in a tone matching the look, "You'll do a better job keeping my men alive from inside that cage, Urahara." He would, Kisuke realized, but that also meant he wouldn't be able to trigger any of the leftover traps, or help Dordoni in any way, other than perhaps by shouting suggestions. Still, watching the people around him, Kisuke swallowed his desire to rush outside and prove his smart by beating Aizen's followers into unconsciousness. Much as it smarted, he knew that none of the traps left were stronger than the one Grimjo had just torn apart, and if Kisuke himself died, then everybody that was currently under the modified barrier would as well. Thus, he tapped the barrier with Benihim, making it glow purple alongside the gold. Meanwhile, Grimjo had turned his attention to Dordoni, and was saying, in an amused tone, "You think this changes anything? It doesn't matter what sort of defense he's putting up, I'll destroy it easily enough once I'm done with you." Dordoni looked completely unfazed as he replied, with a grin. "That only matters if you win our duel, and I'm confident you will not. Now, you were introducing yourself, I'd like it if you were to finish. Unless, of course, you're fine with us all thinking all you could lead your people to was servitude under a powerless traitor." Grimjo glared as he countered. "I lead them to greatness. I accepted Aizen's offer to lend him a hand, if in exchange he would lend us power, and he kept his end of the bargain, enormously augmenting all of our powers by helping us evolve into Arrancar. So, now I'm helping him get rid of a few pests. It's barely a bother, really, considering the quality of opposition so far. If anything, it's like he's paying us to have fun." That prompted a lot of laughter from the Arrancar, but Dordoni merely frowned in displeasure. "So you're nothing more than a mercenary then? The traitor didn't even deign to send his elite forces after us." Grimjo reacted to that with a predatory smile. "Oh, we're much more than that. I'm one of the 13 commanders in Aizen's army, leagues above anybody else who follow him. And you think that will impress me? So typical of a traitor, to ape the traditions he abandoned without understanding them. Picking leaders just to meet any target number is the stupidest way to select leadership imaginable. It's not even the 13 strongest hollows in existence, merely the strongest among those few who swore themselves to Aizen. Shinigami captains aren't just picked when a vacancy needs to be filled, they need to prove that they're worthy of the title as well." Grimjo didn't seem at all fazed by those words. If anything, his smile grew even wider as he looked down on Dordoni from his position standing in midair. "Oh, we earned the title all right. Here, why don't I show you?" Then, he pointed his hand toward the remaining ruins of Kisuke's shop, and a sphere of black riot started to coalesce into his grasp, initially glowing with red light, but then, as it continued to accumulate, the light changed from red to green. When Grimjo unleashed the beam, it once again didn't behave like a Zero should, stopping at the ruins instead of punching through, making them glow in that dark green light for a fraction of a second, before the entire shop disappeared, a deep hole that probably went down to the foundations of the building itself. All that Kisuke could see left in the department of it were broken remains of shelves, broken knickknacks and ruined research equipment. All things, he realized, which hadn't been part of the building itself, or at least were no longer attached to the main structure after it had been hit. Everything connected to the wall of the shop that Grimjo hit had been turned into nothing, something that'd normally take several Zero to manage. Kisuk's attention, and Dordoni as well, moved back from the ruins to Grimjo as the Arrancar went on, gloating. That you saw is the next lever of Zero. It has the same unstoppable destructive power, but brought under the full control of the user, making it infinitely more powerful. It is called the Grand Ray Zero, and only those who are capable of achieving such a feat are raised above all others in Aizen's army. The fact that there's currently only 13 who have managed it is but a coincidence. Indeed, I wouldn't be surprised if, by the time I get back to Las Noches after this little trip, somebody else has learned how to use it. He raised his closed fist in front of his face, a triumphant grin on his lips, and concluded. Just as being Arrancar means we have transcended past the hollow stage, marking us as superior to them all, so too transcending the limitation of Zero marks those who manage to do it as above all other Arrancar. That is what marks us as superior, and worthy of being part of Aizen's Espada. Instead of answering that declaration with words, Dordoni immediately attacked, the multiple cyclones rushing toward Grimjo, while the Arrancar crossed his arms in front of his face in a defensive position. A heartbeat later, before the cyclones could strike, a barrage of sharp blades in the shape of arrowheads were shot out of Grimjo's elbows, the Arrancar clearly using some form of sonido on the projectiles as they were fired to make them strike at the speed of bullets. Kisuk expected them to be caught in the spinning wings and redirected away, as Grimjo's followers had been when they'd tried to use sonido in a similar manner, but instead the sharp darts punched through, each causing the column of winds it hit to explode in a blast of uncoordinated winds that only left tiny cuts and scratches on their surroundings. What few reached Grimjo bouncing back from his crossed arms with a tinkling sound while not leaving even a scratch on his skin. Dordoni, meanwhile, had moved out of the way of the attacks the moment he saw the spikes forming on Grimjo's arm, but clearly he too had been expecting his cyclones to deflect them and thus hadn't truly dodged, merely moving out of the way a bit to avoid stray rebounds. As a result, one of the arrowheads managed to hit his left arm, exploding at the point of impact and sending his left forearm flying. Grimjo grinned while the Shinigami let out a cry of pain as he staggered backwards, but to his credit didn't collapse, instead stopping the bleeding, which impressed Kisuk, since he wasn't sure his mastery of Ho-Oh was good enough to achieve the same in battle conditions, before immediately sending his cyclones striking at the enemy again. They reformed attached to each of the metallic bird skulls, which had remained closer to Grimjo after being blown up, thanks to whatever rule governed Dordoni's Shikai, so they immediately struck, before the Arrancar could form more of those deadly arrowheads, attacking from both sides as well as the front to make it impossible for the enemy to dodge. Grimjo didn't even try. Instead, his arms struck to the sides, his fingers somehow managing to grab the column of swirling air as if they were solid, and holding those cyclones at bay like he was gripping two attacking pythons by their neck. Meanwhile, the other three cyclones hit his abdomen with the same spinning movement that had taken out Roy, but instead of drilling through, a keening sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air with increasingly high pitch, and as the cyclones' rotation slowly lost potency, Kisuk could see they'd barely left small bruises on the skin of his belly, but done no more damage. Dordoni was grimacing, but also continuing to attack, as the skull heads on the two cyclones that Grimjo was holding still suddenly opened their beaks to send blasts of what looked like cutting winds at him, if the way they sheared a good portion of his jacket's neck was any indication, but when they reached Grimjo's face, striking it on both sides at once, they didn't harm him at all. The Arrancar raised an eyebrow in disbelief, then glanced at the cyclones he was somehow still holding in place before saying, in a mocking tone. Really, you heard from your comrade that I have the power to bend air to my will, and then attacked me with winds? You're really not very smart, are you? And then, suddenly, Grimjo's grip on the two cyclones tightened, and they stilled, almost looking like they'd been frozen. The effect traveled down them and to the main cyclone in a heartbeat, freezing the entire construct in place at once. Then, before Dordoni could react in any way, Grimjo's fists closed, and the pillars of frozen wind shattered, shards of somehow broken yet solid wind flying all over the place as Dordoni stumbled backwards. That was what saved him from Grimjo's use of Sonido to dive into the ground, striking so powerfully it cratered the ground underneath, even as the Arrancar managed a perfect 3 points landing while looking completely unwinded by either the acceleration or the impact. Even unbalanced as he was, Dordoni immediately went for a powerful kick aimed straight to Grimjo's head, but the Aaron Carr's raised forearm intercepted it, a thundering sound like a gong going off echoing as a result of the sheer power behind the strike. And yet, despite how the very same attack had sent the much larger Idrid flying before, Grimjoe didn't even move from his crouching position, the attack having been stopped dead by a simple block performed without even bracing himself. Dordoni still struck again, going for a straight stab with his Zanpakuto at Grimjoe's face, but the Aaron Carr's other hand sneaked up in a blur, so fast that the only explanation Kisuk could think for it was that he'd used Sonido only on his arm, somehow, without losing any sensitivity for it. Because Grimjoe's left hand had closed around the Zanpakuto's blade, stopping it a few centimeters from his eyes, and despite Dordoni pushing with all of his strength, the sword made no further progress, incapable of hitting despite being tantalizing close. Grimjoe scoffed, and said, in a bored tone, "So, you don't have that power Shinigami used to make their sword cut through anything? Is it exclusive to captains or something? Because anything less than that is not going to get past my Iero." And then, proving his superior strength, Grimjoe used his grip on the blade to move it to the side and away from his face, before his other hand struck in a blur, the air around his fingers twisting and warping before he let it out as he struck, the wind ripping through its target and tearing it apart. Kisuk could feel a few of the Shinigami behind him retching, and most of them turned away, but he didn't, much as he wanted to, instead keeping his eyes on the enemy that would soon come for them. As such, he saw Grimjoe smiling gleefully while standing up, his left hand dripping blood as chunks of corpse fell to the ground around the espada. Grimjoe seemed to enjoy the effect his victory was having on the group, as he strutted forward, his right hand going back into his pocket while the air around the left started to twist and warp, in the process slowly cleaning it of blood. So, that was quick and deeply unsatisfying. I don't expect that you cowards, who stood there watching and doing nothing while your best fighter died, are going to offer any more of a challenge, are you? As soon as he was in front of the barrier, the espada reached forward with the index finger of his left hand covered in twisted air, poking it. Instead of tearing through it, however, the finger bounced back, a loud clanging sound echoing from it as ripples of golden, purple, and green light ran through the semi-sphere, before the barrier settled back into its transparent color. Grimjoe frowned, while Kisuk grinned smugly and said, in as challenging a tone as he could manage, "Surprised? You said it yourself, I know how your power works now, it won't help you get past this defense." Grimjoe sounded as annoyed as he looked as he answered, "And you think that's enough to stop me? I could just use a Grand Ray Zero to destroy it. Could you? You're not about to pretend to have found something that can stop a Zero, are you?" Kisuk couldn't help but chuckle a bit at the look of dumbfounded surprise on Grimjoe's face, but he shook his head, and clarified, in a mocking tone, "You misunderstand me. What I meant was that I know how much Ryotsu is required to fire a Zero, and I'm willing to bet that your Grand Ray variant drains even more. And I saw you use one in my shop to ensure the gate for Soul Society was completely obliterated. Was that all that you used, or did you fire a few more, to make sure your mission of leaving us stranded here without backup worked? Do you even have the energy to fire another of those right now?" Kisuk saw the flicker of hesitation and uncertainty in the Aaron Carr's eye, as if he was assessing the matter himself, and knew then that he had him. Hollows below the level of Minos Grande had trouble even mustering the energy for one Zero, let alone multiple high-powered variants, and while Vizard could recover from their use, they too generally only had a few shots available, Ichigo's weirdness notwithstanding. Grimjoe's moment of doubt was enough for Kisuk to surmise that, whatever advantages being an Aaron Carr provided on that front, it wasn't enough to truly remove the cost of Zero from being a consideration. Thus reassured, Kisuk went ahead and made the biggest bluff of his life. "And this barrier isn't all you'd need to get through, you see. This is an ablative defense. The Kido was cast on the ground, just like the other traps I used earlier, and we can renew it in a heartbeat if it collapse. You'd run out of energy long before us." Grimjoe glared and said, in an angry tone, "You're lying." Kisuk affected disinterest, another thing he was well used to, and countered with a shrug. "Am I? I suppose you'd only know if you try us out. But I should let you know that we have reinforcements incoming, and if you exhaust yourself against my barrier, you won't be able to have a proper fight against them." Letting Grimjo know that Rukia and her team were on their way back was a big gamble. It might make the Espada wonder why he'd say it, and reveal Kisuk's bluff. However, the way Grimjo had gone for the Soul Society gate indicated he had information on their group, which would give Kisuk's words more weight. Above that though, Kisuk was betting on the Arrancar's personality. Their enemy had chosen to go for a duel instead of taking advantage of numerical superiority, and had declared himself unsatisfied with an easy victory. That spoke to him of a personality not unlike those of the members of the 11th Division, and that kind of people were just the type who'd accept delaying a combat if it would give them the chance to fight at full strength against a worthy opponent. Of course, if Kisuk was wrong, then he and all of the people he was currently protecting were about to die a very messy death. The Espada stood there, looming in silence above them all as he considered his options, before eventually grinning in an amused manner. You know what? It'd take enormous balls for somebody to lie about something like that in this kind of situation, and a coward like you who left his ally to die against me wouldn't have the courage necessary to do it. Plus, it's not like I'm in a hurry. Aizen has given me a month to get rid of your pathetic little group, so I can take my time. Just keep in mind, for every breath you take from this moment forward, that it might well be your last, for I'll be coming back soon to finish what I started, and even if your allies might give me a better fight, we both know that you would not. That said, Grimjo turned his back to him, the Espada completely unworried at the possibility of being struck in the back by a surprise attack, and instead said to his followers, in a bored tone, "Come on boys, time to go. We should give them a bit of time to contemplate their upcoming demise, make them savor the wait for it, right?" The words caused the Arrancar to laugh along, and then they left, using Sonido to be out of sight in a few seconds. Still, Kisuk kept up the barrier until Rukia and her group arrived in a hurry a few minutes later, but even when he dropped it, he didn't felt any safer, because the Espada had been right. For all his vaunted smarts, when it came to protecting the people who needed it, he had proved himself fully unable to. Aizen was right about him, it seemed. No matter how smart he pretended to be, he was never going to be able to help anyone. As they headed back to their hideout, Hiyori couldn't help but huff in annoyance. Hachigen, who was walking at her side, hummed in that annoying manner of his that he thought was relaxing, and then asked, in a soft tone, "You think they're playing us?" Hiyori took her time to answer, thinking the matter over. Overall, the meeting with the Shinigami had been going as well as it could have been expected to. They had presented a long list of requests they were making of the Godiai in exchange from cooperation, from big ones like Yamamoto making a public declaration that he was in the wrong when he'd banished them in front of all 13 divisions so that he could never go back on it, to silly ones like making all of them noble, just to see how much Soul Society was willing to have their chain yanked on this matter. The Kokaki girl, who seemed surprisingly straightforward and honest for a noble, had been in the process of asking Hiyori to justify each of their requests, when a beacon of some kind had gone off, which apparently meant an emergency was going down at their headquarters. Naturally, that had meant interrupting the meeting right then and there, with a request to adjourn it to the next day that Hiyori had accepted after seeing the worry and fear in Kokaki's eyes. While it was possible for the girl to just be that good of an actress, Hiyori didn't think that to be the case. So, if she was honest, Hiyori did not think they were being played, or at least, not by Kokaki. It was possible that whoever had sent the signal was. It wouldn't be out of place for Shihoin or Urahara to try something underhanded like that, but that wasn't what was annoying her. So, Hiyori shook her head and countered. "It's not that, I don't think Kokaki is being dishonest, at any rate. I guess I'm just annoyed that the whole meeting didn't achieve anything. It felt like a lot of wasted time, you know." Before Hachigen could answer, Gab spoke up, in her annoyingly raspy voice. "You say it, Saragaki, we got up so early in the morning to case the place, and it was all for nothing. I'm so looking forward to be able to catch up on some sleep." It said something about how annoying the other woman was that, even when she was agreeing with her, Hiyori still wanted to slap her silly. Still, that would ruin team morale, so for the 3000th time since Shinji had been kidnapped, she held back, instead only saying, "That's fine, so long as we make a check of the warehouse first, to ensure nobody breached it while we were away." That caused Gab to look at her with disbelief, as she whined. "But we did it just this morning. Did you not hear what Kokaki said?" They had an emergency at their headquarters, and that could mean anything, from one of Urahara's machines backfiring on him to an infiltrator murdering them in their sleep. So we're doing the full sweep, no matter what. Gab looked genuinely annoyed as she pointed at the warehouse, which had just appeared in front of them as they turned a corner, and said, "Look, it's fully intact, and we all can feel that there's no riot coming from inside it. Everything's fine. I said, no matter what. Now get to it." Gab kept complaining, but she complied, as did everybody else. And it was a good thing they did because, upon checking the whole perimeter, Hiyori found that one of the windows was open, even though they all should have been sealed shut and secured with Hakugen's Kido, and in fact, the Kido itself looked like it had been completely removed, which caused Hakugen's brows to furrow in worry as he explained. Unless Asiro was used to destroy it without leaving any damage on the surrounding areas somehow, only a master of Kido could have removed this so neatly. Master of Kido could very well mean Aizen, Hiyori knew, so she released Kubikuri Orikai's Shikai and then addressed the others, in a low, warning tone. "Be careful now, even if there's no presence we can sense inside, we have no idea what sort of surprise Aizen might have left waiting for us otherwise. Keep yourself on your toes." Then she opened the door, leading the group inside, to find a man sitting on a crate in the middle of it, looking at them as if he had known they were coming. He was about the same height as Hiyori herself, with black hairs covered by what looked like the left half of a horned helmet made of bone. His eyes were an unsettling, faint green, and he sported teal lines descending from their corners all the way to his jaw, which would have made him look like he was crying if not for his expression, which was completely emotionless. He was also wearing simple white clothes consisting of a jacket zipped up to the neck and hakama, but the sword secured to the black sash at his belt made it clear he was still dangerous, which caused Hiyori to immediately shift to a guard position, ready for anything he might try. As the others fanned behind Hiyori, Gab and Jur to her left, Mashiro and Hachigen to her right, however, the man did nothing, remaining in his sitting position. He did, however, glance at each of them in turn, maintaining the same expressionless look as he nodded to himself once for each, before finishing by bringing his attention on Hiyori herself and declaring, in a monotone that lacked any sort of inflection, "It appears the information was correct, you are the rebel Vizard." That was enough to cause Gab to say, in a shrill tone, "Hey, what do you think you're doing here? Nobody was supposed to be here, I still can't sense your presence." Which, Hiyori realized with surprise, was true. The man was clearly there, real enough. The environment was reacting to his movement, the wooden crate he was sitting on creaking slightly as he turned his gaze on Gab, but he wasn't releasing any Ryotsu at all, almost as if he was just an empty shell instead of a proper soul. Luckily, he apparently had no issue answering the question. "Very nearly all of my Ryotsu is sealed away, so that it takes barely any control to ensure none is released from my form unless I will it. It's among the easiest Arrancar abilities to master." "Arrancar? Is that your name? Are you a Vizard, is that why you're here?" It didn't sound like that, unless he was referring to himself in the third person, but Hiyori had seen weirder things happen, and in any case, if their uninvited guest was willing to share, she was going to pump him for as much information as she could get. And, indeed, he answered again, in the same monotone as before. "My name is Ulquiorra Sifur, and I am not a Vizard like you are. I am an Arrancar, which is a new type of hollow, and in my role as a member of his Espada, I'm here to deliver you a message from Lord Aizen." Hiyori's eyes widened at that, then narrowed as she said, letting anger color her tone. "Well, we don't care whatever that bastard thinks, and unluckily for you, I don't respect Messenger's immunity. Everybody, we're going to capture this guy and trade him for Shinji. You've heard him, he's in hollow, so don't worry about how much you hurt him, just go all out to take him down as hard and as fast as we can." And then, without giving Ulquiorra time to reply, she charged ahead, trusting that the others would follow along. They'd worked together before, they knew how to handle a single enemy, especially when they had him surrounded and cornered. Even as she swung her sword at the man, he used his arm to leverage himself into a large vaulting jump backwards, easily dodging the attack, although Hiyori did notice he kept his expressionless eyes on her as he saw Kubikuri Orikai easily cleave through the crate, disintegrating it completely with but a touch. As such, he should have been completely unprepared when, due to a punch from a fully transformed Jur, the ground broke open at his landing point, forming a deep crack just under his feet. Instead, however, he stood on the air as if it was solid, like he was using Shunpo despite being in hollow, completely ignoring the hole underneath him. You thinking of taking this fight to the air, Hollow? You should be aware that Shinigami usually win those. Gab's claim caused Ulquiorra to look up in the air, where she was flying in her fully released form, so that she could send one of her sonic blasts straight at him. No emotion appeared on the Arrancar's face, despite him commenting, "A bat, how quaint," and instead he grabbed one of the jutting pieces of pavement that were a result of Jer's previous strike shattering the ground around him, and threw it with unerring precision in the path of Gab's attack, which it stopped, although it was destroyed by the sheer force of the sound waves. But the Arrancar, it seemed, had expected it, for he immediately darted upwards, scaling the air as if it was solid, but moving faster than any of the Vizard could without Sonido, and commented as he found himself in front of Gab. If Shinigami normally beat Hollows in aerial combat, that's just another mark of Arrancar superiority. And then he struck with his knife hand, faster than Gab could dodge, shattering her mask and leaving a deeply bleeding cut on her forehead. Hiyori's eyes widened, even as she called on her mask, using the half a second she had with it to use Sonido, putting herself into position to jump up and catch Gab's falling form, laying the woman on the ground gently after landing. She was out of the battle, Hiyori knew. Shattering a Vizard's mask would immediately drag them out of their released state, and even in the best of cases, it would take hours before they could access it again to recover. Of course, Hiyori chastised herself. She should have expected Aizen to have informed his lackey on how to fight Vizard. She glanced upwards, where Mashiro, who has used Hakuda to climb to the top of the warehouse like a spider, had taken advantage of Ulquiorra's strike at Gab to fall on him from above, jumping on his back and wrapping her arms and legs around his own limbs, in what Hiyori recognized as one of her more dangerous incapacitating locks, the type that would leave the target with broken bones. However, when Mashiro went to conclude the maneuver, his eyes suddenly bulged from the effort, her muscles tensing from the effort without achieving anything, and then shouted, a note of worry in her voice. "It's like his body is made of steel, I can't break it." Hiyori didn't waste a second, getting back to her feet as she shouted, hurriedly. "Bring him down and hold him, Jer can do the breaking." Immediately understanding Hiyori's plan, Mashiro summoned her own mask and used Sonido to send herself plummeting down to the ground, probably planning to assist the hold by slamming Ulquiorra into the ground at supersonic speed, but just before impact, they decelerated immediately, almost as if the Hollow had somehow counteracted Mashiro's push. He still couldn't avoid Jer's fist, however, which caused a sound like an explosion as it struck, Mashiro letting go just before the impact. As expected, the hit sent Ulquiorra skidding backwards, where Hiyori was ready to impale him in Kubikari Orokai, except that, as they had not expected, Jer was somehow being dragged along by the Arrancar, as if his fist had somehow lodged itself in Ulquiorra's gut and dragged him along that way. Before Hiyori could figure out how to reposition herself so she would only hit the Hollow without hurting Jer, Ulquiorra's hand suddenly snuck down, grabbing the ground suddenly enough that it somehow bleed all of his momentum, stopping him well before he was within her reach. And, she could see, his neutral expression hadn't changed at all. Hiyori wasn't the only one who hadn't expected the Hollow to do what he had, Jer also hadn't, and so was completely unprepared when Ulquiorra's other hand grabbed at his face, fingers piercing through the mask and then the skin underneath like they were claws, shattering the first and clearly breaking something under the second, before he dislodged Jer's arm from his abdomen by the strength with which he was pulling him from the head alone. Then Ulquiorra spun on himself, one-handedly dragging the large body of the wounded Vizard behind himself, before throwing it straight at Mashiro, except that, just as he let go of Jer, the Vizard's body accelerated suddenly, almost as if he'd been subjected to Sonido himself, so that Mashiro's attempt to dodge wasn't anywhere fast enough to avoid being bowled over and blasted into the wall on the opposite side of the warehouse, causing a small portion of it to collapse on her and the wounded Jer both. Still, the enemy was close enough, so Hiyori used Shunpo to close in, swinging her sword in a vertical slash. Having just barely gotten back on his own feet, Ulquiorra only had the time to narrowly dodge backwards, or so she thought until she saw his other hand drawing the sword at his side in a reverse grip at the same time, using it to slice from her opposite side. Leveraging the fact Kubikari Orokai was already lodged into the ground, Hiyori jumped, letting the attack pass under her as she used Shunpo to walk on the air laterally and then letting herself fall, the counterweight bringing her Zanpakuto up in an ascending strike. Ulquiorra dodged to the left, as any skilled swordsman would have and thus as she'd expected him to, so that she called on her mask for barely an instant, but just enough to reverse the direction of her swing, letting the blade fall down, and she couldn't help the feeling of victory as Ulquiorra did what any super strong swordsman would, moving his sword, which he was still gripping in reverse, into a straight block. The Arrancar's sword disintegrated the moment Kubikuri Orikai's blade touched it, and the effect only didn't extend to the hollow as well because, with some truly astounding reflexes, he'd opened his hand a moment before the impact. It was those same reflexes that allowed him to avoid being sheared, if barely, by the falling blade. However, what caught Hiyori immediately by surprise was when, the moment after her Zanpakuto passed through the space his sword had occupied, Ulquiorra's fist clenched shut, the white dust of the broken sword still covering it, and the whole weapon reformed into his hand in the blink of an eye, as if it never been destroyed in the first place, allowing him to turn his previous block into a swing straight into Hiyori's face. Luckily, she had already dismissed her mask, so the hit only managed to hit her in the face, instead of putting her out of the fight. Still, even with her leaning away from the strike as much as she could, the sword opened a deep gash on her face, splitting her eyebrow and the top portion of her eye socket with a long cut that started from her cheek and reached almost the whole way across her forehead, and her eye didn't shut properly as the flow of blood fell into it. The disorientation from her messed up sight combined with the sheer power of the sword strike caused her to stumble backwards, while Ulquiorra seemed to be evaluating her with that face so devoid of expression instead of pressing his advantage. She had a suspicion he was waiting for her to use her mask to heal the wound so he could break it. That was when Hachigen shouted, in a hurried tone. "Hiyori, get out of there. Now." Ulquiorra turned his head around to look at her mustachioed ally, so Hiyori immediately took advantage of the situation and, as Hachigen had requested, called on her mask for just the time necessary to use Sonido to push herself away. And it was just in time, as a golden pyramid formed in the area, trapping Ulquiorra inside of it. Hiyori gave the mask half a second further to finish healing her eyelid and at least turn her open cut into a fresh pink scar before dismissing it, and then turned to shout at Hachigen, who was on the opposite side of the pyramid from her. "What's that?" The Kido specialist smiled, and explained. "Something I came up with after my fight with Miss Kukaki. See those arrays at the corners of the pyramid." Hiyori could see what looked like glyphs of golden light Hachigen was pointing to, and when she nodded, he continued, "Well, each of those is generating the barrier, and they feed power to each other, forming a single barrier that has 4 layers. This way, the barrier will repair itself, even if one were to punch a hole into it with a Zero, it would seal itself quickly, before the gap could be exploited. Otherwise, the barrier is impregnable. I designed it originally to contain your inner hollow's explosion power. I can't think of any amount of power that could destroy it." Hiyori nodded, satisfied, and then told Ulquiorra, in a mocking tone. "Well, it seems we have you now, Hollow." The Arrancar glanced at her, saying no before turning his attention to Hachigen. Hiyori frowned, trying to decipher if that was an expression of defeat, which was difficult to tell with how inexpressive he was. However, before she could figure it out, the Arrancar raised a finger, and a tiny marble of black riot so that glowing an eerie green color formed on top of it for a moment before he pointed at the barrier, the marble turning into a tiny beam that struck the golden barrier immediately. It glowed in the same eerie green color as the beam for a moment after it was struck, and then it disappeared in its entirety. Hachigen was even more shocked than Hiyori, but Ulquiorra clearly had known what would happen, because the very moment the barrier was down, he was darting forward, with what, now that Hiyori could see it clearly, she knew for certain was Sonido. Before any of them, or even Mashiro, who was rushing in, could react, Ulquiorra's sword had gone straight through Hachigen's body, pinning him to the wall, the angle of the blade making clear it was angled diagonally upwards, entering at the height of the stomach but exiting just under the shoulder. Hachigen was bleeding from the mouth, while Ulquiorra watched him impassively, clearly waiting for him to call his mask, and as soon as the pain got too much for the visored and he did, Ulquiorra's other hand struck in a straight punch, breaking it and causing Hachigen to sag, unconscious but still pinned at the wall. Then, instead of removing the sword, Ulquiorra twisted his wrist, somehow causing the blade to break a handspan from the hilt, leaving Hachigen pinned while Ulquiorra turned to slash at Mashiro, the sword reforming mid-swing and forcing the green-haired girl to dodge backwards, which she did using Sonido to get some solid distance. Except Ulquiorra matched the use of Sonido with a Sonido of his own, but he held it just half a second longer, so that, when Mashiro had just emerged from the movement and was recovering from the pain of the sudden acceleration, Ulquiorra's elbow smashed into her face at Sonido speed, breaking it and sending her flying into the nearby wall of the warehouse with a sickening crack. At this point, seeing the last of her friends taken out like that, Hiyori was genuinely furious, so she called on her mask and shouted, loud and angry. If you think having a Zero variant makes you somehow special, then try this. Even as Ulquiorra was turning, she let out her triple Zero beam straight at him, even with his reflexes. Raising his sword in a parry was all he could do, but that wasn't going to stop Zero. Nothing could. And then, the moment they hit his sword, the 3-0 didn't push through, instead being enveloped in white spheres, which seemed to have emerged from the sword a fraction of a moment before the impact. Hiyori stared. That's impossible. Zero cannot be stopped. She trailed off, as Ulquiorra's lack of expression wasn't focused on her, but rather the 3 spheres, while he answered. You are correct, Zero will destroy anything it touches, eventually. But, if you could imagine something that is constantly replacing itself, a wall of Reishi that is renewed as fast as it gets destroyed, wouldn't that cause some impediment, as every fraction of a millimeter the Zero proceeded through, it would need to burn through an amount of Reishi comparable to a whole mountain? It might just slow it down enough to keep it contained for a little while, might untie it. Hiyori struggled to comprehend the enormity of what the Arrancar was saying. The amount of Reishi consumed would be incalculable, even if an Hollow could somehow regenerate Reishi instead of Ryotsu, no way would they be able to refill that much for that long. Ulquiorra nodded, his expression unchanged. Yes, it would require power on a level of a Minos Grande, or perhaps a Vastolord, and even then, one whom's powers were focused on regeneration to an extent unheard of before. Of course, being an Arrancar would help immensely in such an effort. Still, even that kind of containment would fail, eventually. It is the nature of Zero to devour without limit, and it is not in the nature of Hollows to deny hunger. After all, nothing can go against its nature, in the end. Only then did he finally move his gaze from the white spheres to Hiyori, still retaining that expressionless visage, as he said. I gather you have some knowledge of the concept of Bala, correct? Hiyori's body understood before her mind did, and so she was dodging before Ulquiorra was finished asking the question. That was the only reason that, when a burst of Sonido produced from a swing of his sword, how was he doing that? Sent the 3 captured Zero flying back at her, Hiyori was able to avoid them. They still passed close enough to her head she was able to see the red glow erupting in cracks from within the spheres as the Zero within finished consuming their shell as the Bala flew past her, and to see the back wall of the warehouse be completely annihilated, as the impact caused the Zero to explode R of the Bala radially instead of striking in a line. As she rolled back to her feet, shaking badly, Hiyori saw Ulquiorra raise the hand that wasn't holding his sword, fingers spread, with a small white marble between each pair of them. Then he said, his voice still as lacking in emotion as his expression was. It is a little technique only I, among those who joined the ranks of Lord Aizen's Espada, have been able to develop. It is named Zero Obscured. You now must ask yourself, have I hidden a Zero inside one of these 3 Bala? Each of them could contain one, all 3 could, or none. The damage from a Bala is small, and could be ignored to charge an attack, but if it hides a Zero, you would die. Should you try and dodge, or ignore the risk? Make a guess as to how many I might have charged, if any? You decide. Hiyori was already dodging before Ulquiorra had flicked his fingers to shot the Bala at her, and she felt vindicated as she heard the telltale explosion of a Zero annihilating the ground behind her. She donned her mask for the moment she needed to use Sonido, aiming to reappear just next to Ulquiorra and take him out with a single strike from Kubikuri Orokai. And that was when something suddenly struck her from behind, the hit so small she barely noticed before suddenly ice exploded into her guts, causing her to collapse, her belly bleeding, Zanpakuto slipping from her fingers. She was forced to call on her mask again, to stop the wound from killing her, and that was when Ulquiorra appeared in front of her, sword slashing down. She almost managed to dismiss the mask before the sword could strike, but the movement was so quick she still felt the mask be nicked by the very tip of the blade before it disappeared. The blowback was small enough not to knock her out, and Hiyori was confident she could perhaps call on it again in half an hour or so. Which would be far too late to save them from the monster who was looking down on her and saying, in a tone just as neutral as his expressionless face. I should mention, I can charge my Bala with things other than Zero, as well as redirect their path mid-flight. You should take that into account in your decision. Hiyori looked up at the Espada in disbelief as he loomed over her, and then, with a cough, asked. So, you're gonna kill us all now? Ulquiorra shook his head and answered, in that same disaffected tone that now was sending shivers down Hiyori's spine. No. I have no reason to, as none of you are a threat to me, and Lord Aizen requires you to be alive to hear his message. Listen well, Lord Aizen requires that you give him your alliance, and be ready to take the field against his enemies when he requests it, or the visored Shinji Hiriko, who is held prisoner in Lord Aizen's fortress of Las Noches, shall be tortured into insanity and then executed, alongside with each and every single one of you. He paused, glancing around as if to ensure everybody had heard, then went on. You are not to inform Soul Society, the Gotei 13, nor any of the Shinigami currently in Karakura Town or their allies of this offer. This includes the two visored who aligned themselves with Soul Society, Ichigo Kurosake and Tatsuki Yasukawa. Let any of these people know, and the same penalty will apply as if you had refused to cooperate. Lord Aizen gives you a month to decide. I shall be back to hear your answer at that time. And then, without adding anything more, the Espada left, and Hiyori could do nothing but contemplate her own powerlessness in the face of such power. If this was what Aizen had in store for them, was there even any use for fighting him? As she lay there in a pool of her own blood, Hiyori had no answer. Chapter 75, Collateral. Throughout their journey back to his house, Ichigo updated Shukuro on how the negotiations with the Visored were proceeding, and the Hope Rukia had expressed that they could manage to bring them on their side, so they could provide some help in the confrontation with Aizen. Shukuro nodded along, commenting that the Visored's combat power was sure to greatly increase their faction's fighting power and present Aizen's forces with an opponent they wouldn't be ready for, but otherwise didn't add much. He did look interested when Ichigo mentioned that Renji and Tatsuki seemed to have been getting along well enough, although he didn't say anything in particular about it. To Ichigo, it seemed like one of the few undeniably good news, currently, which was why he felt like sharing it. Combined with Chad's already having met him and Izuru and Orium's personal friendliness combined with both her and Ishida having made friends with Momo before she was arrested, while Chad and Tatsuki had fought alongside her and Ichigo having had her help in training, it made him confident that, at the very least, it seemed like his friend group would be able to work with Rukia's friends well enough. And if there was one thing he took comfort in, currently, it was knowing that his friends would have his back, no matter what, so having gained more friends as a result of sharing a common one in Rukia had been very reassuring. A good thing, with the number of doubts the little excursion to Soul Society had otherwise left him with. Even with those thoughts on his mind, having to worry about his family quickly pushed them out of his mind, as well as any effort to learn more about what Shukuro's mission had gained them, in terms of information. Only once they'd reached home, and Ichigo had both ensured that his sisters were fine, with Karen putting up a brave face by saying she would take care of Yuzua, despite being pretty clearly out of sort herself, and made sure that Ishine was still taking the matter seriously, and hadn't reverted to his usual idiotic self, did Ichigo finally sat down with Shukuro to ask, in a tired tone. So, was there any actual benefit to you going with them? I still don't like that you've had to infiltrate Aizen's forces, and if we can't even learn anything about them, there's no reason for you to continue risking your life like this. Shukuro frowned, then said, in the tired tone he usually took whenever Ichigo brought up this argument again. This again, Ichigo? You're not going to change my mind that this is how I can prove myself most useful, and I remember you agreeing with me, that it was our best shot to learn what our enemies are planning, even before we knew the enemy was as smart as Aizen. Ichigo almost growled as he answered. The fact I agree it's necessary doesn't mean I'm happy with you taking on such a huge risk. We're friends, we're supposed to protect each other. Shukuro smiled in understanding, and leaned forward to squeeze his shoulder encouragingly. A part of that is also being willing to let friends be the protectors sometime. This is my way to protect you. Do we really need to have this same discussion every time we meet? Ichigo sighed, letting his shoulders slump in defeat. Even if he agreed that Shukuro being the spy was for the best, he still didn't like it. Probably, he reflected, was because he felt guilty about it. After all, the plan to infiltrate somebody in the enemy's ranks had been Ichigo's own. He'd wanted to take the risk himself, arguing that a discontented Vizard would be a better plan, but Shukuro had argued him out of it, saying that his own power was best suited for the role, which Ichigo couldn't really argue against. Seeing that Ichigo had given him, Shukuro assumed a more serious expression as he continued to speak. Still, I do have some stuff I can share. It's not much, you understand, since I'm a new recruit, they didn't really reveal everything to me, so I only have little bits. First, the guy you fought. He's one of 4 Espada who have been sent here to Karakura. Espada. They're the commanders of Aizen's army, well, aside from himself, Jin and Tuan. He picked the 13 strongest of the Arrancar he created and spit the rest of them among them, like a mockery of the Godei 13 captains. Ichigo brows furrowed at that, a detail from the fight at the cemetery coming to his mind, and he asked, uncertain. Is that why Eren Nero had that number, 9, tattooed on his face? Is it a mark of his membership to this group? Shukuro blinked, clearly surprised by the comment, then offered a small smile as he said. Indeed, you're observant. Ichigo shrugged the praise away, much more interested in learning how much as he could about the enemy they were facing so he could pass the information to the rest of his friend, ensuring they were better prepared. What else can you tell me of them? Let me think for a moment. Shukuro trailed off, genuinely looking like he was trying to decide what information he had that would be most helpful, then went on, so, I haven't met all 13, so I don't know all their names, and of the 9 I've met and whose name I know, I've only seen the tattoos on a few. I think that most of them have them on portions of their bodies that are hidden under their clothes. Ichigo nodded, and Shukuro went on. Right, so those I met are Nelliel Schwank, Ulquiorra Cipher, Sirachi Sanderwichi, Grimjo Jaeger Jacquez, Luppy Antiner, Az Nod, Eren Nero Rule, Zomari Riros, and Neutrogilgas. You already saw that Eren Nero is the 9th, with the mark above his eye, then, Zomari has the number 10 on his shoulder, and Nelliel generally wears crop tops, so it was easy to see the number 3 on her back. Ichigo noted down what he could of the names, he wondered at the significance of the numbers, and asked Shukuro, only for the Shinigami to shrug. I've no idea, honestly. Why? It just seems like a weird thing to do, this numbering thing. You said he has 13 in total, right? Do you think he means to have each of them go against the captain of the same number? Shukuro raised his eyebrows, then answered. That would leave Aizen himself, Jin and Tuan out of the battle lineup, wouldn't it? Ichigo hadn't considered that, and frowned, while Shukuro went on. Besides, I thought that, with Tuan leaving and killing his lieutenant, there was no captain of the 9th Division anymore. Have they replaced him? Not that I know of. But Eren Nero was the number 9, and we live in what is the zone the 9th Division controls, isn't it? Maybe they're supposed to attack the mortal realm, so that's why he's the number 9, because he's the one who would be sent after us, and Aizen picked him specifically due to his knowledge of the territory. Shukuro looked intrigued at Ichigo's speculation. That's not an angle I had considered. But from what I know, I don't think it likely. Why not? Shukuro's expression went serious at that. Because Eren Nero didn't come here alone, he's part of a group, and 3 other of the Espada, Ulquiorra, Sirachi, and Grimjo, all came along on the mission, alongside a dozen or so of their underlings. Ichigo's eyes widened at that, and he jerked to his feet. Then we need to warn the others. Even if they're not as strong as Eren Nero was, if they catch them unprepared, there's no telling what might happen. Shukuro frowned at that, and said, in an even tone. Ichigo, calm down. Before you go running off straight into danger, at least let me explain what I know. You know I can't accompany you without burning my cover, and you'll be more useful if you know what's going on. Well, hurry up, and explain then. His friend didn't look at all happy with that, and Ichigo felt a bit of guilt for pressing him like that. He was putting his life in danger just being here. However, he quickly quashed the feeling, The whole point of Shukuro being a spy was so that they could use the intelligence he collected to save each other, and leaving any of his friends in danger run counter to that. Besides, Shukuro always babied him too much. He might have played a big role in training Ichigo in how to use and control his Zanpakuto and had saved Orium and Uriah when they were fighting the Kuratsuka family, which meant that, much as he knew he could trust him with his life and that of their friends, the man did tend to be overprotective. Perhaps intuiting Ichigo's line of thought, Shukuro sighed, then explained. First of all, I don't think they're all here for you. Again, I wasn't given much in the way of the details, but it's my information that Ulquiorra and Sairachi are to set up something here in Karakura, some form of preparation for Aizen's next big move. They were supposed to go undetected, so that you wouldn't know about it, while Grimmjow and Eren Nero would be acting as big distractions, to keep you off balance and from noticing the activities of the other two. Whereas now, thanks to you, we know, and can be on the lookout for whatever they're planning. Shukuro nodded, a smile on his lips, and Ichigo grinned back. That was some good news, at least. Just so. But it also means that the others are unlikely to be facing a strong opposition, rather just Grimmjow and his underlings. And from what little I learned of his personality, he seems like the type who loves to brag and posture. People like that are rarely particularly strong. Ichigo nodded, relaxing a bit. That made some sense. Shukuro seemed satisfied at seeing he'd calmed him down a little, and then went on. I don't know much about their powers, especially not Ulquiorra, as the man is very private and elusive. However, I know that Sairachi seemed to be some form of ranged specialist, and Grimmjow is constantly showing off some form of air power around his body, although I'm not sure how powerful it might or might not be. As for Eren Nero, I think you probably know more about him than I do, right? Probably, I've met him a lot of times, after all. Shukuro seemed satisfied with that, and Ichigo let out a long breath, before patting his friend on the shoulder and saying, now more calm. Right, so I'll be going now, and see if... Before he could finish, he heard the sound of the bell come from the ground floor. Immediately, he went for Zanjutsu and headed for the door of his room, but he relaxed when he heard Ishine, who had gone to open the door, call from below, in a loud tone. Ichigo, Orium is here. Shukuro placed a hand on his arm, and said, in a whisper. Remember, we can't let the others know what I'm doing, it'd put them in danger. Ichigo frowned, but he still nodded. Shukuro had had to pretend to betray Orium and Uriah, and when Shukuro had explained the risk, Ichigo had agreed it was best if they didn't know. Uriah's dislike of Shinigami being what it was, he was unlikely to be able to fake his hatred if she knew the truth, and while Ichigo had disagreed even back then, Shukuro was adamant that she was too emotional and likely to let the information slip at a random time if she knew. As he walked down the stairs, he considered the matter once again. With Eren Nero's attack, the matter had slipped his mind, but he'd not forgotten his current confusion about what sort of feeling he actually had toward Orium, nor his father's suggestion that he'd recognize love from that desire of becoming a better person to match what the one they loved thought of them. Did it mean anything, that he knew Orium would expect him to trust her, and that he wanted to tell her the truth, despite Shukuro's warning? Was it something he should act upon? He really wasn't sure what to think, so he pushed the thought to the side. It wasn't really important right now. Especially so when he saw Orium's expression, going from what looked like absolute fear to incredible relief as soon as she saw he was well, and he was able to anticipate her impulsive hug, managing to stay on his feet. Ichigo. You're fine. I was so scared. He let out a long breath, then placed his hands on her shoulders and, gently, pulled her back so he could look her in the eye as he said. You shouldn't be, I can handle myself. Now tell me what happened. One of Aizen's hollows, a man called Grimmjow, attacked, so I hurried here to check on you. Chad had to check with the Fullbringers, since he's the only one they'd talk to, and Uriah went to check if the Quincy heard anything, while Tats stayed behind with Rukia and Renji, in case Grimmjow comes back. I'm glad nobody went after you. Ichigo shook his head, a grim expression on his face. They did. Grand Fisher has become an espada now, calls itself Eren Nero, and attacked me, Dad and the girls at the graveyard, but it was alone, so we managed to drive it away. We're all fine, but Yuzu and Karen were a bit shaken, so I was hoping to stay here today, help them feel safer. If you drove him away on your own, You won't need my help for just one day, I imagine. He did not expect Orium's reaction to that to be a look of horror, not for her to add, her voice broken. Ichigo, he didn't attack us at the meeting, he went after Mr. Kisuk's shop, he razed the place to the ground, and while Mr. Kisuk managed to save himself and a few of the others, he killed over 30 people. Renji was met and wanted to hunt him down immediately. Mr. Kisuk was so shocked he had trouble explaining things. Everybody else who had seen the fight was even worse off, and the place itself was, it looked like, all the blood. Orium trailed off, breaking into sobbing on Ichigo's chest. He ran his hands in circles behind her back, trying to help her calm down, even as he tried to contemplate the measure of what she was telling him. Ichigo knew, intellectually, that any of the Shinigami captains he had faced had, in theory, the power to take down armies. In fact, he himself had seen Orium, the very person that was breaking into tears in front of him, take down half a dozen of hollows in a single attack like it was nothing. Yet, the idea of somebody doing it to the Shinigami of Renji's division, people that, while he hadn't known personally all that well, he'd exchanged greetings with once or twice, met personally, overheard talking about their families, hit him completely differently. It was one thing, he realized, to know that you were about to die because of a choice you had made to be on a battlefield, and another entirely to know that actual people had been killed by a force against whom they stood no chance at all. Was it because the hollows were monsters, that it hit so differently? Or only because these were people who had been, nominally, on Ichigo's side, rather than his enemies? It scared him, that he didn't know. And, as he held a crying Orium in his arms and tried to find something that marked him as undeniably different from the enemies he was fighting, he hated Aizen a little bit more, for being ultimately the reason why all of this was going down. Eventually, he managed to calm Orium down. He wasn't sure how long it took, but once he smiled down at her and said, in as reassuring a tone as he could, "Whatever he did, it won't happen to us. Each of us is strong, and together, we're even more so. We need to trust each other. As long as our faith in our friends doesn't break, they won't be able to win, Orium, I promise you this." That seemed to be the last thing his friend needed to fully recover her composure, as she nodded with decisiveness and said, squeezing his hand, "Right. I'll try to stay cool, like you said, and then if the monster comes back, we'll take him down with the power of friendship." Ichigo smiled despite himself. Orium's enthusiasm really was infectious, then focused again and said, "That's right, which is why I don't think we should make sure nobody is staying along tonight, if we keep watch on each other. You think Tatsuki will be fine with you staying with her?" Orium grinned at that. "Of course. We haven't had a sleepover in a while, I'm sure she'll be happy about it." "Right. I'll accompany you to her then, so I can explain everything to the others as well." Orium poked him on the tip of his nose with the tip of her finger, interrupting him, before saying, amused, "Didn't you say you wanted to keep your sisters safe? I don't want Yuzu and Karen to be scared." Ichigo frowned at that. It was true, but with Shukuro and Ishine here, it wasn't like he was leaving them unprotected, so he protested. "I don't either, but I also want to keep you safe as well." Her smile turned softer at that. "That's sweet. But you don't need to worry, if you accompanied me, who'd accompany you on your way back, Ichigo didn't have a ready answer to that, so Orium barreled forward, raising a finger in a mock lecturing manner. "Plus, my pyramid is impenetrable and flies very fast. I'll be safer moving out alone than anybody else could be. You should take care of your sisters now, they need you. I guess. Just be careful, okay?" Orium agreed, then hugged Ichigo once again before leaving. With her gone, Ichigo took over from Ishine into calming the girls. Until they all had dinner together, Shukuro revealed himself to be very good with children, as he at least managed to make Yuzu laugh, and even Karen, who was still a bit tense despite both their dad's and Ichigo's own efforts to make her feel safer, at least got back to pretending to be her usual self by aiming aloof, snarking comments to the Shinigami which he accepted in good spirit. Once the girls had been put to sleep, however, Shukuro turned more serious. "Right, so I think we should discuss our shifts, right?" When Ichigo and Ishine both turned to watch him, he went on to clarify, in a patient tone. "We can't be sure the Espada won't come back, so it only makes sense to have somebody stand guard, but if only one person does it throughout the whole night, they'd be tired tomorrow, right? So, I say each of us should get at least 6 hours of sleep, with a 3 hours shift of standing guard. It's the most practical approach. Ichigo nodded. As usual, Shukuro was being practical. Ishine looked impressed with Shukuro's responsible attitude, then sighed and said, "Right, so I think I should be taking the middle shift, as the responsible adult here, so you boys at least get uninterrupted sleep." "Actually sir, if you didn't mind, I think it'd be best if I had that one. I was thinking you should take the first shift, so you can sleep a bit longer in the morning if you need it, while from what I understand of the situation with Ichigo's friends, he'll need to go talk with them tomorrow morning as soon as he can, so waking earlier won't bother him as much." Ichigo could see the reasoning at that, but Ishine seemed a bit reluctant as he asked, "Won't that tire you out?" "I appreciate the offer but dash. Don't worry, it's no imposition at all. Not only do I need less sleep due to being incorporeal, but with how my job in the 11th Division often required me to camp in dangerous wilderness, I've had to take middle shifts long enough I'm used to it. It's really no imposition at all." After a moment of consideration, Ishine nodded, and Ichigo went to sleep. Between the stress from the whole situation and the tiredness from the fight with Eren Nero, he slept like a rock, at least until Shukuro showed up to shake him awake. Ichigo nodded his thanks, before washing and changing himself to be ready to leave once everybody woke up. He considered doing some training to help pass the time, but the thought was derailed when a voice said, in a hesitant tone, "Ichigo? Can I ask you something?" He turned in surprise toward Karen's sleepy figure, and then motioned for her to take a seat on the table, which she did. Even with that, however, she seemed hesitant. Ichigo considered prompting her, but eventually decided against it, wanting to give Karen the time to get her thoughts in order. She started and stopped a couple of times, before eventually she said, in a dark tone, "The monster that attacked us, it killed Mom, right?" There wasn't really much that Ichigo could say to that. He could certainly not deny the truth of the statement, so he just nodded. This seemed enough to encourage Karen to go on, sounding more sure of herself as she spoke. "So, if he came after us now, he might do so again, right?" Ichigo wasn't sure where she was going with this line of questioning, but since he wanted her to be reassured, he said, in as calm a tone as he could manage, "That's why we are being so cautious. As long as me and Dad are there keeping an eye out, we should be able to drive it away. You'll be safe, Karen." She frowned, looking down, and said in a whisper, "But what if you aren't there? What'll happen then? Is that thing going to kill us, like it killed Mom?" Ichigo reached to place an hand around her shoulder, but she quickly shook her head and looked up, a determined glare entering her eyes. "Ichigo, if you know how to keep those things away, you can teach me, right? I want you to. I want to be able to defend myself when I see that thing next. I don't want to feel that powerless ever again." Karen was shaking at the end, her fists trembling. Ichigo's first instinct was to tell her that she wouldn't need to, that he could take care of keeping her safe, but the determination in her eyes made him hesitate to speak for a moment, and then Zanjitsu's voice echoed in his mind, in a sad tone. "She is right, you realize, you won't be able to always be at her side when danger comes calling. Why shouldn't she be able to protect herself?" Ichigo took a long breath, Karen's firm gaze still on him, although he did notice the trembling in her form was slightly more pronounced, almost like she was expecting to have to fight him on this, as if she already knew he didn't want to teach her. Which, as his Zanpakuto had just pointed out, was stupid. Why did he not want her to be able to defend herself? He took a moment to analyze the ridiculous idea, since he did want his sister to be safe, and not get hurt. Trying to find out what denying her the means to do so would accomplish, he realized that, truly, it wasn't her keeping herself safe that he didn't want, it was not wanting her to feel the same doubts he had now, wondering about becoming as monstrous as the thing they were fighting. And then, the idea that she might go out there, hunting Eren Nero on her own, or that she might get into a fight she wasn't ready for, and be killed, without him being able to do anything about it, wasn't pleasant either. But then, he realized, that'd be no different than Ishine hiding these things from them, and that had almost got Ichigo killed anyway, because the danger had found him regardless, and he'd not been ready for it. And that sense of powerlessness, which was exactly what Karen was feeling now, wasn't something he'd ever wish on somebody he loved. He always chastised their father for not being responsible enough. He certainly was not going to make the same mistake he resented the man for. With his mind clear, Ichigo understood then what he needed to do, even as he let out a long, tired breath that made Karen blink in confusion, and then his sister's expression shifted to surprise when he said, "I guess that's fair, learning how to keep yourself safe if something bad happens is only sensible. But you'd probably be better off asking Dad to teach you. I'll persuade him if you need me to." "Really?" Ichigo nodded, and that seemed to help Karen get back something of her usual self-assured attitude, as she asked, "Why can't it be you to teach me? With everything that's going on, I'm not likely to have the time. Plus, most of my tricks depends on things I can't reproduce for you, powers I have that I can't really share." He gestured at the Zanpakuto laying on the table in front of him, and Karen asked immediately, clearly curious. "So if I get a sword like yours, I could do the same thing you could?" Ichigo grimaced, and tried to explain. "Not really, it's not easy to explain, but it takes a lot of time to use one of these properly. I sort of stumbled my way into a shortcut, but it's not the sort of process that could be copied." "Oh. I see." She trailed off, looking genuinely sad, so Ichigo racked his head for a brief moment before deciding he could at least show her something, both to cheer her up and to prove that he wasn't lying when he'd said he agreed that she needed to know some way of defending herself. "Look here." When Karen did, Ichigo focused, calling Reishi from the hair to form a small bar of glowing blue light in his hand, giving it just a bit of a tip and two small extensions next to his hand, to suggest a cross guard. Karen looked at it mesmerized, until Ichigo let go and the Reishi dispersed, at which point she asked, odd in a way he hadn't heard her been when speaking to him for at least a couple years now. "How does that works?" He chuckled, then waved his hand into the air and explained. "You know that we see by having light particles attracted to our eyes, right? Well, the spiritual sight we have is the same, only it's spiritual particles being drawn to your eyes, rather than light. If you focus enough, you can sense them, and then, instead of the eyes, you can draw them to another place." He paused for a moment, then reached for the cutlery drawer and drew out one of their table knives, before explaining, "If you draw them to an item, that makes it easier to form the particles into a certain shape." Karen nodded distractedly, eyes focused on the knife, and Ichigo could see the Reishi drawn into it, although only in amounts too small to produce visible effects. On a whim, he gave the spiritual particles a little push, not enough that they would hold themselves together, but enough that Karen only had to draw from a single place rather than the entire room, and that resulted in her managing to draw enough that the knife in her hand was glowing with blue light. Her own eyes lighted up in a more metaphorical manner as she said, more to herself than him, "I did it." "You did, but that's really just a little thing. Even what I did isn't really that big a deal, compared to what somebody actually skilled in this stuff, like Urayu, could do. And something like this is easier than stuff with complicated shapes and reactive mobile parts, like a bow." She looked up at him with a frown. "Why are you being such a downer now? I did good for my first try, surely." Ichigo raised his hands in surrender and answered, trying to keep himself from laughing at how quickly his sister had bounced back from odd to dismissively snarky. "I just don't want you to think this is easy. You have a lot of work ahead of you before you'll be able to do anything with it. Which is why I said you should have Dad teach you. I know a bit of this and a bit of other stuff, but he is very good at his one thing, and that's better for teaching." "His own thing?" "Yes, he uses an ability called Fullbring. Creating things like this is a skill of people called Quincy, but as I said, they prefer bows, because this stuff isn't really well suited for close combat, while Fullbring is." "I see." Karen nodded, then a dark expression formed on her face as she went on, looking more troubled the more she developed the thought, "And that monster, when it looked like Mom, it was using this Quincy power, right? It said that it stole it from Mom." Ichigo wasn't happy that Karen was bringing this up, but since he still had something he needed to tell her, he decided he might as well take it from there. So, his expression turning grim, he nodded and explained. "That's correct. Eren Nero is a hollow, they're evil ghosts who eat people's soul, and each one has unique powers. Eren Nero's power is to steal the identity of those he eats, and use their knowledge at will." Karen nodded and muttered, anger in her tone. Somebody needs to stop that. Somebody does, but I want you to promise you're not going to try and do it yourself, Karen. What? She turned an outraged expression in his direction, the knife losing its glow as her concentration broke, and her voice grew louder as she continued, but you said it was fine. You said? Last month, in the week I spent away helping Rukia, I almost died. That silenced her, the shock and surprise leaving his sister speechless for a moment, so Ichigo went on, his tone as tired as he felt. Eren Nero isn't working alone, he's part of a group that answers to a man named Aizen. He tried to have my friend Rukia killed, so I went to save her with Tatsuki, Orium, Uryu, Chad, and Rukia's other friends. We saved her, but we had to do a lot of fighting, many people got very hurt, and at the end, when I faced Aizen, he cut me down with a single swing of his sword. He could see that he had Karen's full attention, even if she looked somewhat disbelieving, so he went on, trying to make her believe that he was telling the truth. I felt completely powerless, as if all I had done during that entire week had been completely for nothing, and if reinforcements hadn't shown up just at that moment, to save us and force him to retreat, he might have killed all of us. And now he has an entire army of hollows at his orders, and I'm not even sure if Eren Nero is the strongest of his servants. Ichigo saw it in Karen's eyes, that he'd managed to convince her he wasn't lying, when she said, trembling. But, you said you're going to help the others today, helping them fight this Aizen man, aren't you? I am, but not because I want to. You have seen that he has sent Eren Nero after us, if we don't stop him, we're never going to be safe. Somebody has to stop him, and if he won because I wasn't there, can you imagine how guilty I would feel? Karen nodded, hesitantly, but then her stubborn streak seemed to return as she added. But then, why? Because you're not ready for it, Karen. You have a few minutes of training. I have stumbled on a shortcut that let me get through something like 3 decades of it, and it still took me a few months to get it down, and a lot of different people teaching me a lot of different stuff. You're not ready for all this. I agree that you need something to defend yourself if the danger makes its way to you somehow, but I don't want you to be out there fighting with us. Not against something that's so much stronger than me, that even if I were right there with you, I wouldn't be able to keep you safe. That seemed to make some headway into Karen, and as Ichigo focused his perceptions a tad, he could feel her determination solidifying as she nodded and answered. That's all right, I understand. I'll train with Dad, and only use this magic to keep myself safe, not go hunting for monsters on my own. I promise. Ichigo nodded. He might respect her right to feel safe and protect herself, but his sister was still just a kid, and the last thing he needed to worry about was her, going out into the night armed with a table knife to fight monsters capable of slaughtering 3 dozen trained Shinigami. Once Ishine woke up, Ichigo kept to his promise, and told him to help train Karen a bit, with Yuzu jumping into it once she heard her twin sister wanted to learn magic. Ichigo could see that his father wasn't happy with the request, but with all 3 of them asking him, he folded easily enough. Then, once Tatsuki and Orium showed up together, he waved goodbye to his family to head for the meeting with the Vizard. With matters as dangerous as they had proved to be, having a handful of extra allies could only be for the good, and he had a lot of information to share. He felt a slight unease at leaving his family behind, but comforted himself with the knowledge that Shukuro had stayed behind to help protecting them. As long as he had good friends like him to count on, he was confident they would be able to find a way to survive through this all, together. Asterisk. Shukuro Tsukishima waited for about 1 hour, to ensure that Ichigo Kurosaki would not be back anytime soon, before approaching the group in the corner, where Ishine was trying to teach what, to Tsukishima untrained eyes, seemed like full-bringer techniques. It seemed like the black-haired girl was having trouble with it, looking genuinely frustrated, while the light-haired one was done a little bit better, if the comments their father was bestowing her were anything to go by. He dismissed the matter. The 2 were of so little importance he couldn't be bothered to remember their names. Trying to pay attention to their progresses was only going to distract him more. Instead, he approached the older Kurosaki, and as soon as he had the man's attention he explained. I was thinking to make a few circuits around the house, ensure none of the enemies is getting close. I'm the only one who could recognize them if they were hiding, and if they saw me, I could talk my way out of it better than anybody else. Ishine seemed to consider the matter for a moment, then shrugged. Sure, that sounds fine. Just try not to draw people here by mistake. Shukuro smiled in as disarming a manner as he was able to, which he personally thought made him look especially harmless, and answered easily of course, before moving out of the place. He took a long breath once he was out of the place. Despite the fact he had modified Ichigo's memory to believe they were longtime friends, Ishine didn't seem fully persuaded. The man had a lackadaisical attitude on the surface, but deep down he was surprisingly suspicious. He just didn't let it show. Then again, it wasn't like Eren Nero escaping just because Shukuro had shown up made much sense. He had not demonstrated more than a shred of his power, while the ninth Espada had revealed a lot more of his own, which naturally made the whole thing look sketchy, at least to somebody whose mention hadn't been modified to make sure he would justify tiny inconsistencies away. One more problem was that he wasn't going to sustain this for too long, mostly because, unlike Jin, he was not able to keep his Shikai released while sleeping. Even keeping it active the entire day, as he was doing right now, was tiring, and only something he could afford because he didn't have to worry about any fight being dropped on him unexpectedly. Thanks to the fact that a plus required less sleep than a mortal, he had been able to take the second shift, tapping Ichigo with his sword before waking the visored boy up, and only pretend to sleep during the third shift, but doing that for too long was going to start leaving him tired and less able to focus. And that was without considering the fact that, while he'd been able to sell the idea of the guard night shifts for now, a complete lack of danger for long enough would make keeping up that much caution start to look excessive. He would need to figure out some other workaround soon, to keep the whole thing up for the entire month they would be spending in Karakura. For now, however, he could consider himself satisfied with how things were going, and hurried to the meeting point where, as he'd hoped for, Sairachi was waiting, idly chatting with her followers. They looked up as he landed in front of them, and the fifth Espada immediately took point, nodding at him. Tsukishima. Is everything going well? As well as could be expected, I've made contact and placed myself among the enemy ranks inconspicuously, so we'll be able to keep an eye on their operations, influence and direct them to a small extent, and make sure that they won't do anything to disrupt our plans. What of your work? Did they like the gift, and were they receptive to our offer? She made a so-so gesture with her hand, and answered in a lightly annoyed tone. To an extent. Some of them seemed quite happy and ready to jump in, but others were more hesitant. Our contact suggested that we provide some further proof of the weapon's effectiveness, and when I mentioned that we already had a case study, the general consensus was we stage some demonstration, with at the very least the contact as a witness. I told them I'd need to consult with you about the matter, of course, but I don't think there's much else that could convince them. Shukuro nodded. Honestly, he wasn't surprised. He'd expected some resistance, and, at the very least, it proved that keeping Kurosaki alive, rather than letting Eren Nero kill him, was the best choice. He considered the matter for a moment, before eventually telling to Sairachi. I think I can arrange something on my end, but to give a proper demonstration, we're going to need to stage a fight, and if they want the contact to be present, they'll need to do some of the legwork for it as well. Sairachi raised an eyebrow at that, and asked, with an amused grin. You going to have Eren launch another failed attack? He's not going to like being made to lose a fight twice in a row, even if it's only for pretend. He already complained about it back when he was in Hollow. He's not like to be happy doing it as an Espada. Shukuro shook his head, and answered. No, that wouldn't work. While the contact knows Eren Nero is working for ours, most of the others don't and shouldn't, because they've faced him before. We'll need to keep him away from them. Sairachi was surprised, but then frowned. This means you're going to make me do it, aren't you? I don't like pretending to lose fight any more than Eren does, you know. Shukuro smiled in a reassuring manner and countered, in a confident tone. I'll make it worth your while. While still disgruntled, the fifth Espada nodded, accepting the necessity, and Shukuro began outlining the plan, with the Espada offering her suggestions on how to improve it. Shukuro could understand her frustration very well, but consoled himself in, he guessed, very much the same way Sairachi also was, with the knowledge that they only needed to keep the locals alive until they had got everything ready for the final move by Lord Aizen, and that once that was done, their orders also included to kill each and every single one of Kurosaki's little circle of friends. And, much like the Espada, Shukuro was looking forward to it. Check the description for the links to the author.